To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag.
Okay now.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣà Tàdádé ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì.
And there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. May God not depart from you, from us, was and is what that means in Yoruba language. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, may God not depart from you, and may God not depart from me too. So amen to that, certainly on behalf of myself and you guys as well. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you guys. So welcome, another session. It was a very abrupt session yesterday. Just as soon as I handed over to Thomas, the whole thing came to an abrupt halt. So the platform is metamorphosing into a different entity, and we have to go with the flow of however it does flow. The platform will always stream, but the format will continue to evolve. So this is the metamorphosing taking place in real time. It's an organic space. You know, we have different inflections on different spaces. We stream to a multitude of platforms, and the engagement in terms of the morphing of how people interact with the sessions continues to evolve. So it's a real life and an organic thing. So that's how it's playing out. So yes, the metamorphosis of the one man went to more platform. Maybe that should be the time. Maybe I should change the name of the maybe I should change the name of the platform to that. The metamorpho. I didn't come out earlier, Derek. I usually come out from my slot really is 10:45. So I'm actually coming out later than I would traditionally come out, which has been the case for quite a while now. But I usually come out an hour or so earlier than when I'm coming out these days. So yes, good day to you. Good to be your company, and how are you? So good day to you. Good to be your company, and how are you? So the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already, and if you want to come and join me. Operation Rescue Nigeria. Nigeria is beyond redemption. One Nigeria. Nigeria is beyond redemption. It's just the last person to leave Nigeria should please switch the lights off. That's where we are now. The last person to leave Nigeria should please switch the lights off. So yes, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. So it's at your discretion. You have to be a willing participant, but it is a participatory sport. So however it involves is how it does involve. So there it is. Of course, there is only one story going on within the Nigerian space. And that story, of course, the total shutdown of the Nigerian state by is it Julius Joe Ajaero, who we saw fighting in Imo State, or where was it? Just an election or two ago, wanting to foist his power to affect rather the electoral processes there. So now it's not showing his full potency now with this workers' strike. So a lot of the conversation, if any conversation does take place, certainly the bulk of the session will be geared around that sort of it's a one single story day, and the single story is the workers' strike. So we're going to spend a lot of and also what we have seen actually is the potency and power of just that trade union space. I never knew they had that level of potency, but what we have seen, a total shutdown of the national grid, the airports, all the schools, everywhere down. Everybody's on generators now. So the total shut. I even forgot to call my mom. I should have called her. Maybe I'll call her tomorrow. She'll probably tell me off. But the total shutdown of the Nigerian state was what we saw today. All showing then the potency, as I said, of the Nigerian Labour Union. So the potency of the Nigerian Labour Union, let's kick it off. Yes, like I said, the session essentially is going to be wrapped around that story. So let's just kick it off, and I'll randomly pick so that we mix it up a bit. We all already know the backdrop of the story. So there is nothing I'm going to read out or play to you now that will come especially as news to you. At the tail end, though, there is something that might come as news to you. So wait till the tail end of the readout and the delivery, because there might be bits that might come as news to you. Pardon me. All right. So let's kick it off from here. So of course, narratives around the minimum wage are the labor union asking for an unfeasible amount of money as the minimum wage, the government proposing an unrealistic amount of money as the minimum wage. So so the government proposing an unrealistic, so that's the catch-22. That's the impasse. So now how they resolve it now is what is playing out now. But I'm not going to spoil the end for you, but just wait till the end. There might well be a surprise. Minimum wage, federal government appeal for negotiation as labor strike heightens. So this is probably going to be the biggest moment that this guy will ever, and they will deal with him, by the way, this Joe Ajaero. Once this thing settled down, they're going to deal with him. The federal government of Nigeria has appealed to the labor unions to resume negotiations on the new minimum wage after a nationwide strike that has disrupted various sectors in the country. The appeal was made in a public statement released Monday by the federal government of Nigeria through the Ministry of Information and National Orientation following the indefinite strike action. Let's take that from top again. The federal government of Nigeria has appealed to the labor unions to resume negotiations on the new minimum wage after a nationwide strike that has disrupted various sectors in the country. The appeal was made in a public statement, released Monday by the federal government through the Ministry of Information and National Orientation following the indefinite strike action. In his statement, Mohammed Idris, the minister, stressed the government's interest in a measured and realistic approach in the wage discussions facilitated by the tripartite committee, stating that it is ready to proceed with constructive dialogue to achieve a favorable outcome for all parties involved. As government, we are desirous of a peaceful outcome, and we will do everything to make sure this happens. Yesterday, the leadership of the National Assembly met with the union. Today, we have offered another invitation to the unions. So you see these invitations to the unions, by the way, it's just to pay off the top echelons of that union space. The government does not care about the workers, and neither does the union leadership care about the workers. Nobody cares about the workers. Essentially, they go into closed door meetings. Brown envelopes by way of alert to their foreign accounts will exchange, and then they'll come back with an agreement that still disadvantages the workers. So nobody cares about the workers in any of this goings on that is going on. It's the labor union leadership flexing their muscles to squeeze dollars out of the government for their own personal benefit. In his statement, Mohammed Idris, the minister, stressed the government's interest in a measured and realistic approach in the wage discussions facilitated by the tripartite committee, stating that it is ready to proceed with constructive dialogue to achieve a favorable outcome for all parties involved. As government, we are desirous of a peaceful outcome, and we will do everything to make this happen. Yesterday, the leadership of the National Assembly met with the unions. Today, we have offered another invitation to the unions to meet with us and continue our discussions, the statement reads. Let me make it clear that we are not opponents on this negotiating table. We are united by the fact that we want the best for the Federal Republic of Nigeria and for all 200 million citizens of the country. The minister addressed the substantial increase proposed by the labor unions noting concerns about economic repercussions, including job loss in both public and private sector. Labour's current proposal of 494,000 is an increase of 1,547% on the existing wage. And by the way, the inflation in Nigeria is about 30-40%, in some instances, even 200%. But the wage increment that they're asking for is nearly 1,600 more than what currently obtains. So this is nothing to do with a living wage. This is essentially a hardball negotiating for reasons that I already adduced earlier on. The echelons of the labor union essentially wanting to squeeze money for their personal pockets. Labour's current proposal of 494,000 is an increase of 1,547% on the existing wage and translates into an annual wage bill of 9.5 trillion naira for the federal government of Nigeria alone. This is apart from the cost implications for sub-national governments and private sector employees. Such a wage bill will cripple the Nigerian economy by leading to massive job losses, especially in the private sector. The minimum wage is not only for public workers, it will be binding on the private sector as well. This reality must be factored into the negotiations. Idris also pointed to initiatives such as the National Consumer Credit Scheme, the Nigerian Education Loan, as part of the government's efforts to alleviate financial pressures on Nigerians and reduce the cost of living. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is firmly committed to doing what is right, reasonable, and sustainable. Regarding these minimum wage negotiations, we call on the labor union to reciprocate this gesture in the interest of the nation. So a recap of the negotiations. Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress declared indefinite strike action on Monday after a last-minute intervention by the National Assembly on Sunday night failed to resolve issues. During a meeting held on Tuesday, representatives from the government and organized private sector again proposed doubling the existing minimum wage to 60,000 naira per month, countering the NLC and TUC's demand. The labor union, however, walked out of the meeting to conduct further consultations before reaffirming their demand. One which the government has consistently declined. Efforts to resume negotiations led to a meeting scheduled for Friday, the 31st of June, 2024. So there it is right there. But the impact on the economy of this strike is another consideration that has not yet been factored in. But I'm just going to give you headlines now. Resume negotiations with federal government, 494,000 minimum wage unrealistic. Labour Party tells organized labor. So it looks as though even the Labour Party, they think this is unreasonable and excessive. The Labour Party LP in Nigeria has urged workers' unions to renegotiate with the federal government on the new minimum wage rather than embarking on strike. The comment by the LP comes after the nationwide strike declared by the organized labor over its demand for a new minimum wage. The National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Mr. Obiora Ifo, said that strike was not an option because it would cause more hardship and suffering. Our immediate reaction is that the organized labor should not throw Nigerians into hardship, he said. And by the way, the citizenry might well turn against what Labour. I suspect that they will if this is not capped off fairly quickly. Nigerians are already grappling with a lot of challenges, and we do not need to exacerbate the situation. I think the demand for 494,000 minimum wage is unrealistic. It is really unrealistic. It is a figure that cannot be sustained. because it will imply that Nigeria will take all the money it has to pay civil servants. And this is the Labour Party speaking, by the way. So there's universality somewhat in the unreasonableness of the demand of the labor union. Negotiations should continue until they get something better. Asking Nigerian workers to stay at home will affect everything, including the cost of living, and Nigerians cannot afford that now. Negotiations is not a one-off thing. If the federal government is not willing to go above 60,000 Naira minimum wage, I think the organized labor should work with what is available while it continues to negotiate. So that rather surprises me somewhat, because of course, traditionally the Labour Party often jumps on anything that weighs down upon the government. So that's the Labour Party's perspective right there. No, let's leave that one for a moment. We don't want to do any bit of it today. Strike. RENO Omokri explains why Tinubu cannot pay workers 494,000. They are fighting a proxy war. So we're now entering into that territory now. Of course, it's a highly politicized space. There's a lot of politics in play, by the way. Of course, the labor union very much a satellite arm of the Labour Party. So these are still the vestiges of the carryovers from February last year. Former presidential aide RENO Omokri has criticized the ongoing nationwide strike declared by the leadership of the decisions of the Nigerian Labour Congress. That's how he wrote it to. Correspondents reported that on Monday, June the 3rd, banks, hospitals, airports, and government offices ceased operations in compliance with the labor union's directives. The unions declared an indefinite strike on Friday, May the 31st, demanding 494,000 as the minimum wage, a proposal the federal government rejected and presented a 60,000 naira offer. Reacting to the development, Omokri, in a post shared on his X page, maintained that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu cannot pay 494,000 due to the current economic conditions. And it's a very lazy argument to say, yes, but they can buy 100 and something thousand SUV. The SUV narrative is nothing to do with this. That is a one-off spend one, and that is the National Assembly budget too. And there's a whole discussion to be had around how that National Assembly is over budgeted for. But that's a different narrative, and that is a one-off payment as well. And also, you cannot equate the minimum wage of a worker with the earning powers of a parliamentarian, because they occupy different spaces in society. So we're not in some. It's not a communistic system. Even the communists have abandoned that sort of ideological thrust. Yes, let's take it from this paragraph. The union declared an indefinite strike on Friday, May the 31st, demanding 494,000 as the new minimum wage, a proposal the federal government rejected and presented a 60,000 naira offer. Reacting to the development, Omokri, in a post shared on his X page, maintained that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu cannot pay 494,000 due to the current economic conditions. The chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, concluded that organized labor are not realistic in their demand, adding that 494,000 is more than 16 times the current minimum wage of 30,000 naira. Buttressing his point, Omokri accused the president of the NLC, Ajaero, of fighting a proxy war. We didn't want to land on his name, but Ajaero is a Peter Obi man. I think everybody knows that. And a lot of people feel that these are the vestiges that are still carrying over from. How long will people continue to, the election has been won and lost. Whether you feel you were cheated or not, there is nothing you can do about it now. And universally, everybody felt that the election, every independent observer told us that the the results were broadly the reflection of the will of the Nigerian people. So it's time to move on. You can't continue to, it's just a nonsense. Buttressing his point, Omokri accused the president of the NLC, Joe Ajaero, of fighting a proxy war for Peter Obi, the flag bearer of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election. So this is his tweet. 494,000 is more than 16 times the current minimum wage of 30,000 naira. If the federal government accepts that as if the federal government accepts that as new minimum wage, sorry, hold on. Who's texting me? Hold on. Yes, hold on. Right. Okay, let's just take it from top again. 494,000 is more than 16 times the current minimum wage of 30,000 naira. If the federal government accepts that as the new minimum wage and Nigeria's production capacity does not also increase 16-fold, it will lead to the mother of all inflations that will destroy the Nigerian economy and turn us into Zimbabwe and Venezuela. If producers of goods and services like Dangote, Indomie, Nestle, flour mills of Nigeria, Glo, petrol stations, etc., have to pay their staff a minimum wage of 494,000, what do you think they would charge? And this is exactly, so I'm glad I read this. I wasn't actually going to read this, but the first thing I want you to bear in mind, is that the minimum wage not only binds on the government space, it binds on the private sector as well. So if they force the hand of the government to go with that 494,000, however much, as the minimum wage, if that 400 and what's the amount again? If that 494,000 is the minimum wage, and the producers of Indomie, which is the most popular cheap food within the Nigerian space, are forced to pay even the cleaner 494,000 naira, how much do you think you'll be paying for Indomie? Because they're not going to take that, they're not going to bear that, or they're not going to take that off their profit. They're not going to bear the burden of the loss. So they're going to pass the loss on to the end users. So if you, and by the way, whatever the minimum wage is, you will still see it reflected marginally in the cost of goods and services in the market. So that's how it usually works, because the private sector is not going to bear the burden of an increment in the minimum wage. If producers of goods and services like Dangote, Indomie, Nestle, flour mills of Nigeria, Glo, petrol stations, etc., have to pay their staff a minimum wage of 494,000, what do you think they will charge for their products? You, as a worker, will be jumping from frying pan to fire. Joe Ajaero and his gangs and his gang are not economists, and what still, they are supporters of Peter Obi. They endorsed him, and this is factually the case. They did endorse Peter Obi during the election. They endorsed him during the election. They campaigned for him. They defended him. Please assume I'm a liar and fact check me. They are fighting a proxy war for Peter Obi. Obviously, the 2027 election is affecting their direction. So the future elections is essentially what he's saying. They do not have an economic agenda. They have a political objective. So a lot of people actually, and here he is pointing to, so there are pictures of Joe Ajaero right there campaigning hard for Peter Obi, and the body of the trade union, the arrow pointing down is pointed to Joe Ajaero. So there it is right there. Okay, so there it is right there. So let's go on from there. Like I said, pretty much the whole of the totality, if not everything, is going to be about this storyline. Strike. Tinubu's reckless approval of 90,000 Hajj subsidy, luxury SUVs for National Assembly, poisoned atmosphere for negotiations. This is at Tedo, Peter side. So Yes and no is sort of the response to this. You know, all of these negotiations and the outlandish request of the all of these negotiations and the outlandish request of the trade unionists is all coming off the back of the outcry about the SUVs, the Hajj money, and etc. etc. So they're leveraging then the narrative of the people in the management of the country living a life of opulence, and then they are equating that somewhat to the minimum wage. And then they are then leveraging that minimum wage up to some sort of parity towards this life of opulence that they seem to be living at the top. So this is essentially what our Peter side is saying. Reckless approval of 90 billion naira Hajj subsidy, luxury SUVs for National Assembly, poisoned atmosphere for negotiations. So that's somewhat of a, and Ajaero Peter side should know better, because of course the SUVs for the National Assembly members is outside of Tinubu's purview or influence. That is coming out of the National Assembly budget. He has no power to sign it off or deny it. He has no influence at all over that SUV space. So that's somewhat mischief making there. But the broad strokes of what he's saying are some semblance of there's some semblance of veracity. Reckless approval of 90,000 Hajj subsidy, etc., etc. Let's take a couple of paragraphs. We move on. As labor unions shut down critical sectors of the Nigerian economy to press home their demands for a 494,000 minimum wage, an investment banker and economist Ajaero Peter side has accused the federal government of poisoning the atmosphere for negotiations on a new minimum wage for workers. Correspondents reported that let's go to Peter's side. Yes, so they're giving us a backdrop. Reacting, Nigerians took to micro-blogging platform Twitter to air their thoughts on the proposed minimum wage. Peter side wrote, the Nigerian minimum wage negotiations were going to be unnecessarily difficult because federal government poisoned the atmosphere for responsible negotiations by approving a reckless So I hardly think a 90 billion Hajj subsidy, which I disapprove of, by the way, if he conflates, it's somewhat of a obfuscation, conflation going on here. I don't see where the parallel draws. It's somewhat of a where is the parallel between a 90 billion naira Hajj subsidy and a 9.5 trillion naira request from Joe Ajaero. So it's somewhat playing clever with words. Peter side wrote, the Nigerian minimum wage negotiations were going to be unnecessarily difficult because federal government poisoned the atmosphere for responsible negotiations by approving a reckless 90 billion naira Hajj subsidy, luxury SUVs for legislators, etc., thereby creating the false impression that the federal government was rich. So that's it. And then, of course, let me just take because these are just general commentaries on Twitter. So let me take one more and then we move on. An ex-user Aziz Bakari tweeted, a government that can subsidize Hajj with almost 100 billion naira can pay 200,000 minimum wage. If you have to scrap all the religious pilgrim agencies to afford it, do it. Outside of the minimum wage, I agree with that comment. Those spaces should be scrapped. So still within that space, this is Bayo Ononuga holding a koboko to. This is Bayo Ononuga holding a koboko to the general narrative. Thankfully, we're not in military regime. Tinubu's aide reacts as Labour shuts down national grid. So that borders on an act of treason, by the way, shutting down the national, because that's a national security thing. If you are striking, traditionally, when they strike in civilized climes, there are certain ring of essential services that even by law, are not allowed to go on strike. Like the police, emergency services, those sort of services, and certainly the national grid of the country cannot go on. Imagine if the national grid went on strike in the United States or the United Kingdom, and then they plunge the whole country to darkness. Some people will be jailed for life. In America, they will have them killed, but there it is. I think that is where Bayo Ononuga is. Thankfully, we're not in a military, and if we were in a military regime, by the way, Ajaero, they're not born in Papa well to attempt at a stunt like that. Right. So thankfully, we are not in a military regime. Tinubu's aide reacts as Labour shuts down national grid. Right. The special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, said the organized labor overstepped their bounds by shutting down the national grid. Ononuga said the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and Trade Union Congress TUC should be thankful that Nigeria is not under a military regime. He stated this whilst reacting to the complete shutdown of Nigeria's power grid by labor unions due to the ongoing minimum wage strike. The presidential aide said labor should see themselves as partners with the federal government, not as adversaries. So not as adversaries. So I think to that space, I think RENO Omokri's tweet already captures it. This is essentially a proxy war, which is both wound licking from February 2023 and gun pointing towards February 2027. So this is both sore losing from February 2023 and threats to grind the administration to a halt so that it is not palatable for 2027. So all of that mixed into it, and that is what RENO was hinting at. The presidential aide said Labour should see themselves as partner with the federal government, not as an adversary. He stated this while speaking during an interview with TVC on Monday, June the 3rd, correspondence report. Ononuga pleaded with labor unions to be more responsible in their actions, stating that they should be thankful that democracy allows for freedom of expression. He accused Labour of asking for an unrealistic minimum wage. Labour should be thankful to God that we're not in a military regime. We are in a civilian regime that allows for freedom of expression. I think that Labour overstepped their bounds by shutting down the national grid. At a time when we are complaining about the lack of power, I think that act is extreme. You are not supposed to shut down the airport on everyone else. Joining the strike should be voluntary. I think we should start looking at somewhat breaking the back of that. Because the Labour Union is now transmuting into an enemy of the state somewhat, and I think in the fullness of time, the administration will deal with it. In a post on his X handle, formerly known, they don't need to be telling us that X is formerly known as Twitter. We all know that it's former. So you can either insist and continue to use it as Twitter, but don't tell us formerly known as Twitter. In a post on his X handle, Ononuga said, "It is sad that Labour could go to this extreme." He alleged that Labour is harming the Nigerian people they claim to be fighting for, adding that NLC and TUC are members and supporters of the Labour Party. Well, we all know that there is nothing new there. There's nothing new there. There's also nothing news there. All right, this is a tweet. It says, "It is saddening that Labour could go to this extreme, but it is not surprising to the perceptive mind. Labour is harming the Nigerian people they claim to be fighting for. Today, many sick Nigerians could not access medical care at government hospitals. Not even, oh no. Anyway, we get the gist of that. I'm not going into his so I'll give you I'll go with a few more headlines, and then I'll play you like about a 7-minute video, and if there's nobody available, and then we just call it a day. So let's go to this. It says minimum wage, federal government organized. Yes. So that's the crescendo. I was saving that for the last. It looks as though they've now reached somewhat of a, and it's not only by your honor, Nuga, that considers it an act of treason, by the way, to shut down the national grid. Shutting down national grid is treasonable felony group. A civil society organization, the Center for Social and Economic Rights, CSER, has condemned the shutting down of the national grid by the organized labor. CSER described the development as an act of economic sabotage and treason, which must be met with the full weight of the law. The group, in a press statement issued by its executive director, Nlc Ekujumi, in Lagos on Monday, stated that we are shocked and devastated by the reported criminal acts and economic sabotage being unleashed on helpless Nigerians and Nigeria by the organized labor over its dispute with the government on the issue of minimum wage. While we recognize the inalienable right of workers to embark on strike actions as a legitimate tool for advocating its for advancing its demands, we are at a loss to the rationale, the reason for the shutting down of the national grid, which is an essential national security asset, and view this condemnable action as an insurrection meant to unseat a legitimately elected government by undemocratic means, which is a violation of the I guess there's some veracity to that. There is some well, maybe we don't need you, Pansata, but we'll see. They don't make noise. If you want to come in, come in. You don't come and make a nuisance of yourself, though. Enough of that. We want Peter Obi and others back in our party. PDP chairman Umar Damagum. So yes. So that space continuing to offer. The acting national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Umar Damagum, says the party wants Peter Obi and other former members back into its fold. So this is a general come back home, not especially a golden invite to Peter Obi. Yes. I think yes. Let me bring you this. This is from the international space, a country where I live. UK polls predict biggest ever Labour win. So elections coming up, by the way, in approximately a month's time to elect the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and everybody wants the Indian out. You know the Indian, of course. He was never really elected. He was just served the prime ministership, and is a very right-wing sort of guy, always wanting to straddle black people. UK poll predicts biggest ever Labour win. So I'll certainly be voting, and of course I'll be voting to get the Indian out. Britain's opposition Labour Party, nothing to do. There's no synergy between this and whatever is being run by Julius Jure there. Britain's opposition Labour Party could be on the path to the biggest election victory in its history. Pollsters YouGov said on Monday, predicting a thumping 194 seat majority. The poll, which looked at voting estimates across all UK constituencies, predicted that Labour could win 422 out of 650 seats in the July 4 election. The Conservatives under Prime Minister Rishi Sunak were predicted to win 140 seats by the YouGov poll, which was carried out by Sky News TV. Labour's victory. So that's just. I think you get the general thrust of that. I'm not quite sure how much interest there is in UK politics. Yes. So I'm not quite sure how much interest there is in UK politics. Let me give you. Was there one more that I wanted to give you before I go to the clip? There was one other item that I thought to give you. Or where is it? All right. Yes, there was the revocation of the license of a bank called Heritage Bank, but quite what interest Peter Obi has there, I'm not sure. It says Peter Obi reacts to CBN's revocation of Heritage Bank's license. So what's his interest in the space? Presidential candidate Labour Party in 2023, Peter Obi has spoken out on the recent revocation of Heritage Bank PLC's banking license by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. In a statement on social media, Obi expressed concern over the impact on depositors, urging the federal government to ensure prompt payment of all deposits in full. Whilst acknowledging the decision of the central bank as necessary for financial stability, so I'm not quite sure why he's actually commenting on this. What capital? Yeah, this was a guy that couldn't comment on soldiers being slaughtered in the east, but very quick to, because this news broke about 4 or 5 hours ago, but very quick to comment on this. He couldn't comment on anyway, the guy is a joker. Anyway, I think we all know that. So let me play you a little soup song of this. I was told to play it from minute 33. So let's pick it up from minute 30, and then we'll just play it. We play it to the point that we feel that something has been established. So let's have a watch of this.
You can say anything. That's maybe what you have to say something to sell your market. You have to say something to sell your opinion. You must say something. How? They walked out 3 times. If we are not serious, are we the people walking out? So how are we not serious?
Did you annoy them for them to?
How will I annoy? Am I annoying?
No, I'm saying that when I say you, I'm saying on the government side.
No,
what got them so upset that they had to walk out?
No, the truth of the matter is this: there's no need to annoy anybody. Why will you annoy anyone with discussions?
So what caused them to walk out? If they walked out 3 times,
that is to show you that they are serious, and then we are not serious.
How do you prove to Nigerians that you're serious about this negotiation?
How?
If the Labour is accusing the federal government of not being serious.
So because they accuse us of not being serious, it doesn't mean we are not serious. So if you are not serious, since they called on strike, have we slept? When they walked out the last time, they were supposed to conclude. We fixed a meeting for Monday, and they said, okay, Monday is not convenient. And then we brought it back backward to Friday. You see, the thing is, it's good to be truthful, and it's good to say the truth the way it is, no matter whether you're right or wrong. I'm one person that will not come here and be telling you lies because I won't get anything from it. Federal government is very serious, and we want to conclude the negotiations and have a minimum wage that is payable by all the parties. But I believe that Nigeria will be happy when we finish, because I have not seen anywhere that the federal government is sleeping on its duties. We should be patriotic at this time. A lot of things has gone wrong, and we came at a time that things are really bad now. And we are not complaining, we are not like shifting the blame to anybody. But these things happens, and when it happens, the most important thing is for you to work hard and pray to God and make sure that you walk around the clock and make sure that you change do the necessary things that will change the narratives. And that's what we are doing.
We want good news, Minister. You are on this program, and millions of people are watching tonight. And beyond what we are not privy to that goes on in that room, and bringing you on this program tonight, on a day like this, that a lot of people are frustrated, people are angry because of airport flight disruptions. People don't have electricity in there. I'm very sure most of the people who are watching on their mobile find it difficult to charge their phones today. Those who are watching are probably watching tonight on their television, using their generators and all of that. What good news can you tell Nigerians tonight that they should be open for within the next few hours? Can you give us any good news?
The good news is that we are working very hard, and we are speaking to organized labor. And I know by God's grace, they will see reason why strike is not part of the discussion that we'll be talking about now, because we need recovery time quickly so that Nigerians will smile.
What will you be telling the Nigerian labor today? Because they are at the forefront.
I've said it sometimes with that number, that labor, they are Nigerians like me and you. There is nothing that federal government is hiding from them. The books are open, and we have not closed negotiations. We want them to come back to the table and conclude the negotiations so that Nigerian workers will know where they are. And besides, the 35,000 naira wage award is continuing. The federal government will continue to pay it until the minimum wage is settled. And of course, the minimum wage, if it's settled today, we are going to start take it back from when the old one ended, which is April 18th. So they won't lose anything.
By execution of time and by force of law, 30,000 minimum wage came to an end in April this year, isn't it?
Yes.
But I mean, I've had this conversation within all of this negotiation that in fact shouldn't be as long as that before the review comes. Is the federal government thinking of tweaking the law such that the review of the minimum wage will be lesser within the time span or the duration for its review?
The truth of the matter is that what has happened has happened. We are here now, and the federal government has promised that Nigerian workers are not going to lose anything that is due them due to delay, which is not deliberate.
No, I'm even saying, because you are a member, you were a member of the National Assembly, and the arguments about how long it took to review because of the change.
All right. I think we get the general thrust of where that conversation is, but let's land it on this, and then we'll play the Kegite music, and then we'll see how it goes. So after all of that, I think we have come to somewhat of a resolution. Breaking minimum wage, federal government, organized labor sign agreement. So it looks as though something now been agreed, but what has been agreed? The federal government and the organized labor on Monday night signed an agreement over the minimum wage controversy. The agreement was signed after a marathon meeting brokered by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. Correspondents report that the meeting was convened in response to the nationwide strike, which grounded activities across the country. So details of the agreement below. Resolutions reached at the meeting between the federal government and the organized labor held on Monday, 3rd of June, 2024. Further to the negotiation by the Tripartite Committee on National Minimum Wage and subsequent withdrawal of labor from negotiation, the leadership of the National Assembly intervened. On the 2nd of June 2024, the organized labor declared a nationwide strike on Monday, 3rd of June 2024, to drive home its demands. Number two, the federal government, in the national interest, convened a meeting with labor held in the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation on Monday, the 3rd of June, with a view to ending the strike action. Number three, after exhaustive deliberations and engagement by both parties, the following resolutions were reached. Number one, the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, is committed to a national minimum wage that is higher than 60,000. So it looks as though after all of that hula baloo and brouhaha, they still landed at 60,000, because higher than 60,000, 100 naira, 60,000 and 100 naira is higher than 60,000. So I did say that the leadership of the trade union were angling for personal payoffs, and it looks as though the personal payoffs is what just transpired. So they've not gotten any more than what the government offered, is essentially what we're seeing here. Number one, the president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, is committed to a national minimum wage that is higher than 60,000. Number two, arising from the above, the tripartite committee is to meet every day for the next 1 week with a view to arriving at an agreeable national minimum wage. Number three, labor in deference to the high esteem of the president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria's commitment in number two above, undertakes to convene a meeting of its organs immediately to consider this commitment. Number four, no worker will be victimized as a result of the industrial action done in Abuja. So what has been resolved? The strike has not been called off. So I'm not quite sure what resolution. So the meeting going on for an additional week, with the government committing to add more to the 60,000, but has the trade union have they agreed to call off the strike? We don't know. So I'm not quite sure what all that means. But let's play the Kegite music. Kick the session off. Let's play the Kegite music. You know, we always struggle to find it. I wonder if we will be immediate to hand today. So next, the Kegite.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeche with death have nothing to do with us. So joining us, a blast from the past, Professor Data O, there's the prof right there. Patrick Glory, I'm not quite sure where he's joining us from. Pansat, goodness know where he joins from, probably from some coven somewhere. Father of the Pride, Ajaero in the house. So it looks as though somewhat of a session. Let me just Patrick Glory. Can you unmute for a moment, Patrick Glory? Patrick Glory. Can you unmute Patrick Glory? Or am I muting you? Am I the one muting you? Oh yeah, Patrick. Patrick Glory, are you there? Can you speak, Patrick Glory? All right. I'm not sure. Patrick Glory? All right. All right. Let's just kick it off with Professor Data O because it's been a moment since we last heard from him. Prof, our fight is over, Avi. You need to unmute as well, Prof. Did I mute you too? And I think it's frozen now. Okay, Prof, you have to go. Patrick Glory, are you there? I can hear background noise. Look, this is not the start we want. Professor Datao, I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, but you seem. Oh, yes, come back in. All right, let's kick it off with Pansat. Pansat, you're first.
How are you, one man?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Very good. And hello to everybody in this event here. Go ahead. You wanna?
Well, there is really only one storyline. It's quite a boring one, but really one that grounds the country to a halt today. So the labor union, of course, are flexing their muscles, are holding the government's feet to the cold. What are you making of the goings on in Nigeria today?
Well, all I could say, it's about time that NLC bears their teeth, right? Now, for those people who would be looking at any activity by labor to strike as unpatriotic, they have to first understand that in our constitution, in section 47 of the Trade Disputes Act 10, it clearly states that strikes mean the cessation of work by a body of persons employed acting in combination or in concerted refusal under a common understanding, blah, blah, blah. It's legal. It's a legal thing. It's not against our country. When there's a dispute, it is incumbent on the government to negotiate and do so in good faith. So, and this goes to every democratic society in the world that we know. The right to strike is a keystone of modern industrial society. So these guys are not doing anything against our country. No society which lacks the right can be democratic. Settled. I could quote you, in that case, it would be L. McFarlane, The Right to Strike. And that you could go get that in Penguin Books or Google it. So having said all that now, why are these guys striking? There are two things. There is the minimum wage issue, and there is the issue of the government raising tariffs on electricity. That is totally unfair. It's not like they are doing anything. So I want everybody to know that they have a skin in the game. A union such as the NLC is there for higher wages, obviously, according to inflation and all kinds of things. The benefits that employers are supposed to provide, safer workplace, and a voice and stuff like that. So let's all be in this together. That we always preach that we want a country that is unified, that is together, that we want to be one. We have to be in a fair society. So often we cannot be divided for those who are for the government or pro-government, like one man, right? He spent almost an hour talking about pro-government editorial, his own opinion. So for equal time, he shouldn't say anything again for about an hour and let people who are for the people speak, because it's absolutely a travesty for you to have more time for one side where you are sitting on a bull pulpit, explaining everything in a pro-government form, and after you've completely destroyed the audience, render them insane, and then you so My first admonishment to you, one man, is to, because you've spent so much time.
Yes, but Pansat, I'm not against better wages for the workers, but the demand for 494,000 as a minimum wage, that's even 10 times the, and the argument presented by because the minimum wage, of course, it binds not just government workers but the private sector too. So the argument presented by RENO Omokri that if you are forcing Dangote to pay his cement workers 490, nearly $500,000 naira minimum wage, then expect that to reflect in the bag of cement. So to the realism or the realisticness of that demand.
Absolutely. Now, that is a point, but that's not the tone you were taking when you were introducing your thing here. That's where you go to a negotiating table. It has to be negotiations. And these people, right, NLC, they're not against our country. If you make a case...
I hate to interject up and stop
yeah, go ahead.
Please pardon me.
No problem.
If you can see me. I think there's an art to negotiation. There's no doubt about it. There's one thing to bring a ridiculous amount to start with, okay, and go all the way to the bottom at 60. It doesn't make any sense. It shows that those people, to me, they have their own ulterior motives. They have their own interests at hand. It's not possible you're going to start in Nigeria. Even Dangote can afford to pay that to the employees. So we're supposed to pay 640,000 naira a month. Does that even make sense? Now, if they had started around, let's say, 150,000 naira, to me, that would have been a solid way to start, and it would get more than 60,000 naira a month. But the approach was so amateur, it defeated the whole purpose.
Are you done? The one thing I have to tell you, Prince, is that we're not measuring things by what Dangote can afford to pay. That is not the issue. That's beside this point. The point we're making is that you have two parties who are supposed to go into a negotiation session with good faith. Perhaps the truth is in the middle somewhere, or closer to the labor union's number, in my opinion, right? But you do have to respect Nigerian people. When you look at how much, do you know how much the government is trying to pay these people with inflation we have? The price of gas is 80,000 naira. You have to be an imbecile now. This is where sometime is probably, I'm going to come in here and I want to have a lower energy. I'm not going to say something that's untrue, but I have a lower energy and I'll have tolerance.
Pansat, let's limit the name calling, but carry on.
No, that's what I'm just saying. I was even going to be harsher on myself than you were there. So what I'm saying is that we can't say we can make our country dependent on what Dangote can pay. Who gives a damn what he could pay? Are these people supposed to get paid with one bag of gari, for example? They don't even want to offer that. So what I'm saying is that let's be serious about this one. This is no time to play that game. It's no time to play that game. This is a time to be sober and try to have them, if possible, be respected, be approached with something that makes sense at least. So they declared that they're going to go on a strike on Monday, the 3rd of June. That's today. So the government, it was incumbent on the government to respect that and to do everything to avert it. These are our citizens, a lot of reasonable people. That Nigerians have gone on strikes before. One, for example, in 1945, when our country was actually beginning to form, and that strike lasted for 44 days.
Pansat, do you think the labor union were intent on going on that strike come what may? Because throughout all of the negotiations, all you ever hear was that, oh, they walked out of the room, That's not the purpose of you are meant to, a give and take, ebb and flow, shout and schmooze. That's how negotiations are done. but every single thing they've worked out. It seems as though they were intent on that strike. Come what may.
No, it couldn't
One
be.
man, it showed to me that they don't have these people didn't have the interest of the people at hand at all, at heart. They didn't have it. It's not possible that they did. It shows that they're a bunch of selfish people. Okay, so the argument about what Dangote can pay or not, it just come. I don't know what that makes. The point here is that, by the way, in the private sector, in the private sector,
it's good to be courteous,
60,000.
and I really plan to be courteous, but I can't have somebody interrupting me with a bunch of opinions that are not that have no foundation.
No, interjections are allowed.
They're allowed. But what I'm saying,
Well, no, if you can't, it's okay. If you can't take it or if you can't debate it, that's okay.
Hold on.
By
the way, I heard what you said after I let you interject yesterday. Then you said something in my absence, but I'm not holding that against you. What I'm saying is that you imported how much Dangote can pay, and I rejected it. So why you don't even know you said that? That's you that said that. But hold on now. Let me land.
Sorry, Pastor, you still have the floor. But forget Dangote. What we're talking about essentially is the private sector, because the minimum wage binds on the private sector as well. And if it's too excruciating, of course they are going to pass it on to the consumer. So essentially, it be counterintuitive at that sort of stance that the labor union is taking.
A little bit. There's some point there.
One man having Pansat. One man have you seen the breakdown of NLC for that 400 something thousand? I know it's the outrageous, but have you seen their breakdown?
No, I've seen the breakdown, but anything.
So does it actually one man wait? Does it actually make sense of their breakdown?
Look, you know what they say: statistics, and damned lies. Anything can be justified if you condense it into. You know, people work two jobs. Where Pansat lives, where I live, are probably not where you live, because Nigerians, they can't even work one job. But
so one man, you expect every Nigerian to have a two jobs to sustain his family.
If your wages are not enough, then you augment it. That's what people do all over the world. If your
I don't actually know why you are just.
You either train yourself to a higher wage bracket, or you augment it with a side hustle.
I don't really know why you're justifying this, but I know the price. If they can push it to,
I'm not justifying it because I think it's unreasonable. I think maybe they are getting to the tail end of it. 60 at the stretch, 65, but no higher than 70,000. Because as the economy continues to improve, then it will counter back into an inflationary thing. If there's too much money awash when the economy is improving, then it reverts back to inflation. So
one man, I agree with you. I think the reason why they stick their neck on 400 is for the government to push harder, because I'm sure that Ajaero is not expecting anybody to pay him 400,000 naira.
Instance, yes, yeah. All right, back to you, Pansat.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, it's like, you know, when you take a shower, I know you've taken a shower at least once, one man. When it's like you take a shower and you just come out, you can't towel yourself. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that watch these guys interrupting me. Let's get this thing set up tightly. I was trying to define some roles, right? We want to by defining the history of labor in our country, if it's legal, if it's illegal, or whatever. Now, I see some people feeling sorry for the government, right? The government has a lot of power on its side, right? They even have what they call the National Labor Relations Board, which you can use. It's an independent federal agency that's vested with the power to safeguard employees, their rights to organize. It's part of the federal government. You cannot feel sorry for the government. It has, especially our government, where even if they save any money, we don't get to see it. It goes into the babarigas. For the life of me, I don't know why anybody would delay our country coming of age and having a society. There are three, in most countries, including the one I am, in a society, there are three levers of power. All of them have to be strong. You have the worker, you have the employer, and then you have the government. So in order to have a fair and functional society, all three levers of power must be in balance. They must be in balance, not imbalance. There's a lever between the worker and the employer. There's a lever between the employer and the government. So it's not a matter of, okay, look, I'm against Tinubu because he didn't win the election, he stole the election. Okay, so that's not the issue now. For those who come with that aperture, it's not going to be fruitful for us to do that. This is not one of those times. This is where we have to look at both sides. They're important. Our government is important. The employers are important. Like one man tried to remind me that the private sector, when you have a minimum wage and all that, they have to pay. Well, they should be prepared to pay a fair wage. And as a matter of fact, left to me, they should require, they need to be paid more. Yeah, maybe in the short run, it's going to be tough. It's a psychological thing. But in the long run, strategically, our country would far, far better off. Government's role and activities will be lesser and lesser, and then you have the private sector become vigorous. But what we don't want to turn this debate into now, I've come here to talk about certain things, so I'm going to just use this introductory remark, whatever time I'm given to make it, speak on general terms. And then when it comes to my turn, then I'll actually give you my opinion, right? So I don't think anything I'm going to say now.
Sorry, did you want to speak on different other topics, did you say?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
After it's probably better to have everybody have a round on this one, because
bring them up in bullet points so it's out there for just bullet points them and then we do a whip round we're not full yet, so we do a whip round the minimum wage, but bullet points are what you want to talk. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to, by the way, in continuity of what I was saying, is that the right. I don't want us to be arguing about things like these. They're settled in a lot of developed countries already. We have to leapfrog these people at some point. So if they came over to our continent, to our country from all over the world, so forever they cannot claim that we're copying them. They've lost that claim. So I'm saying the right to strike is a crucial weapon in the armory of organized labor. It's a right that was obtained from several years of struggle by the working class. So it's a class battle. And the government's been fierce in its reprisal. So I'm saying you have to understand that it's legal for one thing, and the government has an independent agency to work on these things. So please, and don't be thinking that our people don't deserve to get paid. If they can afford it now, work harder. Everybody, such as Dangote, should be for this. Once and for all, let's pay our people very well. They should not be harassed and they should be, look, a lot of these people is from self-sacrifice. They stop going to work. They're sacrificing, not just for this period, but for our society. We like all three levers. We want them to be in balance. That's all I'm saying on this. Now, a little jab, I'm going to, of course, give the hypocrites in our society. What is this? It's nothing but IPON, a strike. It's independent people of Nigeria. IPOP says sit at home, and everybody's just running their mouth about sit at home. It's a strike. So for people like Ajan Lukuku, who's going to speak after me, who's probably loving what I'm saying here, I want you to know that people have a right to sit back peacefully and protest a government. So one man, I'm not going to be selfish. A lot of people want to get a voice into this, so but I'm better be patient. Let them go ahead and have a bite at this. So what I said is fresh on their minds. And whenever it gets to my turn again, then I will do the bulletin. I'm not going to be very involved. I want to be able to listen. Okay, but I want to know if what I'm saying makes a difference. I want our people not just to look at our government as the only thing that determines our success in the country. We can't have our people starving. Nigerians are really, really good people. They've never had a break. So let's try to give them a break this time. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Pansat, of course, the inimitable Pansat. So the inimitable Pansat, but a man that doesn't brook being copied as well, the majestic Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, you are up next. And this, of course, your day, because you are, of course, entirely in totality for the workers. But even the Labour Party, there's a universality of consensus that are somewhat unreasonable, this demand, 494,000 naira. But a lot of people also feel that that is a negotiating stance. So go for an unrealistic request in order to squeeze the most that you can get out of the system. But what are you making of shutting down the national grid, shutting down the airports, shutting down hospitals? Should spaces not be ring-fenced when all these sort of strikes take place? Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Thank you, Woma. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see the Labour Party you are referring to, they don't represent the interests of workers. At the moment, it's not a party of the workers. It's a party of dubious people, same character like
the politicians,
corrupt politicians. So,
thanks for saying that, Ajale Koko. Thank you.
Yeah. So the Labour Party is,
Ajale Koko, it's not Labour Party that's on strike. It's Labour.
Okay. So just listening, So the Labour Party spokesperson or whoever that spoke against the interests of workers is not representing the interests of workers. He's a politician and he will speak like politician. So the Labour Party at the moment is not the workers that are in charge and in control of Labour Party. Is corrupt politician. Corrupt politicians are the one like Ajaero and all those crap idiot Peter Obi, all those useless people. They are the one in charge of Labour Party. So that man is not speaking for the workers, but speaking for the politicians so that they can continue to, loot and run the country only for their own interests and not for the interests of Nigerian people, particularly the workers. So on the side of the strike today, I think the Labour has showed strength to send message to all Nigerians, particularly the rascal politician, that look, if you think we don't have any strength, take a taste, a little bit of our strength. And we have all seen it. The way the country is locked down all over, state by state. That is the power of the workers. And that is long overdue. But the workers have been very, very reasonable since this administration came in. Administration that care not at all for the interest of the worker. So they have been very patient with them, trying to see how they will come out with a package for workers. They don't want to negotiate. They drag it since the beginning of this administration to this time. So this is not Renew Hope agenda, as they call it. This is Renew Suffering agenda. for Nigerian people. And the workers are pushing back that no, they are not taking this, and that is what is responsible for this strike. I'm very glad that the airport did not work, the seaport did not work, the state government across the country shut down. So this is to all of you on this platform and across the world that always say, oh, the workers, they don't do anything, they're just useless people. Now you can see it, the importance of these workers in the life of the nation. So I know some of you will want to come around to call them names today, but workers, lazy workers, they don't do anything. So why do you want to cry now when they carry out action to show their strength that yes, they are doing something for the nation? Now they shut down the electricity. Now you can know that yes, they are working for the country. So I'm very glad that even if they call it off today, I mean tomorrow morning or next tomorrow, if they call off the strike, I'm very glad that they've been able to send signal to irresponsible administration that yes, they can fight. They are not just a dog that cannot bite. They will bite them hard, and they will ridicule them. It is just, we are just in a country. We are just people that take nonsense from this politician. We take too much nonsense from them. And that is why they don't care about the people. They believe they can get away with everything. And they are doing it with impunity. But the workers have shown to them that no, this impunity must stop. Rascality, irresponsibility, and this insensitivity from the plight of the people must stop. So I'm glad that they show strength, and they must not. They should go back to negotiation. Now I think you read us a communique that yes, they are met again, and they are saying that okay, based on agreement, they're not going to punish any workers as a result of this. They're not going to. Government has signed to that. They're going to increase. I mean, they're going to be talking on amount, over 60,000 and all these things. So the workers have won this round one. So go to negotiation, and they have given them that look, we want a serious negotiation, not up and down, yin yang or fit for no purpose negotiation. Negotiation on every day negotiation till when they reach agreement. So the workers has won this time. They dictate to the government agreed to their terms, and now they're going back to negotiation. So
if they call off the strike, it will be very difficult for them to start it again because they shut down the national grid. And by the way, you didn't even answer my question. Do you think certain essential services should be ring-fenced so that they never go on strike, like the police, the hospitals, certainly the national grid?
You see, let me tell you, the police, we know that the police represent in their own maybe a code of conduct, or how do I describe it? They are not supposed to go on strike so that there's not going to be anarchy in the country. So I agree with that. But these irresponsible people, do they even care about the police? Go and see how much they pay in the police.
Yes, no, I'm talking about certain parastatals that should not go on strike, like hospitals and the national grid.
Hospital can go on strike. Why can't they go on strike? Let me tell you this. Are they not workers? They are civil servants. They are civil servants. They have what do you call it? Labor union. They have their own labor representative. Why can't they go on strike? They negotiate their own minimum. I mean, their own They are part of the minimum wage. Their union is members of NLC, family of NLC. So why they go on strike? If they're demanding for better pay and they are not paid, why can't they go on strike? Are they not Nigerians? Are they not human beings? Should they die
Is
on their
interjection
duty?
allowed?
Should they die on their duty? No, it's
No,
I mean, it's mad.
can I
Let me
please
land.
interject
Let me
if you
land.
don't
It's
mind?
maddening when you guys listen to this irresponsible analysts, armchair analysts on your TV in Nigeria, stupid people that want to go after the worker. Oh, why the essential? This is essential. Well, this no. What is essential for people to be committed to their work? You must give them what is motivational to them. Good pay that will commit them to work. Where you don't pay people and you are increasing your pay and you are living fat in the government, we are all Nigerians. The resources of the country belong to all of us. So I don't have problem with them going on strike for essential service like medical workers and all the rest. So how would they drive home their own demand? Should they die on duty? So somebody Ola can come in. I think Ola was trying. Hello, let Ola come in. Ola wanted to come. Let Ola go.
Baba, in as much as I agree with you to some extent, and I disagree with you from the other angle. I know the health workers normally they go on strike, but there are ranks that will go on strike while the senior medical officers will be on duty. Now, if we are looking at this issue critically, when is the business of the government to guarantee safety of life? And if we link the activities of this labor union to what exactly they are doing, it's illegal because they've already created a very insecure situation for the country. And how do I mean? Because this is the way you look at it. Assuming you have some babies in incubators, assuming you have light that you need to preserve some drugs, you need light to do a lot of things in the clinic. And this guy, they shut down critical infrastructure. Just look at many lives that will be impacted. I don't know. It's like that is tantamount to indirectly trying to pie people if you look at it from that perspective. So let's assume that some of these people that are involved in this shutdown or whatever we are talking about today, if they themselves get involved in any emergency and they need light to quickly do some kind of surgery for them to survive, if something like that happens to them, let's see how they feel. You see, we see how they carry out strikes in other countries. When you carry out strikes, it's not for you to target critical infrastructure. You are not the only one in that country, because the matter of labor is not only left to the government, it's both the private sector and the public sector. This is what people are missing. When you want to bring minimum wage, you know it's not only that, oh, doctor, no, you call bankers, you call manufacturers, you call so many people before you can do that. This is what we are missing in this issue. You know, I'm a supporter of wages increment, but man, these guys, they are committing criminality just because they are doing mass actions. Man, whether we like it or not, this is totally condemnable. Criminal is criminal, and it has no name. It's what they are doing is criminal.
One man.
All right, hold on. Ajaero, respond to that briefly, and then Jide, make your interjection very brief. I want to move it around fairly swiftly. So respond to Ola, then have a very, very brief interjection, Jide, and then because I want to move the conversation around quickly. Ajaero.
Let me tell you one thing, one man. You see these excuses. Oh, if they want to do operation to people, people can die if they go on strike. or if somebody is on the incubator, a little baby in the incubator, oh, if they go on strike, they will die. Look, in medical services, we have category of workers that can be unionized. People above maybe level 12 or 14, they can be unionized. So those ones, when those that are unionized are on strike, they will take up the job. They will be on duty to do the job. So you guys just carry sentiment and listen to this foolishness of that these irrational people on TV say in Nigeria, people that don't even represent anything about the people, but rather the political class. They represent the interests of the politician, and they speak for the politician, and not you, the people. So you guys should just totally get away from these excuses that baby will die or people will die. No, there are category of workers that some others at the top level that are not in union will be on duty to do the job. So if you have responsible people in government, they will never allow strike. They will do everything for strike not to happen in the first place, because workers don't go on strike without notice. They always give notice ahead of time that we're going to go on strike. And responsible people in government will do something to prevent it, to make sure that negotiation is ongoing and show seriousness that yes, they really want to agree on certain things that will make workers happy. So workers are not stupid people. They are not. So Ola, take that one, drop it in the ocean, let the ocean carry it away. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. As much as I agree with you, so let me say I agree with you 80% of what you've said. I still want to say the system in Nigeria doesn't work the way you just said.
Can you list it? Can you list the 80% you agree?
I agree with it that they have the power.
No. Let him not list it, just so we can manage the time.
Where I don't disagree, where I disagree with him is where I disagree is what I want to point out to him. Now, it doesn't work like that in Nigeria, Babajanle Koko. Okay, I've been in a situation whereby my wife used to give birth when there was a strike. Nobody was in the hospital. That is a fact. I'm telling you, it is a fact. Okay? So, the truth of the matter is this: it doesn't work that way in Nigeria. For me, I feel what the NLC should have gone after is things that can affect the economy. Because either we take it, either we like it or not, Tinubu is not going to sleep in darkness. Nobody in the National Assembly is sleeping in darkness tonight. Even the NLC leaders are not sleeping in darkness. I see no reason why the Nigerians, the common Nigerians you say you are fighting for, must sleep in darkness when you know the cost of electricity and the cost of gas or petrol is high. People cannot even, afford to run their generators for long. And there are common essentials like pumping of water and things like that that people need to do. You should have just left that aspect. And the health workers should have been left out of this. You can ground banking system, ground every other thing if you feel you want to ground the economy so that the government feels it. But those areas should have been left alone. And that's why I don't agree with you. You understand? Babajanle Koko, what I'm putting to you is that I've been in that situation. I had to pay extra to call out doctors, nurses, because I've been using that hospital for long. Pay extra to call them out. And they even told me it was illegal for them to come out, but they did that. It was even an operation and they did it. So I'm telling you that it doesn't work like that in Nigeria. Once they say they are going on strike, every one of them are on strike. So we need to reconsider those facts.
Well, you want to use your own case to justify government responsibility. Private hospital exists. If the public is closed, you go to a private hospital. Private hospital doesn't close. So what are we talking about? So
Baba Janle Koko, not everybody can afford private hospital. The poorest people go to health centers, they go to general hospitals. I'm just putting out to you that those people should be putting into consideration. What NLC have done in that two area, they've gone too far. They don't need it.
It's not LLC. Hold your government official responsible that are not ready to do anything for the workers. The workers' union, it is the practice of the union all over the world to down tools at a time when government is not negotiation with them, or when the what do you call it? The organization that they are striking against is not good. They have to go on strike. You see it happening in the most advanced country in the world, United States. The auto workers down strike. They down tools. Even the United States president went to participate in their strike to push on their demand for higher pay. What is wrong with you people? Why do you want
shut down power? Do they shut down power in
all right, Jide, let's Ajaero Koko just come out.
No, I just want to ask that question. Do they shut down power in the US?
I'm talking about auto workers. Auto workers.
Auto
workers shut down their plant. Hold on. They shut down their plant. They demonstrated. The president of the United States went to join them in protesting for higher pay for them in this country. I don't know if you have watched it in TV. The president, the most powerful man in the whole world, the greatest man in the whole world, United States president, he participated in protesting for higher pay for auto workers. What are you guys doing? You have responsible, blame these irresponsible leaders. Don't go after the workers. Workers have the right at a point in time to push on their demand. And it's the only language that this bastard that you guys have in the position of leadership, the only language they understand is strike. Is when they push the worker to strike. That is when they will stand up and say, oh, let us do something. But you, the people that you stand with them, they are not fighting for themselves alone. They are fighting for everybody in that country. You can say they represent 5% of the population, but I'm telling you, each workers have average of 4 to 6 persons attached to them. Average of 4 to 6 persons attached to them. That's a huge number. If you add it up, huge number of the population. One man, the video you are showing earlier, I want you to show that video again. I'm going to tell you a clip, a particular point where you're going to show. It's just like 4 minutes. Go put up that video you showed earlier, that Shemu Kimbali and that labor minister. Go to 33 minutes point 20. 33 minutes point 20 to 35 point 40. I want to highlight something, how these criminals are destroying Nigerian workers. Can you hear me, one man? Go to 33.20.
The books
33.20.
And we have not closed negotiations. We want them to come back to the table and conclude the negotiations so that Nigerian workers will know where they are. And besides, the 35,000 naira wage award is continuing.
Are you on number 33 minutes? 33 minutes, 20 seconds? "33 minutes, 20 seconds of that video. I want you to start from there."
Yeah, no, that's where I started. Let me try it again.
Okay, try 33.20.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Can you hear it?
No.
Can you hear it?
No. No.
You can't hear
We
it.
want them to come back to the
Oh,
table.
okay.
It's on the
conclude
screen.
the
Yeah.
negotiations so that
You're on 33.
Nigerian workers will know
Yeah,
where they are. And besides, the 35,000 naira wage award is continuing. The federal government will continue to pay it until the minimum wage is settled. And of course, the minimum wage, if it's settled today, we are going to start take it back from when the old one ended, which is April 18th. So they won't lose anything.
By execution of time and by force of law, 30,000 minimum wage came to an end in April this year, isn't it?
Yes.
But I mean, I've had this conversation.
No, one man.
Tell me when.
Conversation that, in fact,
One man. This is not.
be as
This is
long
not.
as that before the review.
I want you to go to 33 minutes.
Yeah, that's where I started. We're now in 34 minutes.
No, you didn't start from 33 minutes, woman.
This is started. Okay, let me take it back again.
33.20. 23.20.
Okay, so this is now 32 minutes. So let's take it from here.
All right.
That labor, they are Nigerians like me and you. There is nothing that federal government is hiding from them. The books are open, and we have not closed negotiations. We want them to come back to the table and conclude the negotiations so that Nigerian workers will know where they are. And besides, the 35,000 naira wage award is continuing. The federal government will continue to pay it until the minimum wage is settled. And of course, the minimum wage, if it's settled today, we are going to start take it back from when the old one ended, which is April 18th. So they won't lose anything.
By execution of time and by force of law.
Where do you want us to be?
30,000 minimum
Are we
wage
there?
came to an end in April this year, isn't it?
Yes.
But I mean, I've had this conversation within all of this negotiation that, in fact, shouldn't be as long as that before the review comes. Is the federal government thinking of tweaking the law such that the review of the minimum wage will be lesser?
Let me check the video.
The time span of the duration.
I'll let you know when you know. I'll recheck the video and I will let you play it. But you know, one man, Nigerian workers, since Tinubu came in, has been automatically pushed down into poverty, extreme poverty. Among all the oil-producing countries in Africa, we are at the bottom, down below the bottom. Even Ivory Coast, minimum wage in Naira is about 133,000 Naira. Ghana is 138. Chad is like 115. Chad, this poorest country next to us. Cameroon is about 105 Naira. In Naira. Why must Nigeria workers 30,000? It is ridiculous with the situation, the economic situation in Nigeria. It is insane. These politicians are wicked people. So when you see the workers standing up, for God's sake, we must be on the side of the workers. Because one of us, I mean, our relatives, some of our people are workers in Nigeria and they are suffering. And we know how they disturb us, how they bother us, how they call us all the time. Every time for help, for financial assistance, to pay their school fees, their children's school fees, to do stuff. They are not well paid. They are poorly, extreme poverty. That is where Nigerian workers found themselves today. And the government is not showing seriousness. We saw the speed at which they approve money for themselves for their 200 million bulletproof vehicle for themselves. That nation should have been locked down, but we are gullible people. They have rendered Nigeria useless. They don't even know what to do. It is long overdue. So I am happy for the workers today that they show strength, and I wish they would do it again. If the federal government doesn't show seriousness to negotiate well and agree on something good with them, how can you say 60,000? What is 60,000? What can 60,000 buy? It cannot even buy. What can it buy? People that are sick, the medication inhaler for people with asthma, that is not enough to buy inhaler in Nigeria today. It's criminality. What is going on? The way this government has not showing seriousness in negotiating with workers and give them good minimum wage, it just show a failure on this government. And people should not show sentiment or any support for this government on this particularly. Their failure to negotiate just show irresponsibility on them and unclear attitude towards Nigerian workers. They are a failure, and Nigerian workers have done good today to go on strike to shut down the whole space. One man, when I get that video, I will tell you the where to play. So let me leave it now for others to speak.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. We go from Ajanle Koko to Prince Daddy. On our way to Prince Daddy, I want to play a clip that speaks to the subject matter in discussion.
You go say make civil servant no thief. My brother, if I get opportunity, I go thief them, John. Even them when they there, so I go thief them. I'm telling you, it's so annoying.
All right. Lastly, before I let you go, I mean, if government decides not to move away from the 60,000. Will this strike continue? And do you think this strike will yield any result?
I know what make you finish your question. If they like, may they say no. Say they no go. Say may they still die for that 50,000 naira when they talk. Therefore, then they go know say a hungry man is an angry man. And when the hunters learn to shoot without missing, so the birds learn to fly without perching. They go here and they go collect woto. Not as we do so. You get where we go do and reach now. We go they walk out for street, they destroy them, they kill themselves.
Thank you so much.
Because a hungry man is an angry man. As with the first, so my brother, as I come here this morning, so I never shop. I've been my children, they forbid to go to high school when their children they go. They go carry their children, thief our money, they carry their children, go better school. When they finish, they come load their children over us again. They return say, experience, do you qualify? Do you have this qualification? Qualification, kill their parents here. Qualification, kill them. Nonsense people. Huh? Nonsense idiots. You know how much senator they collect a month? Even their SS, those days we go school, say we don't want to be touts. Now touts be their essay and others, what they do for them. And do you know how much they collect? They collect above 300,000-400,000 naira every month. If they say we know, for just Kukuma sit down for touting. So that all of us go, they do touting.
So, that's all you be.
Before they do touting, then we'll come suffer, go school finish, now we'll come manage, come enter the civil service work, then they'll call the suffer.
All right, Prince. That's the strength of feeling in that space, but a lot of it, sort of full in the indignation. There's a sense that is a put on performance by that guy. But nevertheless, you cannot. There is no denying the weight of the economy vis-a-vis the minimum wage. Prince Daddy. Prince.
Yeah, sorry, I just stopped at the store, but let me see if I can continue. Yeah, let's go ahead. You like to get this one? Yeah, let's go ahead.
What are you buying? You've got to buy a Jakuje again, Abi. You this guy. You end up being as fat as me very soon. You know. Hopefully not as fat as Pansat, because that's just a borderline. But yeah, floor is yours.
Yeah, the minimum wage, right? Actually, can you give me a couple of minutes? Actually, let me get a couple of minutes. I'll be back.
You could yield your time to me. Could you yield your time to me?
Let's yield it to Ikene Pansat, only because it's in Nigeria and it's very late, and he falls asleep very quickly. Ikene, are you ready? Are you there? Are you still awake? Ikene?
Pastor Ikene.
Yeah, how far? Now, wow. All this minimum wage, concern you now. You where you day millionaire role. Which one be this minimum wage within the talk self? How does that affect your Ferrari?
It concerns me now because if government start to pay them well now, they will come to our market and start to buy things. So for how workers do. So I want them to be paid well so that
I think we all do, but start from here. What has been the impact of the day on you personally? The impact of the lockdown shutdown?
Honestly, man, the day is not smiling. Everywhere is very dark in Nigeria. I just took the lights about 2 a.m. yesterday up until now. They just switch off the national grid everywhere. You see, it's a very bad experience that no Nigerian would want to experience. This shutdown, and I know that it's becoming heavy because government is not coming up with tangible solution with it. So that when I listen to that Minister of Labor, that woman, it is very clear that government is not ready to shift ground. And the headline, police giving warning to the workers that yesterday that they should not come out. So it shows you that the government is not ready to shift ground. They have made their proposal, so it's either Labour take it or not. So, and the only thing they have been able to do was that Akpabio was saying that the 35,000 wage award should continue. So, and it's very difficult in Nigeria now, man. Honestly speaking, so
No, the 35,000 wage award cannot continue because the government has already moved to 60,000. So and by the way, by the time this thing settles, they will backlog it to when the when the time span of the old minimum wage ended, and so they will get a lump sum. Most of them, they will get like a big wage packet once this is settled.
The issue that's what Akpabio proposed. So I don't know, but no matter what, the workers really need to be paid very well. The money they're demanding is too much, but the government is not giving enough offer. Government is still below expectation. So regarding the condition of things in Nigeria, I know that 450 is not achievable, but they could come down. But the government has not come up with anything tangible. That's my own problem. 60,000 naira for what? Is it for Gary? Is it for why? Is it for Abado? So what is it? Is it for that government is, and they keep on defending that they cannot pay. They cannot pay. Honestly, I don't believe that the government cannot pay. It's just that they don't want to remove.
The government cannot pay what's been demanded, though. The government cannot pay half a million naira in minimum wage.
The only thing is that the government don't want to start to remove from where they are eating from. So when they start to pay them some big amount, it will be very difficult for them to have much to steal. That's the point. Because government can come up with 200,000 naira or 150. I think they can pay, but they will not pay. Because
I think 200,000 naira might be a bit excessive. Like RENO was saying, the minimum wage does not just bind government workers, it binds the private sector as well. So if you are forcing Dangote to pay 200,000 naira as a minimum wage, then you better be expecting that he's going to be putting that on the price of a bag of cement.
Well, when I'm
Can
talking about
on that point that you just pushing out, I'm sorry, my brother. Okay, I'm sorry. It's gonna take a couple of seconds. You know, this is the second time somebody says Dangote is gonna be forced to pay a lot of money and stuff like that.
Forget Dangote. We're talking about the private sector. Really, he's just a representative of.
I understand.
Don't get too fixated on.
No, I'm not. But what I'm saying, isn't it telling that that's the way it is? It shouldn't be like that. That's why the economy. Let me just make it fast. The economy should not be dependent on one man. All right, that monopoly needs to be broken. And labor, you know, I have a lot of respect for you, a whole lot. Not only do you give us what's happening on the ground, you're an honest man, and you nail it. You don't embellish, and you're a Lagos Igbo guy, so you like to get along with Yorubas and all that, and that's all good to your credit. But don't say that $200,000 is too much. Don't say that. That we're in negotiations right now. We don't need somebody leaving a lot on the table. These guys get paid millions of dollars in that National Assembly. Millions. Some of it for their cars, some of it for their houses. What are we? Our workers? We're animals? Do you know how much 400,000 their demand is very small if they're serious. So I think they should go all the way until this government is brought down. All right, because he got in there illegally. So let me pass it back to you, but please don't leave a lot on the table here for these people. One man, they're not gonna appreciate it. For them to come down just 10 naira from that, and they should get something for it. They should be paid more, or let it all go down. Everybody, let's all go down. You're paying people in politics hundreds of millions of dollars.
All right, Pastor. I know the government is earning much, either by crook or by anything. But I must tell myself the truth. I don't think even if it is P2B, that P2B will pay 200,000. Honestly speaking, but what I want the government to do is to come up with something reasonable, not that 60,000. That 60,000 naira is very, very poor. I'm not expecting anything less than 120, 150. Yeah, but there would have been a better way to do this if the government is a serious one, because all this increment in wages and all those stuff, we still fight back. Yeah, I know it will fight back. Yeah, there will be more devaluation, there will be more inflation will still come. But what is the government doing? The government is not doing enough to fight, especially food inflation. They are not doing enough. If the government is able to fight food inflation, then yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to disturb your flow, but one man, this video starts from 23 minutes, 20 seconds to 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Can you let this one man, I just want to show the state of, the poor pay, poor salary to Nigerian workers. I just want to show it to one, So
let Ekene land his thought, so it's not chopped up. Then when he lands, then we play it. Ekene, back to you.
Yeah. So, but honestly speaking, the government has to do enough. They are very weak in every sector, in every aspect. Whatever I expect from them, they are not achieving it a little bit. Food inflation is killing Nigeria as I'm talking to you now. It's very, very bad. Food inflation. Things are, that time we used to talk, you say, if I tell you that 10,000 naira cannot cook a pot of a soup today, good soup. You say it's a lie. Was that a fact? 10,000 naira cannot cook a good soup in Nigeria today. So if we are talking about good soup today, you should be looking from 15,000, 20,000 naira upwards. 10,000 naira is just just to manage the cooking. So the government is not doing what I expect to see them do in times of fighting food inflation. So that is, if they have done that, even then increase a little bit, that 60, 70 or 80, it will go a long way. Because by the time you're able to go to the market with 10,000 naira, and you're able to buy something reasonable for the family that can sustain you for a little while, nobody will be talking about all these increments in salaries and all this stuff.
Okay. Can I hold on? Did you move location because there's a big echo? But if the economy gets to where you can take 10,000 naira to the market and it has value, does this now 100,000, 150,000 naira minimum wage you are asking for, does that not then lead to inflation? Because the prices of goods have stabilized, but the country is awash with money because the workers are now overpaid.
Yeah, I moved my location, but the price of food is not stabilized at all. Things are very
no, they are not stable now. But when it gets to a point of stability, but the minimum wage is already established, that do you not get what I'm saying?
Yeah, come again.
All right, just carry on with your thoughts, because that echo we're hearing is a bit disconcerting.
Okay. The government, what I want is the government to do more. Fight food inflation. It's very, very tough, especially food inflation in Nigeria today. Because I don't think all these workers are much concerned about the amount you're paying them. The point in Nigeria today is that the money is not getting them anything to feed the family. It's too small. Even this 60,000 naira, when you're talking about 60,000, I just laugh. For what? I know how much that goes out of the pocket every week. You are talking about me that is even still I still have a small family. You are talking about all these elderly people that have about a family of 6, 7, 8, or 4. You are talking about 60,000 naira. It's laughable. Considering I don't know that today we will buy a pint of tomato in the market for 9,000 naira. I think maybe that will be just for 1 week. But that's the situation up to today. So when you buy, even a family of 4 cannot, that pint of tomato is just management. When you buy a pint of tomato, you have not talked about the meat, the food stuff that you're going to use to cook that stew. And these things that they call the food inflation cost. So if it is when we can buy a pint of tomato for 700 naira, who will be talking about 470,000 naira minimum wage? So that's the point. So what's the government doing about the purchasing power of the people? It has drastically reduced, especially since Tinubu became the president of this country. The purchasing power of the people has reduced to nothing. And they're doing nothing about it. So I don't even know what they are thinking. They really need this increment. That's the only thing they can be fighting for now, because they need to survive. But for me, that increment will still not do us well if we don't fight food inflation. Honestly speaking. So I don't even know what the government is thinking. So Nigeria today, everywhere just total blackout. No electricity anywhere. We'll just go out today. Nothing is working in Nigeria today, but if that is the only thing we can fight to get this country back, me, I'm ready to do it. Honestly speaking, I'm ready. If anything should start tomorrow, call it protest or whatever, I'll close my shop. This is getting too much. Honestly speaking.
Can I ask you a question, please? Just a question.
All right, take that question and then bring it home fairly quickly. And then I wanted to play you a clip, but maybe after I've done the round, then I'll play you that clip. But take Pansa's question, give a very brief response to it, and then we go to Prince Daddy.
Okay, I appreciate what you're saying, and you concluded very strongly, right? You're ready to sacrifice for your country, shut your shop down. So, but knowing the history of the people in charge of our country now, not just Tinubu, but the guy from Cross River State who is the Senate president, and all the characters in this government, and your experience with them back home, do you see them doing anything to change the country? Because here's why I'm asking you this question. It's untenable. We cannot be in a situation where everything is shut down and we have an impasse. So if you believe the situation right now, it's careless, irredeemable, irremediable, shouldn't the discussion be for the Nigerian people who cannot afford for this to go on forever to go now and take back their country? Because these people are not going to give. The government is not going to give. They don't care. They're getting fat millions of naira a month. So shouldn't we then be urging the army, the police to support labor?
All right. No. We get all that. All right. Thank you. Address that fairly briefly, and then we move on.
For me, I don't see them doing anything because as of today, all the news, the instruction that came from the government side seems not positive. And at the end of the day, police putting a warning to workers for them not to escalate things, maybe in form of protest or whatever, that they will not take it. They will deal with it seriously. So, shows you that the government is not even.
Your connection is extremely
poor. The right direction. Okay. Just give me a few minutes. I'll come back again. Do you hear me?
Yeah, carry on. Bring it home. Maybe move your location. Where you were before was okay, but where you moved to now is a bit.
There's no doubt who your favorite is on this platform.
Okay. Just give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes or 5 minutes. Let another people continue. I'll come back.
All right. So hopefully Prince Daddy is ready for us now.
Do you want to play that video now?
All right. Okay, let me play it. Yes. Let me play.
20. Okay.
All right. Let me play it, and then maybe that will give Ekene at the time to.
So federal government is working and been doing a lot of things on that renewed hope agenda of Mr. President.
So there are those who believe that, those who know, and Labour had argued that it is in fact not about the figure. It's also about the quality and the value of the naira. The same, if I may show you these particular figures on the national minimum wage and the value of the naira to the dollar, and you will discover that the dollar, the naira, is reducing in value, and the purchasing power of the average citizen is dwindling. So if you look at it, and these are some of the facts and some of the data coming from StatiSense, and if you look at in 2015, 18,000 naira is about $91. In 2023, 30,000 naira is about $66. In 2024, 30,000 was at some point at the official rate is at $18, and at the parallel market it's $23. So you see that the value of the naira is really the issue, which is affecting the purchasing power. And there are those who will say what is the minimum wage of Nigeria compared to other African countries, especially those countries that are producing oil? Take a look at some of them. Gabon has in naira compared to their currency. Gabon has 376,000 naira. Equatorial Guinea 323,000 naira. Libya 313 naira. Algeria 226 naira. Tunisia 199,000 naira. Egypt 194,000. Ivory Coast 188,000 naira. Chad Republic 150,000 naira. Cameroon 105,000 naira. DR Congo 94,000. Angola 58,000. Ghana 38,000. Nigeria sits at the 13th position with 30,000 compared to other countries producing oil in the African country. And their currency converted to Nigerian naira, this is the figure of their minimum wage. And Sudan is the last with 7,590. And these are the issues that a lot of people will argue. If you compare these countries and Nigeria.
Let me tell you something. That is the
Okay,
reason
that's it.
the president has charged every ministry, department, and agencies to work hard. And
one man.
Babaja, I think I've come up with this issue some time ago, even before this incident. Nigeria, you know why I used to say it. What 19,000 naira used to be back in 2012 is not what it is today. 19,000 naira in 2012 is a very big money compared to 30,000, even 100,000 naira today. Because 19,000 naira in 2012 is still about $100. 19,000 in 2012 is still about $100 or even more than, because dollar, like so 2012 dollar is still about 160 or 170, so it's about $100 and something, or it's more than $100. So you check 30,000 naira today, it's nothing. Even if you pay them 100,000 naira, it's not even up to $100. So for you to be able to get, at least give them reasonable amount, you should at least give them what 90,000 naira can afford in terms of dollar. Those times you cannot just reduce the purchasing power of the people. Nigeria is giant of Africa, and you see all these countries paying good minimum wage compared to Nigeria, an oil producing country for that matter. An oil producing country for that matter. We are comparing ourselves with all this Gabon, all this. They are paying better minimum wage. So what are we doing? We're even at the least, at the bottom. It's quite pathetic that our government, especially the current, I don't know whether it's deliberate, whether it's a deliberate act from the side of the government just to keep the people poor. Because these things don't affect them. They live their life. They still buy their SUVs whenever they want to. Their salary is untouched. These senators, just a few months before Tinubu take over, their salary was increased to about 100, 300 or something percent. So why should the workers' own not increase? Is it for themselves only? And when it comes to the workers, there is no money. But when it comes to their buying SUVs and their salaries, and because our senators are even most earners in time compared to the world.
All right,
that's still the highest earners.
Have to bring it on, McKenna. Yeah.
So that's still the highest earners. Our senators are still the highest earners. So we are channeling our resources to few individuals, few greedy men in the corridor of power, instead of separating those resources to the people. See, it will do us good if we pay the workers very well, because the economy will move more better. It will affect the economy very well. You think when you are paying them, you are just dashing them money. You are not dashing them money. You are also building an economy, a very great one for that matter. You are circulating wealth. business will be flowing, workers will be enjoying. So I don't know why our leaders hate this, because they don't love the country. If I should come from our leaders don't love Nigeria. They're just there for power's sake, because most of them, the education they are proposing for us here, their children are not being educated in it. They have good relaxing home after they have destroyed Nigeria. They have good relaxing home in abroad after they have finished destroying this country. They just go there and relax for the rest of their life, even die there, and they bring their useless body back to Nigeria and bury them. So I don't know. It's very quite pathetic. I don't know when they're going to start to think right. But I know that by the grace of God, I'm being agitated. I never know that I would be so interested in politics today. But today I am interested. I'm being agitated, and a lot of us, we must take back the country and place it at the right place. It's becoming too much of them. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. There's a clip that I'm going to play. I'm playing it. I want your commentaries on it, but not now. When we've been round, then when we're doing the second round, then you can comment on it. But watch this. This has gone viral all over social media.
Okay. Call this thing for me. Hold this thing. Just hold on. Igbo. Ask him Konye Chiyazel. You see my face. Thank you. Neya aketa ne this thing. Zero this thing. Igwa aketa abo. Na here new bridge alolofo. This is new bridge alolofo. Onwelo onye obuna kwala ebe a na abani ama nwa accident. Ife ndi bega anu nwa doba. Amalo monde iron condemn. Mano mmadu na bi ebupu. Ife adobalo. This thing, you know how much they say this thing. You go sell them for iron condemn. Sure. They don't first carry this one. Come to this side. That's
the second Niger bridge, by the way. The second Niger bridge.
So you have a bridge. Bridge. They don't go sell them. As they ship this one now, small time now, so I'm not this complaint. I don't know who I go complain this thing for. But this thing now is very dangerous. Before tomorrow, you know go see them. Now person they come carry them, go sell them. Is that good?
No good.
Thank you. Yeje no we moto kwasala onwe ebe a na abani onya maka mo abugodu 4-way driver ikara aguma agwadi mrede kwale 1 week ikama ngoma amalo me azen amalo me pensi enwete energy so ana ma afisi ye ni na afo if obuna if government go see any person wey carry this thing na that person onye na emu di ife ka na ajo de mama atabie ile nego di ife aketa moto obuna gbala ebe a na abani isi ndị moto na adị na apiali onwe fe ebe a na anyasị ejigo m anya na-ekata nka mpụtazi obu na ebulugo nka abịakwa bupute nka fado bio na akịta uche mmadụ pụọ na ya make government should come and do something about it too. If they go share am make they come share am ndị a dị very wicked alapụta akpasisi ife igwe ife jikọ bridge ịtabazi ebe a na abani fine ga alụ. I think now all those iron condemn and iron condemn can they move far. Maka I know sure say Igbo person go just come carry this thing. You don't feel move am. Car kegume. If you try a buffalo also. If I had the long ma, oh, will you tell me is that Soludo is doing this one? Is it Soludo that come out this road? It is governor of Anambra State that come out this one. Those you people are maybe. I don't come. Ijilundum madu egwu. If ọbụna ga na-eme ọ na-eje ala na ndụ ndị mmadụ rapia bro. Ihe ọbụna ga na ndụ ndị mmadụ rapia ka onye chikwa ya zelo.
All right. Maybe
let me just make a few.
No. Let Prince Daddy come in. We'll look round still. It's just that people waiting. I don't want to keep them too longer. Prince, that was the second. Hopefully you saw that clip. That was the second Niger bridge. And you see that the metal patents that they are unscrewing to go and sell for scraps, that's the tension holding thing for the, you know, it's a hybrid, and something has to insulate the tension of it. So that's what they're unscrewing and selling for scraps. Unbelievable. It's just savagery.
Yeah, thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. I love the show. Um, do we attribute that to what, poverty? The people are hungry and they need to eat, and that's why they're doing what they're doing. One man.
Yeah, well, is there not there's an element of poverty, but it doesn't justify it, I would say. But we cannot dismiss that it's indicative of the state of the economy, but still doesn't.
Well,
but yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying, it's a Nigerian thing, if you want to put it that way. People at the top and even people at the bottom, they're equally as greedy. Okay, they're equally as greedy. They're selfish. It's all what they can get for themselves. Many people, not all Nigerians, of course, but that's just the mentality in that country. If you can get away with it, why not? If you can abuse other people or deny other people opportunity, why not do it? It's therefore for taken. That's the mentality of our leaders, and we see it all the time. When they initiate projects, or when they have money to spend on the country, they rather siphon the money for themselves and their families, and take it abroad. The people at the bottom too, hey, let's have fun with the national cake.
Prince. We cannot say that whoever is on screen those metal sheets. It's impossible to say that they don't know the consequences of what they're doing. The lowest consequence is to lead to fatal accidents. That's that's the barest minimum. But the possibility, because it's a tension holder, it could well even lead to the collapse of that bridge. But all of that just so you can sell scrap metals for a couple of quid.
Well, yeah, it says no. I don't think they're thinking that far about the bridge collapsing, but I know for sure they know, though it could cause an accident there, but they don't care. It's when you're blinded by selfishness, you do whatever it takes. It's a Nigerian thing. It's all across the country. Okay, so if it's not the second Niger bridge, it's something else. It's something else. It's government officials. It looks like I'm going to the top, because that's where it starts from. Instead of talking to the person, the people at the bottom that probably did this, it's all across the country. I mean, what can we say? It's even when people, the politicians with a lot of money, with a lot of resources, they never have enough. Go ask Atiku. They never have enough. So how much more the people at the bottom? What do you want from them? It's a mentality thing. It's our way of life. That's how we do things. We don't respect a lot of things. We don't respect ourselves, and you wonder why we complain all the time when other people outside of the country or foreigners don't respect us. I mean, that's all I have to say about that one, man.
All right, Prince, take us to the topic of the day, the minimum wage. So it started off with them shutting down the entirety of the country. And by the way, on your submission, maybe the question that I asked Ajaero Koko as well, if certain critical parastatals should be ring-fenced even by law so that strikes cannot take place. I was saying the hospital, certainly the national grid, etc. So that space as well. But it's not crescendoed into them now somewhat still where the government is, which is round about the 60,000 naira minimum wage. So what is your take of the day as it transpired within the Nigerian state?
So the 60,000 naira is still being debated. Is that right? It's not finalized yet because the union has not accepted it. Is that right?
No, what they have agreed was that the government will offer higher than 60,000 naira. So that's been negotiated. So they've said 60,000 naira above 16,000 naira but they've not really agreed the sum yet. But that benches it around about 60 to 70. Almost certainly they land on around about 65. I don't expect more than that. But they're in intense negotiations for the course of the rest of the week. But also, if they call off the strike, it'd be too big a shift for them to strike again. But yes, that's where they are now in terms of the negotiation.
Okay, I see. I mean, really, just like Ajaero said, I don't think this negotiators, this union people, they have the interest of the workers. I mean, they do pretend by their grandstanding, but they don't really have an interest. And sometimes in negotiation, there's a way you present your offer that makes you look stupid and ridiculous. Okay, and I think that's how they started out. And I don't think the government is going to take them seriously. Trust me, if they are good negotiators and they started at, let's say, 150, 175,000 naira, they probably would have met somewhere in the middle, or maybe around 90,000 naira, quite frankly. But where they started from, it just mind-boggling. It defies logic in a lot of ways. And who wants to pay that anyway? Sometimes I always tell people, for example, I'd rather make maybe $5,000 a month than $10,000 and have my bills be around $2,000-3,000 dollars a month. Why do I want to make 10 grand and have to pay 9,500 or more in bills, and because of inflation and whatnot? It doesn't make sense. So I think when it comes to this issue here, I'm not anti-government. I can never be, because I believe in authority. At the same time, I do not support the government in all that they do. Of course, they're fallible. They can do wrong. Nobody's perfect. It's always a moving piece here and there. But when it comes to, see, people, we don't have to mention names, but when it comes to certain issues, it's more complex and complicated, because you have a lot of variables at play, and not everyone is adroit to be able to see all these variables and put them together to find a balance. When if it's a single issue, single variable, or two variable, conversation, I guess most people can do well. But sometimes some conversations or some topics are above us. Even Barack Obama, I don't care for him. At least back then when he was the president, he did admit that a certain issue was above his pay grade. We have to recognize when we cannot offer an opinion or suggestion to a problem. Okay, it's always easy to say, yeah, give people all what they want. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, so you pay people 600,000, 650,000 naira a month, and what, a bag of Gary would be what, 250,000 naira? A bag of rice would be what, 500,000 naira? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, you rather pay people. We understand right now a lot of things are expensive due to this, naira, the weakness of the naira. If things stabilize, great, but we have to find ways in the meantime, to alleviate the people's problem. But I'm always skeptical about having a really high wage, because I don't think at the end of the day it's going to be the benefit to the workers, because people, the sellers and consumers and everyone is going to hike up their prices for things, and there won't be the benefit at the end of the day. Your whatever 600,000 and 15 naira you're asking for would be nothing, because everything was so damn expensive in the country. Okay, so what is the right minimum wage? I don't know, but I would go with Ajaero's suggestion back then. Maybe around 150,000 naira would be ideal. I think that's within the ballpark.
Praise, you were doing so well. 150,000 naira.
Well, compared to where they started from.
Do you know what the minimum wage is? The lowest paid worker will be benchmarked at that wage. So the cleaner at the office walks home with 150,000 naira.
Ajaero is a socialist. I'm saying if I were to agree, I just give you my numbers. I think if they started out at, like, let's say a serious negotiator at 150,000 naira, and they meet somewhere in the middle, 75,000 naira, or it may be a little bit more, the government wouldn't mind to go maybe up to 90, 80, 90. That would be ideal. But it's not so astronomically ridiculous. It's not helping the situation. That's what I'm saying, one man. maybe 150,000 naira may be ideal. I don't know, because I know there are a lot of factors at play. You have to put a lot of things together. You know, not just left to the experts, but you have to weigh a lot of things in that country, in that society, to like, okay, this amount will be ideal, will be fair amount, with adjustable wage increase of a 1-2% over the next 2, 3, 5 years. Something to work with, something to work with. I don't believe this union people. I've seen them talk. Is the one of the negotiators. His name is Ajaero, I believe so. But anyway, I've seen some of them on television talk, and they never talk from the listen. These guys, union workers, just like, it's not unique to them, by the way. Even in the West, they are politicians. Their leaders are politicians, and they care about themselves. The union, that is the workers, are just tools for them to use for their own benefits. And this union workers, they're close to the politicians. They know the wealth and the largesse of these politicians. So why wouldn't they want to get a piece of it? Do they really care about the common worker? I don't think so for a bit. They don't care about a common worker. Let's find a middle ground that works.
Prince Daddy, what are you saying? The union doesn't care about workers. Who do they care for? Is it the government official they are care for? Who are they representing? Why are they going on strike? Why are they pushing for minimum wage? Why are they putting proposal before the government that they want 460? What are you talking about? I don't understand this argument. This argument.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's not
when I say they don't care, I don't think genuinely they don't care. You yourself. That's why you didn't say they should pay 650,000.
Okay, who do they care for?
They care for themselves. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Who are themselves? You are referring who? Who are themselves?
I'm talking about the labor leaders, their leadership.
Only themselves, not the interest of workers.
No, because the workers are just a tool. They are pawns for them to actualize their own greed or desire or whatever they want. In order to get closer to the politicians. I don't see it. By the way, it's not unique to those people. Even in the West,
if they want to get close to the politician, they will have accepted that 48,000 that the government first put forward before they increase it to 6,000. They will have accepted it to get close to politician and take their own envelope. This argument, I don't get it. It's irrational. I don't get this argument you are making of, though they only care for themselves, they don't care for the workers. Why do
Babajali Koko.
Man? Why are they pushing the government? Why have they been fighting the government?
Babajali Koko.
Themselves. You guys don't rubbish the union and the workers in general. This is what you guys are doing. And we just play a video telling you how Nigerian workers have been pushed into a state of extreme poverty compared to other countries in Africa. You guys should get out from this argument. This argument is a baby argument. It's an argument that is not factual. You don't have no factual base to it at all. Look at the data that they just show on that video to you about the state of Nigerian workers when it comes to their minimum wage compared to the neighboring countries. Look at it, for God's sake. Nigeria was on top before. When I was going up, Nigerian workers are one of the highest paid in the world. Why must it be at the bottom now? Particularly this time when you have your goddamn democracy that you guys are saying you have democracy. This is not democracy. This is a killer crazy, killing Nigerian people. This is a killer crazy. You have government, killer crazy government. Nigerian workers are in poverty compared to their to their contemporary around.
You know the issue we have here is this.
Let me just leave it there.
The issue we have here is this. You will notice very well, I'm sure, if I'm not the first person to say it, I'm one of those first group to say that when they remove fuel subsidy, I said the government should raise government workers' wages. We all agree that the workers, they need to be paid better. But what we do not agree to is that the labor should go into criminality. That is the problem in where nobody is saying they should not fight for their right. Nobody says they should not do what is going to benefit them. Like I was saying in the forum, look at everything they are doing. It's not in Party Tinubu, the senator, even the labor leaders we are talking about. If they are so bold and they think they really want to help the people, then call the internet and telephone and let's see. But everything that we impart the poor people is exactly what the labor leaders are targeting. That is the problem we are talking about here now. You are fighting for the people, but you are making the people miserable. Those people you want to feed, you want them to feed it, they are not even feeling the heat.
That is not true. Do you know how many government officials that cannot travel within the country today or travel outside the country?
That one
that
is
the
not
airport are shut down.
That one
do
is
you know
not
how many? Do you know how much? Do you know how much government has recorded as a loss today for this crackdown?
At the end of the day, the poor people we see
the. Forget about poor people. It is poor people that they are fighting for. They're fighting for poor people, and the way to drive home, let them shout down the system and let the government feel. The government is feeling the heat. Don't say this. The government is feeling the heat.
You know what happened during the struggle of June 12th. Nobody said they should not struggle that time when Franco Correa and co, where they were leading. Now, when they were leading that time, some people took advantage to damage our refineries. At the end of the day, who are the people suffering for all those out?
You are mixing things up. You don't even know why the refinery. You are mixing things up. No. You are mixing things up. You are mixing things up. The damage of the pipeline. What was responsible for it, we know. Is Nigerian? Is this same thing when you see people in the people that live in the community where you are exploring, you are exploring the oil, and you neglected them, and you people are sharing the oil well among yourself, and those people are living in poverty. That is what the same thing happened to Nigerian workers. You can't continue to use Nigerian workers for the good of the country, but neglected them when it comes to
labor leaders so rich. And they that the worker they are fighting for.
Let me leave it alone. You can.
All right. Thank you, let Prince land this thought so we can move it.
Yeah, but please, I asked for 1 minute interjection on the private chat. I don't think you've seen it. Just 1 minute, because
before Pastor goes, let Jide, hold on, let Jide go. Jide is the one to comment. So if anybody's let Jide, then Pastor can go. Go ahead, Jide.
All right, you have the floor. So coordinators, yeah. So as Prince said.
Okay. Good morning to everybody from
Prince
Nigeria.
is running away from a stimuli. The light.
Good morning to everybody from Nigeria. I want to say that we have found ourselves in a place where Nigeria is like a ticking time bomb. We've always been saying this thing for a long while. Now it's coming to limelight, and everybody's seeing it. This is a country that pushes out graduates over graduates, and there's no opportunity of absorbing them. Okay? It didn't start today. This is a country that has, few roads and more people are buying cars. Then you pass through the kind of horrific experience you pass through in Lagos traffic. It didn't start today. If the workers' salary has not been increased to the level of all other West African countries, it did not start today. Because when Obasanjo was the first person that increased this money, I think to 18,000 naira then, Since Obasanjo till now, you can see the level or the amount of money that has gone as an addition to the money, which is like 12,000 naira from Obasanjo, which is 1999 to today, 2024. Children born 1999, most of them are even married. And we can boast of only 12,000 naira. I saw the chart when I was listening to the same to this woman speak when Babajan Lekoko was, referring to that chart. But it is not today. And we've had several labor unions for the past how many years? Since 1999 to today. If they had all done their job properly and got, steady, reasonable increment, Nigerian workers will not be at the level of 30,000 naira today. So now, you now sleep and wake up and now say you want to go from 30,000 to 500,000 naira overnight. That is like 1,100 and something percent increase. It is absurd. Because we all know that we find ourselves in a very, very precarious situation. In fact, the salary you're talking about from God knows when, they've been borrowing money to pay it. But where were the labor union when everything was going south? They were busy collecting the money.
Sorry, are you interjecting or giving your own submission?
No, I thought Prince.
I'm still coming to you. Yeah.
Oh, I thought Prince. I thought you said Prince was coordinating. That I should go.
No. He had the floor, so I think he was taking it. I'm still coming to you. So you can give us the fullness of your expression, but
Okay, so let me go for my interjection.
Go ahead.
Make it very brief, Pansan. It's just so I can get to Prince, Ola, Folibi, everybody. Yeah.
Yes, that's fair, and I agree with that. But let me say that first of all, you should know that when I came on here and I was summoning the spirit of Nigerians, we had the panel fully populated and people wanted to come in here. And it was moving very well. But let me say the main reason why I want to interject is to tell my friend, Ajan Lekoko, and he is my friend. You are the Frankenstein that's built the monster. So you're
still running from a debate from him, by the way. We're gonna have it. It's picked up the gauntlet, but you, as ever,
We said we termed it not a debate. It's something that we need to a discussion for everybody, for all of us. But what I'm saying is that Ajan Lekoko, I'm sure, has been stunning a lot of people when they listen to him because he supports virtually every policy of this particular administration, unlike his principal, who is Showore, right? So I am not knocking him because I virtually agree with him 100% today. But I still have to say that you cannot, let me kind of try to mix my metaphors, right? Allegory, analogy, parable, stuff like that. You cannot plant wheat and then you on a harvest day, you're trying to get some oranges or something like that. You have to be consistent in this narrative that you're on right now. If you want workers to have fairness, get good pay, and just the society in general, you cannot tomorrow again start supporting this particular government and their policies, knowing the corporates behind it, who is the Senate president, who is the APC. Let's just make it short since we're here on time. You're going to have to be consistent. You have to know that elections have consequences.
Can you mention the policy of this government that have given support so far? Can you mention the policy?
The government itself, how's that? The government itself.
Mention. You just said, "Oh, I've been giving support to the policy of this government." Can you mention?
No, that's what I'm saying. Your principle. You claim.
No.
Hold on now.
You just made
Don't be
an
argumentative.
accusation.
Don't be if you're argumentative, then the moderator will then come in fairly, right? He wants to come in unfairly. So what I'm saying is that listen to me. Listen, what I'm saying is that you cannot say, "Hey, look, I support Showere, but Showere cannot win. Therefore, I support Tinubu, right? Or the APC." And then something comes along with that support.
Did I ever say that?
Yes, you have.
Have I ever said that?
Okay, let me make one input and then I'll leave it at that until it's your turn or my turn. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not quoting you ipsissima verbatim, but if you say to us that 10 is greater than 9, then we can say at any time that Ajaero could say that 10 is greater than 2. So you can't come to me and say, "Hey, look, I said 10 is greater than 9. I never said 10 is greater than 2. So I may not quote you, but you don't fool anybody. When you make those comments, it can be extrapolated to the fullness of what you said. It doesn't have to be.
I know your problem. When I go after Obi rascality,
you can have that fight later. You can have that fight later.
That's like you just said. Though one man heard him say, "Why I go after Obi?" If you go after
Prince Daddy, give me 1 minute, please. Prince Daddy,
okay, hold on. Let me take 30 seconds of that.
When I go after Obi rascality, or I describe it as one of the idiot politicians.
Yes,
that is what. That is when you look at me as an enemy.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Hold on. That is when you look at me as supporter of Tinubu. I know what is going on with you.
Okay, but hold on now.
Yeah, so
hold on. You reduce it to math.
Just hold your horses, man.
But no, but he will let me talk. I'm gonna
you don't have no point.
Listen to what I'm saying now. Hold on. What I'm saying is this: you reduce it to math, right? When you have a binary choice, right, and you have OB. Even though practically there's article and all that, but when you speak, just like you just did now, you call Obi an idiot, right? So what I'm saying is that it's now reduced to mathematics, right? If you say that Obi is an idiot, it means that Tinubu is not an idiot because if
like other politicians.
Hold on now.
Like other politicians. What are you talking about?
If you add that caveat, hold on.
Man.
No, one man.
This your tribal nonsense. Anytime somebody mentions something against Obi, it's a problem.
Don't let him win based on shouting over me, right? Anyway, we'll come back to it because I agree with you 100% today.
Yeah, you can come back to it. Let's get to Jide is in Nigeria, Folibi in Nigeria. So I like to get to them.
We should not be giving these Nigerians any whatever consideration since they won't go out and take back their government. When they come here, they come as they are. It's up to them to do better over there. We should not be spoiling these brats. If you don't want to go support that labor right now, and you come here and you talk nonsense every day, but you don't have light, right? We should not pay you any mind, right? Period. Live with your consequences.
Are we using this opportunity to campaign for OP, or we are discussing issues in Nigeria? Because I don't understand.
All right.
Can I go ahead, please?
All right. Let Prince conclude, and then I'll come to you, Prince.
Okay, well, man, with the few seconds I have left, yeah, when Kenneth submits his position, we listen to him, and others too that are like maybe not supportive of Peter Obi. We listen to them. They're all Nigerians. But for some to make a claim that because somebody supports the current government, they don't have a say is just disingenuous to the core. But anyways, I'd like to conclude by saying that look, I am for the Nigerian workers, absolutely, but I want the best for them. Okay, something that's real and commonsensical, not the silly politics this so-called labor union leaders are playing. I know genuinely they don't care for the people. I want somebody to represent the Nigerian people that care about them. Okay, I want the best for them. Thanks, woman.
All right. So the dulcet tones of the majestic man himself, Prince Daddy. So thank you, Prince Daddy. Jide, you're up next. Ola, I'm trying to get to the Nigerians. I'll come to you. You're a member of the team anyway, Ola. So apologies. I know you were here earlier, but Jide, you're up next.
One man. Thank you very much. So, We are talking about minimum wage now, and I just want to. I would like to throw a jab at someone. Come here and you come and complain about the government. You come and paint your candidate as if he's the saint. He's somebody that as at June 2014, his own workers went on strike because he did not pay them salaries. He did not pay them the minimum wage as at that time. So when you come here and you talk about politicians, you should understand that the internet does not forget. And there are facts out there. 36 months salary arrears was cleared by the government that came in. There was a court injunction on this case in Anambra. So don't come here and paint everything as if you have all the answers. Okay? Now we are talking of increment in salary. We are not even talking of the base. Okay, now if they agree to tomorrow, we are even talking of maybe 18,000 naira when Obi was governor and he could not pay it. So now, what I'm saying is this: the labor union has every right to hold the government to ransom, has every right to demand their right from the government. They have every right, to hold the economy to a standstill. But I maintain that when you are doing this, you have to do it in a sensible and realistic way. A way that will not put the people that you are even fighting for in more stress. The price of petrol is already high. Now you go and shut down the national grid. In the next 2-3 days, if this strike continues, Pengassan will not move petrol. There will be scarcity of petrol. People will not even have access to electricity for 1 hour to do common things in their house. Meanwhile, the government that you say you are fighting, they would blow AC from morning till night because they can afford it. Even you that you say you are fighting for them, will blow the AC from morning till night. And some people who maybe they don't even work for the government, will be bearing the brunt of your own actions. This is uncalled for. It is uncalled for. You shut down electricity. So many hospitals have blood banks that all those blood will just be wasted. They have drugs that should be cooled at a certain temperature, you spoil it. These people don't even have electricity before. It is the small one that they bring. I'm saying this because it has happened to me before. My wife went through a cesarean operation in an hospital because that doctor has been used to her. They know her history, they know everything. I could not change the hospital at the last minute. I had to buy fuel, 25 liters, take it to the hospital, move the generator from my house to the hospital, saying that should anything happen, don't give me excuse. How many Nigerians can afford to do that? Is it the mama alata on the road that is pregnant, that will go to the hospital, that she cannot even pay for a private hospital? They are leveraging on the government hospitals because it is cheap. Are they the ones that you want to tell that they should go and bring generator from their house because they don't have electricity in the hospital? In fact, if they even meet anybody in the hospital, I feel they've gone to the extreme on that aspect. Those two sectors should just have been left alone. In fact, we will enjoy the strike the more because we will be at home. For those that will be at home, there will be electricity for us to catch our phone and hold the government to ransom. And if anybody is sick, he can get to the hospital, get treatment. Those two sectors for me should not have been added to the strike. And that is my own point. That is my point. No matter how we want to use emotions to judge this thing, we have to be reasonable. We just have to be reasonable. Now, you are demanding for 1,100 and something % increase. Where is it done in the whole world? Where? Even in America, I know they cannot increase worker salary by that percentage. It doesn't make any sense. If they were saying 150,000 and the government is saying 60,000, after all, this government has been paying 65,000 since they removed subsidy, because they added 35,000 to the existing 30,000. So now you can now come to a common ground. Say around 100,000, 120,000, then fine, you can come to a common ground. But we must also understand that the private sector is also involved, which makes it more difficult. I work in the private sector and we have union. Should anything happen, this happens, the union will say you must effect it immediately. And they are not talking of maximum wage, they are talking of minimum wage, meaning that the cleaner, the lowest of the lowest in that company, would take 120,000. If these companies cannot cope, at the end of the day, they will lay off people. Who bears the brunt? Still the people. So we need to, if these guys want to do, I'm not saying they shouldn't do, it's their right. They have every constitutional right to go and hold the government to ransom. In fact, I like it when you hold the government to ransom and you let them know that, come, you cannot do rubbish, you can't do shit, you guys are just, insensitive and things like that. Fine, you need to point it out to them, let them know. You need to show them that you have the power. But you should be sensible. You increase people's work salary, a gateman salary, to 494,000 naira today in Lagos. And I tell you, somebody that is paying 200,000 naira as house rent, the landlord will demand 1.5 million. So in the long run, you have not done any help.
It will just lead to hyperinflation.
You have not done any help to the workers. You have not done any help to the workers in the long run. It will create hyperinflation. We are already talking of food inflation of like 40-something % due to so many factors, and they are trying to, everybody is shouting, we are trying to raise this, the government is saying they are doing this. Okay. Is it until we go to the market and we buy one pepper atarodo eyokon as 100 naira, then we now say yes?
I'll you then with a question. You do it sometime too, and I do it. What I want to ask you is that we're not speaking in abstract terms here. When this administration came into office, what was inflation? There was no activity by Labour Party at the time. What was inflation? What's inflation now? And when have this country ever witnessed anything like this? So my question to you then in a nutshell is, what are you saying now that was not present? What are you forecasting if the labor, if they're paid what they deserve? What would be the difference? In essence, what would happen that's not happening now? Please answer that with carefulness and sincerity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We need to first understand, because when the government was putting out the figure, they said only 1.2 million people are employed under the federal government. And that will be a drop in the ocean compared to the population of Nigeria. So you mean that because 1.2 million people got salary increase, 230 something million people should go into hell. That is what you are saying. That is what you are saying.
No, you're not being responsive to my question. How
I
much
am
does
answering
a
your
senator
question.
make in Nigeria? Okay, how much is a senator's salary in Nigeria? A senator. Just any
See,
senator.
excuse me. We continue to play this thing. Listen, let me explain something to you. A senator is not minimum wage. That's number one. I work in a company. I will look at some bosses and I will say, what are they doing? All these things, all what these guys do in the morning is come, organize some meeting, virtual meeting, they sit in the AC, blah, 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 and da, da, da. And they are collecting times 20, times 30 of what I collect. Okay? So you cannot judge the salary of
So
one
senators should be making huge
no,
money without doing anything.
Babajango,
This is our own money now. These are our wealth. These are our common wealth.
Yeah, but you can't expect a senator to earn the same as a cleaner now. Is that your
Who said
expectation?
that you earn the same?
Yes.
You say that you earn the same. But how can they be living so lavish, a big life, and we are living in poverty? I mean, you guys are not sincere. Let me just say that.
Because we employ them.
And those are senators, by the way. They've been successful privately before going into
Right. Then they should stay there. The private sector is different.
Nedunwoko being a good example.
Okay, now is that guy worth even worth the minimum wage? That Nedu guy, is he worth the minimum? Listen to what I'm saying. The one man, they were conflating private sector. Yeah, if you're doing well in the private sector, stay there, right? But if you come in where we employ you, you're one of our employees, right? You cannot be making 1,000 times the minimum wage. That's unfair because you should make more. You're a government official. You cannot hide your salary, stealing the money. These are thieves, giving themselves. If you should, one man for this program today to have been superb, right? You should have displayed on this screen what the senators make. I don't think most Nigerians know what they make. So it's unacceptable to have a discussion where you are berating things that would happen anyway. It has nothing to do with the workers. They have to be paid. They have to be decently paid. How would you like to work for a month and somebody give you a bag of rice as your pay? So that's why that's what I'm saying. It's not fair. For a month,
can I continue?
Yeah, carry on, Judy.
Thank you very much. Now, what I'm saying is this. You see, on this platform, we come to this platform, and when some people talk, we will start revering these people. Oh, they are good. They are this is saying the truth because their narrative aligns with what we believe. I'm not saying what the government is doing is good, and I'm not saying that that the union should not fight for what they are fighting for. I'm saying they should be responsible. Okay, and now you talk about the salary of the senator as if the government or the presidency has the right to correct their salary or bring it down. It doesn't. The Obasanjo that everybody, when he comments on this present government, everybody will shout and say, who the Messiah has spoken, signed off autonomy on their budget, signed it off to the House of Assembly. He gave it to them because he was seeking third term. And now no presidency can come in now and say he wants to change their salary or review their salary. We saw this when Buhari came in and Buhari was saying, no, I want to have my salary. Oshibajo was saying, I want to have my salary. I was expecting the senators to follow suit, but because they run an autonomous budget, they cannot. They did not. They won't. It is corruption, I agree. But we did not get to where we are today as a result of what is happening today. If Obasanjo had not put pen to that some years back, maybe Buhari will have reduced it. Maybe we will have even started from Jonathan. Jonathan will have said, no, you guys, you are earning too much. Let's review this thing. But now somebody has signed it into law. And now for you to change it, you need to go back to that same parliament and present it as a law. And the truth of the matter is it's not possible for me to sign a bill that will reduce my salary. I will throw it out. That's just the truth. So we should stop complaining about all these things. It is a problem that we, as it is, with this system of government we are running, we cannot reverse. Okay? But we should tell ourselves the truth. The truth is, I own a company, I produce plantain. My workers now, somebody that does the packing of plantain, because a union, the union has agreed on 900 and something thousand naira, are demanding from 900 and something thousand naira for me. Am I making 900 and something thousand naira from my business? No, I fold up. How many business will fold up? That is what we are saying. How many people now, due to the ripple effect of this callous demand of the union, would be jobless? How many people would even the federal government itself lay off? Because the federal government itself they summed it up to like 9 trillion, right? And that 9 trillion now is what percentage of our budget? And don't forget that this same budget, we know that 90-something% of it they borrow to run it. So we cannot just come and pretend as if we don't know what is going on, or pretend as if yes, our political elites have been corrupt from time immemorial. But now we need to be reasonable. And for me to say it, the most reasonable thing I feel the Labour should have done is this, and I'm going to state it now. Bargain for something around 100,000 naira. When you get it, put the government on its toes and say, come, we are going to go for another strike in the next 3 months if we don't see concrete action for you to push down the price of food in the market. Then you are talking objectively. Then you are actually acting as a union. If we don't see concrete actions for you to bring down the price of food, the price of transportation, we are going on another strike, and it's going to be indefinite. Then you put the government.
So I'm next. So can I borrow 2 minutes from you? I give you 2 minutes when I'm speaking, right? For a give and take with you. I'm next, so it won't be long before you reclaim your 2 minutes from me, and I'll do that.
Yeah, so, Ola is next. Ola has not spoken yet, but
okay, then after Ola, then. But listen, you said something that's not far off. Maybe you adjust the figure like to 250, and then they'll do again for 3 months, and that's good. But what you're talking about is not contemporaneous. We're already in the strike, right? So you said in passing, and you said it very fast, you see that you're not in support of what the government is doing. Could you tell me, what is it the government is doing that you're not in support of right now? I try to be contemporaneous, in essence, where we are, given to we're not debating if it's good to strike or not. The strike is on. So tell me what you mean that you do not support what the government is doing. What are they doing that is not supported by you?
All right. What I'm saying is this.
All right. Use that response to start to bring it home so that Ola can speak as well. Back to you.
Oh, all right, man. What I'm saying is this. We have 2 ridiculous offers on the table, right? Now, the government claims it has gone 100% above what they were collecting before, which is adding another extra 30%. But for me, where I see that it is funny is because already you've been paying this as wage, and you have been paying 35,000 naira as an addition to the 30,000 naira before. So why go down? That is the first thing that the government did that is wrong. I was expecting that coming to the negotiation table, you should be coming to them with something around 90,000, 100,000. So that by the time you drag, maybe you end it up around, maybe if you come with 90,000, you end it up around 100 or 120. It is ridiculous from the government to do that. But it is far more ridiculous from the union to go as high as 650,000 naira in Nigeria. Okay? Now, and again, shutting down all these things that they know impacts more the common masses on the street. Is also irresponsible of them, because if any politician is sick as of today, they can still get the best treatment, even though all government, all doctors are on strike. But the poorest of the poor cannot afford to see. I visit hospitals. There are times that you will be so moved at the way some people are, they are trapped, and you'll be so moved that you even pay bills for them. That is even in a government hospital where it is even cheap. So to have it closed down, shut down totally, for me, I think is suicidal. You are killing the people. And that's why I said it is irresponsible. Okay. Finally, I think their demands is not objective. I think what they should be demanding is this: give us 100,000 as minimum wage. Fine. Now we will give you 3 months. If we don't see concrete actions for you to bring down the price of food and transportation to certain level, inflation to certain level, if you cannot do it, food inflation in particular now, if you cannot do it in the next 3 months, we should see concrete actions. Then we will be going on a definite strike. Then you put the government to work. That 3 months is going to be state of emergency in the food sector. They want to work because they don't want you to go on another strike. When you convey after that 3 months, tell the government again, yes, we see you are doing something, but if you don't give us so and so result in the next 3 months, we are going on another strike. Before you know it, there will be food everywhere. And once food is out of it and transportation is out of it, the money you have will be able to, that 100,000 now will now make sense. It will now make sense. But if you get 1 million today as minimum wage, it will not make sense the next morning. The next morning in Nigeria, it will not make sense, because transport will go up, house rent will go up, school fees will go up, everything will go up. And that is my own submission on the matter. I think they should be more responsible, and they should conduct themselves in a more civilized, not put people into more problem.
Yeah, coming from you, that's good. I like your submission. Coming from you, at least you're a little bit more reasonable today. So thank you.
5 seconds. That was a solid submission from you, because you understand the multivariate nature of this situation. Unlike some people, just talk at one point. You have a good understanding of it, and I guess I just learned something new. The federal government only employs about 1.2 million Nigerians, and for that reason alone, they should make the minimum wage 650,000 naira. Doesn't make any sense.
It especially doesn't make any sense when you look at the annual bill for that, 6.5 trillion. What's even the budget? That's half the budget right there, isn't it? For just some no good rascals that had ever turned up at work. Ola, sorry about the long wait. You're up next, Ola.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. One thing for me is this: I don't even want to bother my head about the amount they are demanding. That's not my issue. I know that if they like, they can demand for 1 million, they can demand for 2 million. I know at the end of the day, they are going to get to a particular level that they can reach agreements. That's not the point. All I know is this: living is not about minimum wage. Government, normally workers should have some other benefits. So worker benefits should not be low, minimum of 50 to 150,000, 200,000. No. Health services, maybe the type of education incentive and some other things that you can give to workers, it can come that way. Where I have concern is this: when you have real labor issues, people are trying to now politicize it. It's a bad thing. It's a very, very bad thing. we should not be politicizing whatever. So let us face the issue of this labor. You see, one thing is this: you are fighting for the workers. I said it in the past, especially when the insecurity was at the height of it. Because part of the duty of labor union is to make sure that you fight for the safe workplace for your members. When people were practically unable to travel to work without someone waiting for them to kidnap them, or you have some kind of workplace that is not edgy, whereby you see the employers threatening the workers. Because I once found myself in a situation whereby when they took over a bank, that when we told them that, oh, this is not how to do things, they said you have a choice. They would just talk to us as if we were not human beings then. And we used to have a union called ASBFI. ASBFI were supposed to be fighting for us. You know what? At a particular point in time, we just FM, we won't hear anything again. So since that time, we'll be able to conclude that anything that will not have naira and kobo, trust me, you will never see this labor union stick their head. They will never. And the annoying thing is this: the way they fight. They say when you have two elephants fighting, the grass will always be the one to suffer. That is why I'm saying that, okay, when people are saying, oh, the labor should do this, yeah, it's good for us to praise them. That's not the point. But are they really looking at those people that is going through these pains? What have you done to make Tinubu uncomfortable? What have you done to make Akpabio uncomfortable? But what you are doing now is this: okay, let's assume someone now is in serious emergency, needs blood transfusion, needs ambulance services, and needs some. You just shut everything down, and these people cannot afford private clinic. They cannot do it. You shut everything down, and you are saying you are fighting for workers' rights. This is what I'm saying. Before we just throw our weight behind the action of the labor, their excess, where they've crossed the boundary, put yourself in that position. Say, okay, let's assume I was in that position that I was almost pie, and they need to rush me to the hospital, and I don't have this, and I get to that hospital and nobody to save me. How will you feel? That's why I'm saying that it's very, activism is the easiest thing, because you can talk, oh, we don't want this, we don't want that. It is easiest thing to do. But now, when you now bring something that the creativity of it and the consequences of it, and you push it, you not say, look at this thing from your own perspectives. Like someone is saying, oh, 1% of those baby in the incubator, they just 1%. The question is this: if that 1% happen to be part of yours, look at it from your own. If they were strike, if they were industrial action during our time, and we were in the incubator, and we're that 1% that we not have electricity, there won't be us here now talking today. You don't fight for people, and the people that will benefit from it will now be the one that will now suffer. Whereas those people you are fighting, they're not suffering anything. So I believe, because I've always believed that, I've always said it before that, okay, this government, you need to even do beyond. Productivity really matters in that country. Because when once you even increase the salary now, you increase the wages now, I bet you expect every other thing to increase too, because the farmers.
Sorry, Ola. Sorry. Did they check the private chat? I left a message for you. Sorry, Ola. Carry on.
So when you look at some of those things we are talking about, at the end of the day, when you look at it, are we really going to benefit from all these increments? Because there are some kind of packages like we should be demanding for. We should be demanding for productivity. We should be demanding for safer ways, a safe work environment. We should be demanding for something like, okay, maybe you want to be using Starbucks or whatever. You should be looking towards that. It's not everything. It's not cash. Everything is not cash. But guess what? We've always known this thing from the beginning. all these people that they are negotiating today, they will go home richer than the workers they are fighting for. Those people that know them, know them. We that have experienced them before, we know what we are dealing with. Because by the time government want to clamp down on them, they will dangle the stick. Okay, it's either you take it and read this one, or we go fully on you. Because they don't really have that capacity of going after the government the way people are looking at them. Government is not only ready to, if the government is ready to wage the real power, they will just they will go into the shell. And that is where you will see some kind of, I like to use the word brand envelopes. When you are doing haste of it, so if you don't know that this thing happened in Nigeria, then I don't know. Maybe you are not in Nigeria, or you've not been following that environment, that labor environment. Because I can give history as far as possible, that people can relate to here. So to me, go back and restore the power grid. Don't give don't give vendors any chance. We are talking, we don't have this in our, you de-energize the power grid. Tomorrow now, maybe some rogue. Even you can see the way some people are looting, and they are already destroying the infrastructure. We are talking about infrastructure that took more than 40 years to even get. And some people are saying, now you de-energize the power grid. What do you think is going to happen? You are giving room for rogues to go and vandalize. When I was making an example here the other time, you think I don't know what I'm saying. When they were fighting for June 12A, when they were shutting the NNPC down, all the refinery, everything, some people took opportunity to vandalize. At the end of the day, who suffer for it? The rich were getting richer because, number one, they were the one collecting subsidy from you. They were not suffering anything. The money they were supposed to be used to build hospital for you, better school for you, they are using that money just to pay some people in the name of subsidy. And everybody is slamming subsidy. And the life expectancy of Nigeria, where do you think the life expectancy of Nigeria is within 53? It's just because what you think you are benefiting, you are not really benefiting. You are suffering and you think you are benefiting. And you are supporting those people that probably the people you are fighting for now, they have the children in Canada, they have the children in the United States, they have the children in this state. You ask yourself a question. You are supposed to be a common worker. How come you are richer than other workers you are fighting for? You are supposed to be at par with them. And we are here, we are giving them support for shutting the national grid down.
Yeah, could I interject? I'm next after you, so I could loan you a couple of minutes that I'm gonna take from an engagement with you. Araba, it's heart-wrenching when somebody like you make the argument that you're making, because you are one of the enlightened ones on this platform. I've heard you many times where I was proud. But look, Nigeria is a giant of Africa with a now fourth largest economy. It used to be number 1 or 2 when this administration at the inception. How can't we be of the top 10? This is Nigerians, your fellow countrymen, men and women. Sikeles has $465 a month. This labor people are demanding something in the range of $369. I'm using dollars now so that it will make sense. A month. What have they done? You're complaining about things somebody in a first world should worry about. Right? These, our people back home, have those, they already used to that. Not only are we out of the top 10 with all the wealth we have, when Nigerians claim they're the giant of Africa, yeah, for real, they are the giant of Africa. It's very disheartening. Now, I see others that come here and they make the same points you're making, sometimes much better than you're making it. And it doesn't matter because they don't know any better. But how can you fail our people sitting out here? They want $300 a month. Okay, so maybe they go to the negotiating table and talk about it. I asked the other gentleman before you, What is the government doing wrong? He never even said something you should say, that the president himself, not Onanoga, not a spokesman, should emerge dramatically and listen to these people. Bring them in. Talk to the country. Have a press conference. Talk to the media. You can't be hiding somewhere, taking money, billions of dollars, building road to nowhere, and then having people getting paid all sorts of money. A president of the country is like a dictator. He could cut that price, cut prices down. He could do some things. Now, the last suggestion from Olajide was a good one, right? Pay something now. I disagree with the figure he's using. He said like 100,000. I think that's a non-starter. Maybe 250, and then give him 3 months in the spirit of committee. But in my presentation, I'm going to pass it back to you now. In my presentation, I'll be making the case of something more subsequent. Okay, thank you very much. I'll loan back this time to you later. Thank you.
You see, there's no point of answering your question. I will tell you why. I've already told you that I don't want to get myself entangled in, oh, they should pay 500. No. That one will sort itself out. That's not my concern. As far as I'm concerned, they can say they want 2 million. I don't care. I know that the thing will sort itself out. That's not my headache. My headache is don't go criminal just because you are fighting. You understand? What do we never see for this school? We've seen the situation whereby some people let students, oh, we should not allow Coca-Cola to enter school. Where they settle them with 504 and Costa and some cash, everything disappear. Coca-Cola, they begin to enter school. Forget about all those now. Today we don't see all those stuff. You understand? So when we say this thing, when you go extreme, who exactly are you fighting for? That's the point I'm giving. Not whatever the government and them agree, I don't care. You understand? It's not as if I'm not aware that the private sector, like the banking sector and telecom, they've increased salary to cover for inflation. It's not as if I'm not even discussing the economic implication, inflation that this will cause. That's not even my mind. I'm focused on the evil behind this. You understand? Even from the angle you've spoken mostly, let us take the country back. How did that sound to you? Let us just make the government fail. That is exactly where you are going to. Not necessarily because you are supporting the labor union. No, it's just because of your political motives. That is the dangerous game we are playing here. If everybody is really for the workers, you say, okay, we are behind you, but go and restore electricity so that your compatriots will not suffer unnecessary hardship. The people we want to deal with is the government. It's okay. You understand? So that's my own part of it. So there's any way you want to judge it, because I'm old enough to have understood that when they are doing labor agitation this way, going from any Africa, even from Ghana to South Africa, they don't go this extreme. The last time we went this extreme, the consequences live with us for over 20 years. Because some people will hide under it to do their criminality, and those people that will benefit from the criminality eventually will be the elite. If they vandalize the power line today, who are those people that are going to supply that? Will they be the common people on the street? You understand all those stuff. So what are you talking about? So I don't know. Okay, what's the big deal? Okay, everybody, you don't go to school tomorrow. Is that not enough? Oh, the market people, you don't go to market. Okay, you have some people in the bank. They don't go to the bank and they stay at home. Is that not enough? So must you now go and say, oh, shut down the hospital, shut down the power grid? Abba, that is insecurity. If you don't know how electricity contributes to the security of that country, we will stay here another day to discuss it, because maybe you don't know. You think, oh, electricity is just electricity. Do you know why when Fashola started lighting up Lagos? Do you know the implication? Because there are dark spots where criminality used to happen. But when they put light there, Go and look at the statistics. The thing started reducing. We are talking of babies. We are talking of emergency like operation. We are talking of a lot of things here. Even some people, okay, let's say a poor man that is running a cold room, for example, that is running a cold room. Like you now short, maybe he's supporting that cold room with electricity, and you now shut everything down. He's unable to power his cold room, and maybe it's stuck, just went bad, just goes bad, and you are saying you are fighting to support the poor people. Who does that? So to me, that's extreme, because I know that governments can be careful sometimes. I know that if they really want to deal with these people, I know that people can actually go to jail for this thing they are doing. You don't need, see, there are laws to even deter these people. That the government is looking and they are not invoking all those things doesn't mean that they don't know what they are doing. So to me, any way you see it, support them for their minimum wage, no argument. But supporting them for shutting now a power grid down, I know if they start, if those people now hijack aircraft now, some people here will be supporting. They will say, yeah, what they are doing is right. But the first question I will ask you that if you are in that aircraft, will you say the same thing? We see some people when they are talking of kidnapping Nigeria, but you don't need Koribe. But the day it happened to the person they know, they started shouting everywhere because they have to experience it first before they know. Even when someone even talk that he experienced it here, that said that he experienced it here, not that he knows, so he experienced it here. Some of us, we are still trying to play around it. Abba, we have to put human face in our thing. So we don't have to be politically correct always. Thank you.
Oh, all right, excellent. So that's the mighty Ola. So well done, Ola. That's such an impassioned speech by Ola. So I'm going to go to Isaac Black next, and then come to you, Pansat. Isaac joins us. Isaac, yes. And then after Isaac, I'll probably hand over to Mike. A 5-minute monologue to the conversation. The conversation essentially around the minimum wage. What's your take on that space? The union shuts the country down completely.
Yeah, good evening, my people. I salute all of you now.
Dinner.
I did well. Oh.
You did well.
Yes, my own.
No, be say you be a dumb man. How pidgin don't switch for your mouth like this? Which kind of dumb man no sabi speak pidgin?
I be a dumb man. Oh.
Now the thing they flow now. You're supposed to maybe here for you. The union people don't shut down the country.
Yeah, my own view with the one with me I see for inside be, first of all, I go start from that power where they go shut down. That one is not good at all. But next time, may them try. If actually say then they hear waiting Nigerians they talk like us, they hear so. If sometimes they just they stroll around, that they listen to Nigerians, maybe as some of us still condemn that part, that aspect, and they hear, maybe next time if they do their protest, they not go to that area. Like somebody say, all those bank where then the bank money put, they fit go those areas, go organize themselves, obstruct and small, so that the government go feel them. The moving around of money and all that, they go feel them. Understand? The people go still like one of our brother talk, say, some people now, they get light for their house. Tinubu get light for his house. Obi get light for his house. Atiku get light for his house. Even though you want cut that power for 3 months, it not go affect them. The people will go suffer and are the people where you say you they fight for. So before they do anything when you they protest, you go reason well. You go know the area where you say people where you say you want help. Those people, those things where you go they do, you go only they affect those people where you say if they wicked or so. That's what we suppose they don't. Then if I want to come now to the minimum wage, I don't hear many people they support the high side. But me, my own opinion go be say, this thing don't dey ground since the time wey Buhari dey for Aso Rock. I believe say this Labour people for news, I believe.
Isaac, why you suppose say make them put on this minimum wage? We be say people no go too suffer, but the government go still feel, because if they go put on too high now, it go cause inflation. The government no fit support am. But the way where they, myself, sometimes I dey joke, but that 60,000, it no really reach make man take do man. So where
I go go there.
where suppose dey this minimum wage?
I go go there. I go go where suppose dey. The time wey Buhari dey Aso Rock, these Labour people, then they protest. I believe say that 8 years wey that man sit down for there. Now so they go strike, they go come back. Since that money still dey that amount, they not gree raise am, significantly. But this government now just come, it dey one year. And then as they come out, so they don't already they talk now, say by April, the old one go. I believe say now that one they don't already they sit down, they talk for table. Where be say Labour people say they not agree. The government say we not fit do past this one. So that 60,000, we then don't they agree, say they want pay as from April. So from my own side, I for like make Labour take government say okay, but it never end there. We too we understand the situation where our country there right now. We go tell our people, make them manager, because most of these people will be the head of this parastatals, all those people with the higher level, like the chairman of this labor or whatever position where they carry. I know say all those ones, they know they receive all these 30,000, 60,000. Those people we know all those people salary, you know say them be big men, they feel buy car, they feel buy even light not go even affect them. So those people wait and they fight for so they go still let them know, say, come, we go still fight for now. The fight never finish. But may we manage this 60 first. Or may we give government every 2 months, may then they review them. Sorry, every 2 years, may they review them. If they put them for 60 now, the next 2 years, may they put 30%. It go like 90. In another 2 years, at least before Tinubu go come out from the office for 8 years, if he win the other election, at least they go don't raise them reach 130, 140. That time, if they do it gradually like that, it not go to affect our country just the way you explain something about Dangote. I know why you mentioned Dangote, because although somebody be one come begin attack Dangote, you can't explain to and say it's not really Dangote you they talk, because you use Dangote as example because now it be the leading one of the leading people with the private sector we be saying they for in product they were for market for Nigeria. So now you don't already talk them. If they carry this thing like just catapult them once, go that it go be like this fuel subsidy where they say fuel subsidy is gone. You know, as Nigerians they do their thing. If you carry this thing, just go 200,000 now tomorrow, my brother, na chaos. The thing will go happen. You go see everything go skyrocket. Whether la skyrocket they call them, I don't know. So it go good maybe say as they put our 60. Labor, may they relax more. May they tell the people.
Bros, make I interject you. It was my turn, but I had a phone call. But make I tell you something, The two way they talk. Now the side comment way they make way they bother me a little bit now. You say things go scatter if they go to 200,000 naira, right? Things don't skyrocket now before labor do anything. Why should the people, the worker, be the one to show that? Make it skyrocket if you go skyrocket now. What with the talk, we say we want fairness. We want people to get paid with the going rate. The government is in charge of monetary policy. Now they get all the lever. So if they know what make things skyrocket, now their side. You say they condemn within those where they here now, where they support the high figure, where labor they talk. Say that's the thing that's bothering you. What about those that are supporting the government where they for the low figure? Oh, make I ask you, you support the government low figure? Do you support that?
No, I'm
So
not supporting the government for that low figure. No, but for this life, wisdom, it is very very important. You understand? It is very important. I not be economist, but people wey sabi economists, they give us a lot of analysis.
Nobody sabi economists. Nobody sabi economists. Make I tell you, economists no be science. But what you want to do, I'm borrowing like 2 minutes from you. I'll come after you, so I will give you back some. But if they talk the way they talk, then be say you no go sabi economists for life now. Nobody know economics. What we know be climate. What climate we do for Nigeria is unsustainable. Nobody should come here to the talk one side like that. If you common sense now the thing where you want to do, okay, do them now, but now government get all the power. Nobody equal government. Now our government, if they lopsidedly they give everything to the rich man, give everything to people where they work for government, and at the same time they know they do their job to bring the monetary policy where the average man can go and buy yam, buy cassava, buy to grind themselves. All right, they go shut the borders, they go print money, they go cancel the money where they print. So you will come ordinary people where we don't elect for government, their job is to go work. They cannot eat. Hunger day for the land. And then somebody will come here, the person going to talk common sense, saying one common sense. Which kind of common sense? Now God would throw common sense down for here. When we talk, we have to talk with common sense now. The two sides are fighting. One day high, according to you. One day low, according to you. You don't even come from middle now. You chastise your fellow citizens.
All right. Let him have it. It's entitled to his own. If it talk the way we want talk now since he are in the talk now. So like now since he are in the talk, we enjoy you there. Continue your yarn.
Yeah, my brother, I come that mean the way they talk so, but now style now I take go there. I went there stylishly. I say if they accept this 60, after 2 years, they go put them for paper. You understand? They will put them for agreement. They go negotiate that one with the government. They go tell government say, come, we no agree for this 60, but we don't want cause any chaos. We don't want since when I say economy not too
60 no be half now. Which way you doing now? Use common sense now. 60, if you come to
then
60,
30 that they paid them before now.
No, that one they're supposed to pay retroactive. That 30, since when the government come move everything up from $1 to maybe 400 or 500 naira, right? It did 14 something. If not me, I go say okay, I go pay on a retroactively. What we don't do. How you go come say 60? You take star go 60 now. You know they serious now. You know they serious because if you want say you want meet them halfway, it's math. No be math. It's the language of God. How can somebody come on a platform they lie about numbers? How can 60 be half? 60 is not half, my brother. Either you know no math or you the yarn.
No, I say I go that
why
meeting.
I'm hostile. Let me tell you why I'm hostile.
You don't understand me. Make I explain that well. I say I
will
know
give you
I know
back
stop
2
on.
minutes. What did I be the talk? We say, hear me. What did I talk? I'll give you back your time after this. What did I want? Why they hostile to you? Be say, it is some remarks where they make, even though you are trying to use common sense. Don't chastise our people. Don't. You should chastise the government.
Na since say na in the talk na no be as you say in the talk na as say na in the talk.
But no be format now. When you say they meet them halfway, saying at 61 go. No be halfway now. These people there for almost 450. Government there for like 60.
No, halfway from when where they come now. No be from Fantasy Island where then they talk.
No. Okay, but I leave it because you will be moderator. You there on the government side. You take 1 hour.
I did on the people side though. Now the people the whole platform now to fight for people now.
Okay, tell me what the government do wrong now. Tell me, and I go mute myself. But tell them before you give back to our brother who has a mic right now. What in government they do wrong?
His name is
Isaac Black. Yes, I see him now. Okay, so tell me, you yourself will be moderator. What? Nobody. When I ask you, like the other guy, he come talk one thing, he begin to elucidate within the people the labor do wrong. Tell me now, more than one. What is what government doing wrong now?
The thing with the government did for this particular matter, the thing with government they do wrong, they say they're not quick to arrest that Ajaero. They're supposed to jail him by now.
Okay, make we just laugh now. Now,
that's the way they show. You know, saying that treason with that way you do, way to go shut down.
One man. Let me put a statement out there, and
you know that be pigeon. You look this guy.
Okay, make a talk on this way. Make a talk on this way.
Like Togo people,
see, one man make a talk on this way. It go shock you. I dey tell you, it go shock everybody for this panel. Say when Labour finally agree, that price, I dey tell you, that money fit no reach 100K. I dey tell you. In fact, I fit talk and say if he no pass that 60,000.
No, the government is not going to. They are going to, because they've said they are going to negotiate for higher than 60,000. So it go past 60,000.
One man we go there here come talk. He no go pass. He no go. You know I said 100K. And Pansat was saying,
okay, make I go to my turn now because I go address him. Olajide, I go address that
100K is pie in the sky. That's wishful thinking.
Make I go my turn now.
Make I take land now.
Make I land my own.
With the bad you that carry on.
Okay. My point is this. Maybe. My brother Pansat, if he reason with me for waiting, I want this illustration where I want to give us. So you see this problem with the ground, so it don't take when it starts. The time when Nigeria suppose they put this minimum wage for where it's supposed they no quick start time. So you know if you expect picking way no quick waka, he made the waka 8 months, 9 months. Some if they go 1 year, they'll start to the waka. Pikin can start to the waka when he want reach 4 years or 5 years. Now he can start to the waka. And you expect that Pikin make it they play football like the Pikin will start to the waka for 8 months. It's not possible now. Nigeria no quick start to the waka. So if Nigeria now get up now, want begin learn to waka now, you not go expect make it just begin play like Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. No, go begin the plan small. That is why I say, as Nigeria want wake up, so make Labour understand. Then another important thing where I want to tell this Labour with the protest. So after they don't agree for this 60 or 70, they follow the advice where I give them. Say make them tell government, say after 2 years, they'll put another 30%. After another 2 years, they'll put another 30%. Then after another 2 years, that like 6 years in a row. That's this Tinubu tenor. That is if you take another 10. This Tinubu tenor, they must climb to that 150, 140, 150, there about. You understand? But it will go like 60 to 90, from 90 to another 30 again, that's 120, from there to 150. Then they still feel go higher. They can reach 400. Nigeria can pay it. They can reach 400, but see they no quick start to the waka. Then make labor carry another placard. As then they fight for this 60,000 or 400 or 60, 80, whatever they fight for. Make they carry another placard. Make they tell government say all these people will get enough. If they're not cut come off from their own, we not go great. Even though we don't settle our side, so okay, we go from 60 to 90 to 110 to 130 to 150, because we get sense, we they reasonable. All the poor people wait in Nigeria, they get sense. Then all of them they reasonable. They get sense pass all these people where they steal our money. So those ones we not get sense. So fine, they're already there on the high side, but they need to cut them down. If they not cut them down, we not go grey for nobody. So Mama, that's why I go end my own the PG English session. It don't end. Now me and the Mike we go do our after time issue.
Yeah, after time now you go begin say make I come up because it be like say that when Mike enter, the people who won't enter, then just they wait me I come out. So
I beg make my input before you come out. I want come out.
You go. But may I acknowledge the people where they pay the NEPA bill first. Of course, who else but Ayo? Always they mention. So that's Ayo right there, setting the tone. Ola joins him in that space. I think he was going back and forth with in conversation with someone. So that's Ola right there. AB, as he or she traditionally does. I still don't know gender ambiguous AB. I don't know quite what he is quite yet. Maybe he or she doesn't even know. Who knows? Ola continues his conversation with whoever, and there is Ola right there. AB chimes in again, so that's AB right there. Oscar Blackbone passed by, and that's Oscar right there. Lato Rich waving there with a good hello, and one Nigeria registers his presence. So there it is. And the super chat can still continue with Mike. From tomorrow. I was even going to start it today, but from tomorrow I'm going to be ending my session and then restarting the after hour, so it can be a standalone session. Because I think Mike is starting to build up quite a bit of a following there. Curiously, among the ladies, that's probably because they don't know what it looks like. But there it is. Thank you, everyone. See, Mike, are you there? Acknowledge, Mike.
Oh. Yeah, I'm here.
All right, I think you didn't hear me poke at you just then. I was expecting you to say something, but thank you, everyone.
I beg, stay. Make I do my input now.
All right, carry on.
Like that. Okay,
all right, carry on, and then I'll leave after you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I beg, make I begin by telling our trembling sets to dismiss their fears. This is to NLC. For joy cometh in the morning. The whooping mourners there, dry your tears, stay strong, for joy cometh in the morning. All of on our way, your souls are burdened. Joy cometh in the morning. Stay tight. Now, what we want to address would be comprehensively responding to those who keep threatening that this is going to happen, this is going to happen. I want to urge all Nigerians who are feeling one pain or the other. This is your time to join the labor, to make some demands on this government. They have no respect. That is the whole thing. Nobody wants to go disturbing their government, the government of their country. But the government will get so. Government that we don't know who to go to when we're in pain, or they cannot on their own come to us and say, we feel on a pain. Here is what we're going to do. We're only 1 year where we did, but we'll hear you. We'll go we'll get planned. They carry all our money, all of them, they for their salaries. Unbelievable. Even though they get paid hefty salary, that's more than the one where the American counterparts they chop. You know, say for this America, the GDP is 30 trillion. 30 trillion. biggest in the world by double digits. Nigeria did for billions of dollars. So they chop more money than people where they here, they work the same job where they do. So they did there. Since May last year, inflation run go 30-something%. Food, people no fit buy food. People no fit buy food for Nigeria. Nigeria is Africa's richest country with a powerful economy before they come in. Natural resources. For 2022, the Nigeria GDP, they've been talk say they estimate them to be 477 billion. And the IMF projects can make it reach 915 billion by 2028. That's almost $1 trillion. Our population, they can pay over 200 million people. Good, smart, handsome, and beautiful people. Providing large labor force at lower rates than any other African country, if not any other country. Natural resources, boku, oil, natural gas, minerals, precious stones. Where God take bless us, where? It means say our forefathers, they pee where we can produce our minerals and our resources. So we have a bunch of people coming, seize our country. When they talk, say make you pay them $300 a month, they talk nonsense. Negotiate now, they negotiate for outside with soldier and everything, they threaten everybody. So here's what I'm saying. Make I go straight to the point before they cut me off here. What's at the top is say, I know one make this thing fair. Because if you go challenging a king, you must cut off his head. Else he go buy you. What is the solution to this problem? Because even those way they here, where they support the government, they talk say government no, they reasonable. They admit that, say no, they reasonable. But they also say, you hear the last guy we talk, Isaac Black, and Olajide come interrupt her. They threaten us, say that in 100,000 way in the propose, say now why you propose that way in the make so. Say no go reach him. He say make we better. Say when that time reach, say no go reach 100.
Pansat. No,
Yeah,
don't misconstrue. No. When you interrupted me and you asked for 2 minutes.
I will give you 2
You
minutes.
say you go give me. No, wait. Let me address it 1 second. What you just said.
Okay.
I'm saying that even this labor union cannot be trusted.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Go ahead, one man. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that this labor union cannot even be trusted to deliver that 100K because it will shock you that at the end of the day, after everything, they will just agree one useless price. But I feel it should not be less than 100. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, I agree. Okay. By the way, I agree with you. They are why you day too. They don't do them before. But me, I be Christian, and when somebody repent, they forgive them all the sins. Right now, I would encourage them. Say we hear them. But it's bigger than them now. It's not only labor that is the problem in the country. We have too much corruption in that country. Too much corruption. I beg, Olajide, I beg, make you just hear me out this time because me and you now we're brothers, we're one. We have that country, it's our country. I don't tell you some of the good things we did that country. I no lie when I tell you, say, we get a lot there. So if they do this side, they do labor now, people where they look for what do they call it? Minimum wage. Okay, then they go do other people. So they solve the problem small. I want to make we solve the whole problem together now because if there people where they that country where say the government no be legitimate government, say they rig the election, say they turn off that beavers. If there people who believe that, say this government no be legitimate. Now, if they people will say, even if this government they legitimate, say corruption too much. say the corruption is so much so that country cannot survive. So I want everybody where they complain to join hand, because me and Showore now, I can't bring Showore in now where I did now. I there for revolution now. That's where we did. This thing, if they say what do you talk, Olaji, they say you know go reach 100,000. Make the tada there for that 450. If they know giver, our people cannot be without light forever. They can't fly. There are a lot of things will be unacceptable. But unacceptable doesn't mean say they will go agree to waiting government talk. No, other options there. These people they sacrifice, make the sacrifice. But the revolution be the way we they go up. Now we get government. So as you come here, they brag, say they don't go agree. Right? Make them no agree now. They say,
can I borrow 30 seconds?
Yeah. I owe you
I beg. Pansat, you see, if our government feed the pay minimum wage 500,000 from next month, I will be very happy. I'll be the happiest person. But the reason why me I do that my whether na analysis I want to come on my own, I give away my own suggestion. Be say I can't look back. As I look back, I can't see say even I hear for rumor say even some states that 30,000 they say a big problem to them to even pay that time. So now my fear be that. You understand? Don't be say
okay.
Say I don't want to make government pay even 500,000.
I hear. I beg. Make I tell you. You know, say this thing where they go on now. No be just for by chance where happen. You hear me? This labor people say government no one come negotiate. Yeah, they give them a date certain. Yeah, government did not come to negotiate. Nobody say na their palaver. I don't come up for the labor team because we have a bigger problem. I beg you agree with me. Say government now we own the people own government, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so nobody the people where they soldier we carry gun, person where they for Sorok, people where they for Senate or governor. Nobody them own the country. Now the people they sovereign. So they give them say make they go lead us, obey our laws, do the things where we don't talk. We talk say you go there, you follow the law, you get paid what you're supposed to pay. You do your job. They go there, they do something else. They threaten us.
No be like where me are they so government for here, then they fear us.
Right.
For the state where I did, the president, because they call like governor of states now for Nigeria. For the state where me they call them president. Now that they call them. The president of my state where me dey for where I dey so. Because of suit where he buy, they tell him make he step down. He resign.
Okay, so waiting, I hear you. You say make everybody hear my voice on this one. The current minimum wage by law expired on 19th of April 2024. That now him where they necessitate these people say make they do the review. So they also say the recent increase in electric tariff is unsustainable and burdening both business and workers. Not true way they talk now. That's their position. When something expires, then you have to renegotiate. You don't renegotiate with the spirit of say, if you know, let's we will do this, we will do this. Where some say you rig the election, come in. Some all have observed say you need to come talk to the people. You know, they send the representative. When they run for office, they say come do debate. You know, agree come. You run away. Now by force, if you don't want work, come out. I've been tell you, say we get boku things. We get money. We get population. We'll be giant of Africa for real. A lot of these leaders, they don't know that. They think say we just be maybe 199 million mumus, and then they have some with top of that 200. Now lie. So I deal with Showere. Labor. If they want, make they fold. If they want, make they day the way they did now. I don't say I don't forgive them. They're not beyond redemption. They're not irreclaimable. They're not hopeless. They're not irremediable. They don't try. Make the tanda there. That 450,000 should be the minimum. It's 300,000. We're Nigerians. Anybody will say, you know, I know get economy, so I don't know how to build this economy where we can afford that money. Come out. Just come out. You go. You can resign. Say, I know if you do this thing, make I come out. You come out. Somebody else go come in. Where if you do it. So nobody to come for this panel. Everybody in the talk. I give you date. Say the thing don't expire on the 19th of April. So nobody's targeting anybody. It's just happened by chance. Say your man ain't there. So what I want join. I want labor and military people where they listen to me too. Now your country now. You know get daughter. You know get son. Where suppose go school get paid. Is this the people where they sacrifice this thing alone? Now all of us now make we reclaim our country. Build that. Because left to me, there shouldn't be one more provocation to do within Showere the talk all this time. All those people who support Showere. Help these people. I know say a lot of people day here. Mike has been unusually patient with the time. So I wish I had time to actually go into some plan where I get. Because me, I know they pretend though, I tell you the truth. So I go end up by quoting Psalm 30, chapter 30, verse 5. It say, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Sit tight. We support you. Thank you very much, Mike. I can now give my remaining time to those people I borrowed.
Thank you, Passat.
You're welcome. I'll give you a couple of minutes. Go ahead. Those who give that to me, you could use the rest of my time.
Yeah, we hand over to Mike now. Now Mike be our master now.
No, Pastor, if you have more things to say, can go ahead. No one is stopping me unless someone else wants to.
Okay, I do have a lot to say. I do have a lot to say.
But hold on, if someone does anyone have something to say?
Pansat, what you've said is good. At the same time, this notion of somebody is not legitimate and all those things that you're putting into it. Now, sort of discredit what you are saying. Okay, somewhat. It makes it look like you are being partisan. The truth of the matter is this.
Yeah, if you heard what I said some people say that. So
all right.
Are you saying nobody says that?
Actually, I really don't see why that should come into the discussion actually. But what I'm trying to say is this. Isaac said something, and I want us to look at it critically and understand where labor itself has been working against the workers. Now, we say review is done every 5 years. There is a 5-year now during the one we are talking about now is April. And from what the union people said and from what the government said, they have met 7 times, of which labor worked out 3 times. Okay. Now let's look at this is 5 years in Tinubu's time, meaning that if Tinubu does 4 years, let's assume he does 4 years. By the time the next person is coming in, he will do another review. If it is 5 years. Now let's go backwards. let's go backwards. 5 years, 5 years will have terminated in Buhari's time. Another 5 years will have terminated in Jonathan's time. Another 5 years will have terminated probably in Yaradua, early Yaradua, while another 5 years will be in Obasanjo's time. So that is how many 5 years space that you had to increase your salary and the salary of the people from 18,000 that Obasanjo first did, and that 18,000 from that time is only 30,000 naira today. And were they adding to 2,000 naira all the while?
Okay, I beg, make I tell you something, huh?
No,
You know,
no,
say,
no.
but hold on now. We see the line of reasoning, right? You have to know that this thing there's a dichotomy. Jonathan, Buhari, Gowon, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tinubu, all of them, na government. That's the way they look at her. You corrected me a minute ago when I talk about people who no get legitimacy. As far as the labor concerned, it no matter. Jonathan, Obasanjo, now them be government, and incidentally, all of them have cumulatively added to the problem. They have no respect for our workers, for our people. So right now, what you should judge yourself. Now, hold on, make I just take 1 minute to say. The thing where they go talk from now when I give you back the mic, is it corrective? Is it restitutive? Is it reformatory? Is it healing? Is it helpful? That's a strike at foot is on. You have to be contemporaneous with the issues. There's no if you want to use diversionary. Hold on now. You want to use diversionary tactics to divide and all this government. Don't be so with the take. Look, Amo.
You are not getting my point. You are not getting my point.
It's a continuum. Not all of them. Period.
Very good. That is what we are saying. The government is a continuum. Okay, and I'm pointing out to you that between the space of Obasanjo and Tinubu today, we've had like 4 or 5 sections of review, and you are telling me that
I don't have time for that.
Wait. This is Pansat. I'm talking to what Isaac was saying. And this is what I'm saying. This is to tell you the habits of the leaders of the NLC themselves. If for 5 different reviews you could not get your salary from you only got your salary from 18,000 to 30,000, it speaks a lot about your bargaining power, and it speaks a lot about the corruption that goes on when you bargain on behalf of these people. That is the truth. It means that if they continue this process again and they repeat the same thing and they also are corrupt, maybe in the next few years, what Isaac was saying was, okay, every 2 years they should be reviewing this thing, 30% up, then they will get to somewhere, which is making sense. But what I'm saying is this: Baba Janle Koko was comparing some countries to our country the other time. Yes, it's appalling. It's annoying to see. But we've had 5 different reviews before now.
I hear.
What did those people go and do? And that is why I was saying, listen, let me just land it. And that is why I was saying I will not be shocked again if these people that are doing all this, they are blah, 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 after receiving different alerts or receiving some kind of favor from the government, go back again and agree to a ridiculous price.
Okay.
And that is what I was saying.
I hear with you to talk, but to me that's a threat, right? Maybe you're saying it in a down way, right?
How is it a threat?
Well, if you say
no, Papa Sat, what Olajide is saying, I said it here before. You see, I'm not talking of what I don't understand. You know, I specifically mentioned as beefy. Mentioning as beefy, if anybody has worked, okay, I didn't mean that we have Patrick Matoski and Emeka here tonight. They will have, maybe they will have bared me, they will have borne me witness. See, the first question you asked yourself, I said it there. How come that some of these so-called labor leaders can afford sending their children to school in United Kingdom? You know how much it takes to school in United Kingdom? Now, you know how much tuition fee is in United States of America? They should be able to tell us. And I'm saying that anything that has no naira and kobo, anything that has no naira and kobo, go and check the history of the country. You will not see these labor people. Fight for it.
Okay. Ola. Is it Ola? Are you Ola? You Ola before, right? Araba.
Yeah, it's still Ola. Yeah, it's still Ola.
No, it's Chukudi now. It's Chukudi.
Chukudi, okay. Chukudi, Ola, let me tell you something, because there's something I said. I was expecting an uproar here. And there was not. There was no, I say revolution. Revolution can start from affront to national pride and identity. It could start from repression. It can start from corruption. It can start from urban insurrection. This regime could collapse. So all that hubris that you're using here, dampen down the spirit of people I just prayed for a minute ago, who timely asked for to take another look at their deal. You know, for example, you mentioned America. In the United States, how did the revolution start here? You have the Stamp Act of 1765, the Townshend Act of June 1767, the Boston Massacre, Boston Tea Party. And then they brought in the coercive acts, which is what you're referring to, coercion. Do not take the docility of the Nigerian for granted, because there is no way it's sustainable for us. It's an affront to our Nigerianness that people are starving. That is unacceptable. I'm talking about really starving. They don't have any food because of the policies.
Pastor, are you calling for revolution because Obi lost election, or because of
no? Because that is one section. There are a lot of people.
That's what he's doing.
No, listen to me.
So when you already call for revolution, why didn't you join? You know.
It was,
that's what he's doing.
Listen to what I'm saying. It was untimely. There are people. In a democracy, there's a threshold, right? You have to be. You are wronging Showore and he's calling for a revolution, and then they grab him, they put him in prison. It didn't reach that threshold yet, because you've heard it many times. A revolution is not televised, but they didn't stop there. Then they keep wronging so many people. Now they wrong the labor. All right, so that is an important voice that will take us over the threshold. So what I was saying, I'm saying, okay, labor, I support labor. I'm against the government, especially when the government is wrong. Cannot be paying people 60,000 naira. I mean, they've been paying 30, half of that. And reluctantly, they did that they go to 60,000. But because of their policies and their greed, the inflation is at 30-something%, right? And the currency is 1 to like 1,500 naira. And you don't have somebody to soothe the polity and come out, take responsibility, and say, hey, look, I'm the president. The buck stops on my desk. I ask for more time. I feel your pain. Here's what I'm going to do to ameliorate the situation. You know, Sia, you go to pass bill to change our national anthem. That's a provocation. There are people like yourself, Mike. By the way, let me just get that clear out. Did you say because of passing this national anthem that Tinubu has engaged in, that you're not going to support him in the next election? Did you say that? Mike?
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So now you are in. Showore is in. Lebo is in.
I mean, in what? In what?
In taking back
I'm
our
not
country.
doing anything with you. I mean,
Okay,
my
no,
own.
wait, hold on. I'm saying that you are unhappy with his engagement, his activity, his priority. You're saying that is not the right thing to do. Not only priority-wise, substantively, you disagree with it. I'm just quoting you. You're here. It was just a couple of days ago. So what I'm saying is that we cannot have a government that is doing the wrong thing in virtually all its activities. Building a highway from Lagos to Calabar around the coast, a coastal highway. That
I agree with that one. I agree with this.
Yeah, I know you agree with that, but that's what I'm saying, though, right? Priority-wise, there are people who don't agree with that. A lot of people agree with it selfishly, but it's okay, though. They're still Nigerians. I bet you a lot of people that highway is going to pass through their house, even their front yard, they go say, pay people according to a living wage because they're Nigerians. They don't want Nigerians starving. So there is in the set, there are people who belong in the whole set in the intersection and all that. So all I'm saying to Olajide and Isaac is this. I am to the right of Showore. I'm to the right of Nnamdi Kanu. I'm to the right of Simon Ekpa. I'm to the right of virtually any Nigerian. And that position, I've been sitting there for 2 years from the first day I came in.
Fansat, you did not complete that statement. You are to the right of any Nigerian that is calling for. Complete it.
Okay,
it's more behind Biafrans than Nigerians. The names he mentioned, they are all Biafrans.
I am to the right of anybody who do not support a comprehensive solution to our problem. We are Nigerians. We deserve some respect. Our governments, from inception of the country, do not appreciate us. This has nothing to do with tribalism. If Peter Obi is there doing the same thing these people are doing right now, I'll be more against it, right? So it has nothing to do with individuals, but please do not come here saying that you weren't warned. You know exactly what you were going to get. So we got it now. Finally, the Labour has a kahunas, because it's not everybody, like say Showore with his supporters. I don't know how many thousands he has. That's not enough to make the government do the right thing, because they can avert. They can make me come down and join. All they have to do is to do the right thing. They have to respect our country. They have to respect our citizens. They have to understand that we are sovereign and that there's something we can do. Do you understand? I don't want them thinking that there's nothing we can do, that they have the military or that kind of nonsense. That's the only difference between me and you. I'm saying that if they go back to that level and say, you know what, guys, let's go back to the negotiating table. We see where you're coming from, right? We're gonna go to a reasonable number. We don't know what the number is, but Labour will know. If they respect our workers, or then go ahead and go military all the way and set prices. There are some. We'd rather just have a military government than to starve. We need some respect. I cannot be here in the United States and whenever I pick up the paper or I watch TV, I see people starving. They don't have any money. So what I'm saying is that they could go ahead, then be idiots in government. Go ahead and set prices. Say, okay, a bag of Gary is gonna be 10,000 naira. Period. If you don't like it, don't sell. And then have the soldiers go into marketplaces for those who are violating it, confiscate their products. Okay, then do that. But we cannot have you sell out our country, have no respect for us, pay yourself inflated prices for your own family, right? And then tell us to sit there. No, that's unsustainable. So I'm advocating for everybody, and I end with that. Here's my point. What I want is to join the whole thing and then take the country back. It should not go on forever. It's unsustainable for people not to have flights, hospitals not to have lights. If the government, within a date certain, maybe 2 weeks, it should move from a strike to taking back the country. They should be chased, and they're going to be running away from that country because the people have the power. Everybody there works for the people, every single one of them. And those are the lucky ones, those who have a mandate, those who were rightly voted into office. A lot of them don't have certificates. A lot of them don't have date of birth. A lot of them did not win an election. So if they're smart, then they should have some respect for the people. But if they're not going to, it's time to bring all the problems to a hit and then solve it once and for all of it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mike, can I just drop something, please? Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. This very one where I want to talk so be say, you see, when they grow up, when they young that time, they Nigeria, they grow up. For the side of my papa house, only me, I can't build like attachment to the house. I can't build them, maintain them. You know, the place can't find. Then I can't they go Cotonou. I can't go they buy all these Belgian shoes, ladies' clothes, because girls they buy all those things well, especially ladies' clothes and then men's shoes, because men they buy shoes well, and all those things. I can't they feel the shop for side of my papa house. I just build them till I finish that business from day one to the time where I can't leave that place for my younger brother. I not pay anything like tax one day for that Nigeria. I just do that business. People come, they go buy. I go market, bring goods, put on there. People go, they enter, they go buy. I not pay anything tax. So I believe say so Nigeria still beating now. I don't know whether Nigeria don't change. I believe say so it still be for now. But the question where I want to make some of our Netherlands people.
Which year be that? Which year you they talk so?
The year where they talk so, you don't tell that time I did.
Don't tell you think say so Nigeria still be.
I don't know whether so it still be. I don't know.
Be like that.
That's how Nigeria is. You can open your business and not pay tax for several years.
This one where they talk so now.
It's still so. It is still so till today.
Yeah,
I'm
for Benin City. For Benin City, now I do that.
People that own business are not paying anything.
So my question now my question where I want to ask concerning this thing where I talk so.
Now Benin City, I've been inside the interior rural area.
Benin City near Ring Road, now my house.
Now Ring Road, you think they're not going to take money now? Ring Road way open to the whole world now. You think the local government they sleep?
No, even
you go to pay
some kind of tax.
Try understand me. Make I tell you.
Ajaero, did you listen to Jide? Jide still talks. They still need to collect taxes for many people.
I beg no, my Jide no be inside.
Jide no live for Nigeria.
Now if for Ogun State where road no reach them, better road no reach that place. Which government workers go come for inside for where road no?
Let me tell you something today. You will do business in Nigeria and you might not pay tax for several.
No, don't let us say Nigeria. When you are saying Nigeria, you are generalizing everything.
Let me now explain something to you. Yes. Let me explain something. Where you start calling for trouble is when you start doing, banners and sign posts. Then the agency in charge of advertisement will visit you. This is something that I do. My wife owns a business. I have people that owns business that they've not paid. They don't pay tax. This thing is not a new thing now. People do businesses everywhere in Lagos, even in Lagos.
Ajaero, they say a kenne they chop ECU every night because they pay taxes. Not true. Now it's every day.
People like
taxes.
no, people like
Okay,
Ekene might not
maybe
be
leave our friend
might
when
not
they
be
talk about in business, where they pay
no,
tax
no,
for
but let me just put it
30
there.
years ago. Make it continue.
People like
You
Ekene
think I
might
can
not
pay tax to
be
Lagos state government? Hell no.
no, Mike, people like Ekene might not really be able to escape it that much because the local government always visits the market like that. But how much are they even paying? If and some of them will not even pay. They know when they visit, they shut down their shop, they will go and things like that. So it is not something that is really digitalized or captured. That is just something that if you open a business today, you start paying today. You can open your business today and not pay for the next 5 years until maybe those local government guys just walk around your environment. You are doing something like this here. But if you want to advertise yourself, put a signpost, maybe a banner or something, then you are attracting them. They will want to first say you should come and pay for advertisement. That is where it starts.
Yeah, the one way me I dey talk so now, the one way my brother Ajali Coco talk, no be say like all those ring road side, inside market, like Oba market and all that. No be say they no dey collect revenue from them. All those, even you get one time where Oshomole be governor, he contract all these Agbero people. Now there, nice Tony Kabaka making money. We take build all those houses we built during Oshomole time, and there Kabaka making money for inside Oba market. When they don't collect all the money finish, they'll go give state governor. The one way state governor say make them bring. Now they all of them make their money. Even if you dey hawk around that ring road, they will still hold you, cut ticket for you, you go pay. The one way me I dey talk so inside street, like your papa house, many people they do something there, like the one way me I do. I not see somebody come one day, come ask me, say, what you they do here? The people they enter buy, sell. I go, come back. Sometimes I will spend like 3 days. Enter sell Lagos, from there enter, carry my goods, come. All the months where I take do them are like years. They don't come one day, come interrupt me. Now wait till I try talk about my own. So the question where I be one ask for that one, whether na him make can we be say government no fit dey do the necessary basic things, you know.
Okay, guys, it's black. Before you answer that question, say you back then no say you for pay taxes, or you don't know.
I don't even know. I not even dey my knowledge. No, I
you don't know say for pay taxes.
No, I don't even know. Say you know, like I just don't. You know, say to say I know, say I have to pay tax. You know, say when you go they do like you go they fear, you go that your conscience go they no, there was nothing like that. It was just like
say you don't know say for pay tax. Hold on, say you don't know say for pay tax, or be say you know but you don't want pay.
No, I don't know. You know, occurred to me say that they even pay tax.
Isaac, make I support you. Praise Daddy.
But na long time you dey talk so Isaac, and a long time be that. Where I never open. Then I don't open now.
That I did for my maybe 26, 27, you know, years old.
Isaac,
you know.
Isaac, make I support you. We dey Naija, okay. You will find out that the day where local government find some people say, you they do this kind of business for here, and local government come say they need to pay something, you will come see battle. These people go put up fight. Which kind of money I won't pay? Which kind this? Some people don't know that they are to pay.
Yeah.
You understand? That is because these are things that happen now. Sometimes the local government guys will just tear the ticket, drop it in their shop, go. The day their tax force is coming, they come with a lock your shop. At the end of the day, if you go there, if you tip them, talk, they pay small money, then go open and back. That is what is happening. Some people don't know.
Even me, say that time, say if to say they come, for example, my mama go even come and say, wait till the apple, make could I leave my pikin, all those stuff. you know. So it don't occur to me say they even they pay tax for it. I just they do that thing there. Say now my papa house. I know they pay for the shop. My papa give me permission, make I do one for the corner there. You know, like that, just like that. So I don't know whether not that one. Now I know if he make because me I for like make government face that all those basic things like give our people light, give our people water, because those days for Benin City, for my pa house, then, not be all this borehole where system we gone full everywhere. For my pa house, for where we did that time, we get one tap for outside, another tap for backyard. So that tap now from road, like the major pipe pass. Now there everybody they connect enter their house. All you need to do, you go waterboard, go do the necessary thing. They will come bring their people. They'll come dig them. That time you don't prepare your own tap, the pad. They'll come connect them for you. So those things I don't know how they take vanish for.
Isaac Black. What you just sorry to interject like that. What you just narrated now is all the same thing all over Southwest. I think you are from Edo, right?
Yes. Remy, we did pidgin section, no English, I beg. No pidgin.
This Finland.
I'm not okay. Sorry. Okay, I think you are from
this country. The country will no big reach at those states.
You know, say sorry. Sorry, brother. Sorry. Ekene say all this grammar we they take a lie. So then we speak PG so that we're going to talk through now.
I think PG the sweet past there. See as we they speak, everybody they enjoy.
It's not here. What I'm just trying to say is that what you are narrating now, or you just narrated, is what transpired in all southwest of Nigeria, where the water corporation they are still working. I grew up to have water in our tap running 24/7. So, but now you can see that actually, to be frank with you, if you look at the system works very well. But to be frank with you, we have had a lot of set of bad leaders. I totally accept. So because some of these governors are so lazy, I don't know why they cannot resuscitate all this water corporation. And everything, every little thing, everybody wants to cry to Abuja. For what reason? Are they going to come to your state to help you dam your Ashidire Dam or the LA Dam that we have in the
Remy,
I don't understand it.
Remy, did you say it was running 24/7?
Yes. When I was growing up, water was running.
Where was that?
My father's house is in Okeado area in Ibadan.
Sorry, Remy Patuski is here. We were talking about Junior. I say maybe you experienced As Beefy very well. How As Beefy betrayed us. I don't know if you were still.
How what?
As Beefy.
As Beefy.
Yeah, you remember them?
I know As Beefy now. Those junior bank staff now.
You know how they betray. You know how they betray us during that negotiation when we're.
No, you know I was never member of As Beefy now. You know I joined the bank as an executive, so I was not unionized. So I didn't
No. When we were exiting from Access, you know when Access Bank.
No, you know me, I had already left. I left before then. I left before then. Then for my level, I didn't.
Association of Senior Bank. No big junior. Association of Senior Bank. That's As Beefy, not big junior.
As Beefy, which one? Is As Beefy the senior?
No, As Beefy for senior. That's
what I'm saying.
Let Isaac continue. I just want to narrate that time water was flowing.
No, but we was not 24/7.
That is your side. My own side.
That's why I was asking. Where is your place? Is it Lagos?
I just name it now. I said Okeado in Ibadan. Are you living in Ibadan?
I used to live in Mokola now.
So Mokola area, let me tell you something.
We don't used to have water every day. We have water like maybe
you don't have water than us. Mokola area, traffic is not straight like that. You guys used to have problem with your pipe. We used to see your pipe.
I know LA has water. I know LA has water almost 24/7. But that Mokola, you know we are okay, Tuna and Oremeji, they don't have water because it's on the hill.
Because that side
Because
is
it's on the hill. And
because here
Mokola,
in Oshostami,
Oshostami,
and the rest, all their pipes, they are under the ground, like what Isaac Brank is trying to narrate. And we used to get water. But sometimes they will take if they have problem. But most times we have water. Continue.
Let me buttress your point. From Mukiado down to Felele area, all those Monete, Moshosami, down to Liberty, they normally have water 24/7. I also grew up in Ibadan. My dad do business there. They have water.
okay, I think I
Constant.
understand. I think I understand you now. I think I understand you now. I think the reason why we
In
don't have
Lagos,
water,
now football they call Felele. I don't know.
we don't have water. Why we have that water problem, Mokola, is because Mokola is like uphill. Mokola or Emeji and Oketunu, we are uphill, so our water is not as
That was
regular.
under military rule, right?
No,
even under Bola Ige and this thing.
And that's what I'm saying. Bola Ige,
Bola Ige
after
is not a
that, the
military
military rule and all the rest, there was water. But
Then
since
there
the
was still water.
democracy, this
No, then the
Jaguda, when
population
they
growth.
brought this Jaguda democracy, everything disappeared.
Do you want the military to come back, or I don't know?
No. I think after during Babangida and Co, water stopped.
There was still
During
water.
Babangida
During
and Co,
Abacha time, there was no water at all.
water has stopped.
The water was
Abi
dirty.
Remi,
I mean,
Demi,
Ben,
during
I
IBB's time,
think
water stopped now.
what finished that country totally is that Babangida. That guy
Babangida was the one that destroyed Nigeria.
he destroyed that country totally.
That it started during Babangida time.
Yes.
But then, since this Jaguda
Between you and
democracy
me,
came,
between you and
the
me,
worst time in Nigeria
are they not
was
supposed? They are supposed
Babangida,
to
Abacha,
improve.
and Obasanjo time. And
between you
then
and me, I think Abacha was still better than Babangida, if not for the violence and other stuff. If you take the violence out, as in the violence in terms of the way they were fighting democratic forces, if you take that out of Abacha's government, I think Abacha's government was still better than Babangida.
You cannot say that because
It
that
was. I'll
Abacha
give you the
is
reason.
fight people anyhow.
I'll give you the reason. I'll give you the reason. Let me analyze to you. You see, when Abacha came in, Abacha reduced pump price. You remember Ajale Oko from 21 naira to 11
Maybe Baba
naira.
don't jackpot to America that time.
Eh?
Maybe Baba don't jackpot now. Baba don't jackpot.
I mean, Abacha reduced pump price from
Yes.
$21 to $11.
Oh yes.
Under Abacha,
so
dollar
that's what makes.
crashed. Wait, now
I
let
don't know.
me.
Whenever people say one government is good, they always when we ask, they always want to bring up something.
I'm trying to compare with Babangida now.
So because of one price.
No. See, Patoski, because Abacha used military, power to make something happen doesn't make him
No, how can
government.
you use military power to make pump price to go down? No, it's just making sure that
Whenever
they
people
get
want to
a cheaper
say
price
these people
now.
perform, they will tell us one price or increase
I think they
salary.
go talk.
No,
Hold on, I think they go talk
now.
some real policy.
Let me
We
finish
are
my
talking about
answer now.
infrastructure, those kind of things.
I'm just giving you 1 point. Let me finish now. Let's finish. You see,
Okay, go ahead.
the price was hiked to 21 naira. The guy made sure the price came down, brought in fuel. They frustrated him to the point that the other countries were no longer selling fuel to him. So he had no choice than to go to parallel market to buy fuel. Then they started selling some adulterated fuel to him. That's how frustrated he was. If you remember that Abacha was selling fuel. Let me finish. I will hands down now. Then apart from that,
I wanted to support you on
if you
something.
I said something. If you take that the way he was fighting the democratic forces out, in terms of his security, Abacha finished Maitasine in no time. Maitasine couldn't even smell few months. In terms of security, Abacha provided better security than Babangida. Then, in terms of the sovereignty and integrity of the country, if they say there's a leader that called the bluff of the West, and made Africa, Nigeria to say, okay, we are a
Patoski,
country.
sorry, are you
Abacha was
comparing?
one.
Hold on, is it
Compared to
Abacha
Babangida,
military? Hold on, Abacha
compared to
military and Babangida civilian? You talking about?
Babangida is not a civilian now. I'm comparing two military governments.
He's comparing Babangida and Abacha.
Bacha, there are two military governments.
Oh, you're talking. Wait, okay, military. Okay, yeah.
Okay, you didn't know Abacha Babangida was a military government. This
I
guy
know.
don't
I
come
thought
for
you were
Nigeria.
talking. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Buhari. Go ahead. Sorry.
You understand? So if you look at the two of them, I think, and look at some of the things that Abacha did in terms of infrastructure with
TTF,
TF and
Yeah,
others.
under Buhari.
I think Abacha
TTF.
did better than Babangida.
I think
And
I will,
mind you,
in that regard, you are
in
totally
terms of
right.
coup, let me even analyze something to you. You know, the two of them, they were military and there were coup attempts on their government. Do you remember? And people didn't notice, Abacha never killed any coup plotter.
He about to kill them.
No, if you let me tell you the truth. I don't know of them Adisa and Tia. No, I don't know of them wait now. I don't know of them Adisa and Dia's case. But if he had wanted to kill the Obasanjo set, he would have killed them.
He should have
He had
killed
enough
themselves.
time to kill them. He didn't want to kill them. Because Obasanjo had helped him in the past.
Yaradua tó pa ńkọ́.
No, you see, Yaradua died in custody now.
Àwọn pa náà ni wọ́n fún ní injection.
No, but that's the assumption. That's the assumption. That's the assumption. He died in custody.
Obasanjo died in custody náà kan so
tó bá fẹ́ pa Ọbásanjọ́ ni ó lè pa sí custody adé ló dá in custody. Kò fẹ́ pa wọ́n kò fẹ́ pa wọ́n.
He wanted to kill Obasanjo too.
Kí ló tó
Torí ló kọ Obasanjo yọ.
Okay, Baba. Let's even say he couldn't kill Obasanjo. Why didn't he kill Gwadabe? Why didn't he kill Olarewaju? Why didn't he kill all those guys in
Listen.
Obasanjo's coup?
It is God that saved Obasanjo pẹ̀lú a lot of
ọ̀nà ló save yàn. Kí ló save gbogbo àwọn tó kù?
Iron on the chest of that Baba, he would have died and nothing would happen.
Àwọn tó kù ńkọ́, àwọn tó kù.
He wanted to torture them little by little.
Which hot iron? Which hot iron? Which hot iron? Speculations. Let me give you one. Get it for any information. Tell you more.
Let me
information. I'll hands down now. When Obasanjo was in custody, my personal friend was the psychologist that was attached to Obasanjo in Yola prison. My personal friend was the psychologist that was attached to him in Yola prison. He had a personal psychologist attached to him. When Obasanjo was in DMI, I know officers and friends, people that are personally close to me, that were the one that were guarding Obasanjo in custody. They used to bring his food to him. They used Eko Atole. He knows them personally. Tom Brown, I don't want to start mentioning names of guys with iron. All this speculation, they use iron to torture him. Who will use iron to torture him? He was in custody in DMI, 24 Child Avenue, Apapa, Lagos State. I've just given you the address. That was DMI headquarters. That was the DNI office. All these speculations people are just carrying. Who used iron
I want
to torture
to
him?
wait. Patoski, please wait. For me, I foresee all these military people, may we leave them because all those ones don't pass. It gets something where I want to ask you.
Yes, my brother.
Because I know you are vast. You understand? You get what I want to ask you. Make you help us. Because you see, where are they so? We get a lot of people here where they influence their people tambien for Nigeria, you know. And they always try to also
where they influence
where they influence their people back home.
Okay.
Yeah, and those people that they rely fully on whatever then they talk, you know. I know I mention most people where they here where they mingle with. I know I mention the side of a place where they come from Nigeria. But what I want to ask you, as in moving forward, because they take many points from here. Anytime I deal with them, they also like to use most of the points where I get from here to take the put some things into them. We dey try our best también where we dey to make sure say all this noise, all this bringing down our country, bad mounting our country, even though the country dey bad, this thing suppose dey inside us. With the pain suppose dey inside us. And
Who are
even
those
though
people you are referring to? Are you referring to obedient? Make you mention them now.
People
I
like
mean, now waiting.
uh,
Talk. Make
Benin,
everybody hear. What they go do you? Eh?
Benin say enekere atamu umenwe ogasekwe okyui. That is very little word. Now you go tell.
Worry me, pa.
I want to explain it. Yeah, I want to explain it. Very little. So you understand what I said?
Patosi, they hear Bini well, oh, na Bini man
Okay.
too.
Only
Okay, Okay, Patoski. Yeah, Patoski, what I want to ask be this. If finally Labour come convince Nigerian government, make them pay something like 250,000 naira for minimum wage, what do you think say go happen to Nigeria? Will Nigeria move forward? Will the people be happy, or it go bring a small disaster? I want make you help me look am.
You hear me? Una dey hear me?
Yeah.
Eh? See, I think that thing, it might put everything in reverse gear. It's like putting everything in reverse gear. But if you look at things are also very expensive. And since government is not taking the right step, Labour wants to dictate his own method. If the government had addressed food problem, they had the last 1 year to do that. I was on this platform, I was saying, food problem, it's too early. It's too early. If you had addressed food problem, that means food inflation would have gone down. Some other things would have gone down. You can even be talking to Labour about 50 or 60,000 as minimum wage. But if you do 250 as minimum wage, it's going to put the company in reverse gear. Just note that it's going to really affect the economy. All the gains that they have made from subsidy and all
Patoski, address the food problem. How?
Fine. You see, when they were campaigning, they told us that 2/3 of Nigeria that 1/3 of Nigeria arable land have not been put to use. That they will make sure that at least half of Nigeria arable land are put to use. What effort have they made in that direction? Because the man was making money to employ youth. I thought by now all those trees, all those books see by the roadside when you're traveling. I thought by now all of them would have been seeing corn and cassava all over the place. No.
Your network they shake.
Your network is breaking.
That is the issue. That I expected that they would have done in the first 1 year. That 1 year was
Can I ask you some questions? Okay. Okay. I would have asked him that you said if they want to take land from state, can federal government just grab any state and then we want to use 500 acres of your land and you have to give it to us? Are they not going to have agreement with the state? An individual that have farmland, is the federal government going to take their land just like that? And if I remember, Nigeria practices a free enterprise. Are they just going to tell Yaloja that buy is good at so price? We are fixing it at 10 naira. You have to sell it at this particular price. Is it going to be easy?
So when they were campaigning, they didn't know that
that is campaign. Campaign
so
can
wait,
be.
now then why are you lying to the people? They don't.
No, that is not lie. Patoski.
That's a lie. Now you say it's a campaign.
Listen first. Listen. Let me tell you something. When you campaign, you can campaign with 27 or 40 agenda. It does not mean that when you get to the position under 1 year, all those campaigns, then you have to realize it. sometimes you have to think out with your campaign.
Remy.
The reality, because you are outside the government. Once you
You
are
have
in,
to prioritize things. Now,
Remy.
because they didn't prioritize that,
I know,
because
I
they
understand.
didn't prioritize that, they are stuck with demand for minimum wage. Let me tell you the truth. If you want to be fair to the workers, there's nobody that should earn less than 1 million naira a month in Nigeria.
You want to kill Nigeria? 1 million naira.
Bullshit! Is anybody
Is that
earning on this
possible?
platform? Is
Even
anybody earning less than $1,000 a month? On this platform, is anybody earning less than $1,000 a month? What are we talking about?
Patoski, you shocked me with that number. I didn't think it was gonna come from you. You shocked me big time. Really?
If you don't want that, then bring down the food inflation. What are you saying? You are saying they can pay, you are saying they cannot.
How many people are working for the government?
Ajale Oko. Ṣé ti rí pé àwa èèyàn gan àwa àfẹ́ràn mẹ̀kúnnù.
Patoski.
Tírú àwọn rẹ̀ mi bá dé government.
I thought Patoski is in the side of the government too.
Patoski, yeah, let me say.
All the time.
Okay, let us.
Ajale Oko. You know me now.
Patoski, let me say something. Let me. No, Remy, please. Let Remy, please. Yes, thank you. See, Patoski.
Patoski, ẹlẹ́nu méjì, mẹ́ta ni Yorùbá. Wọ́n máa tanra wọn, máa purọ́ tanra wọn jẹ.
Mo support Tinubu to be in power. But
Baba Janleko.
Tó ń ṣe nǹkan tó wrong, ẹjẹ́ àsán pé wrong ẹ má jà máa parọ́ tanra wa jẹ.
Wait, Baba Janleko, ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ ètòjò tọrọ fúnra wa. Now, this is where the problem lies. First thing first, and the people that own the land are the governors. That's number one. Okay. Number two is, okay, this person has increased or doubled your FAQ. Abi? That's number two. Now, look at a state like Niger State. We saw physically what that man wants to do. Maybe what they are planting now, it has not gotten to the harvest period. But we know somebody is doing something in Niger State. Why can't all other governors take initiative? That is number one. Number two. Wait, calm down, Patoski, calm down.
It's a process now. It's a process.
Listen, Patoski, calm down. Calm down, Patoski.
Why are you not bold enough to say the man has deceived Nigerians?
Wait now. Oh my goodness. See, calm down, Patoski. Let me explain something to you. See, at the core base of every agricultural agricultural system is the local government. But the local government wait now, listen. Àwa Logun State. I'm on local government wá ṣe. Ó yẹ kí local government wá ní tractor fún ẹni tó bá ní ìdí àti dáko. Ní tó ní ìdí àti dáko tó ní acres of land tó fẹ́ dáko. Ó yá local government local government kó gba tractor.
Oyibo now. Speak Oyibo, abeg.
Very short. Thank you, Jare. Local government should have tractors. Local government should have excavators. Local government should have graders. These are the functions of local government. You want to grade the road on your street. Normally, before we go to the local government, we say, okay, we apply for this thing. They bring it to your street. They do the grading. Now, local government, I know of local governments that used to have 2-3 tractors that they are all dilapidated now. Now, these tractors are meant to work in the farms of people that are interested in farming because these people don't have the money to buy such equipment. Okay, now the local government is dead. The president now is saying, bring back the local government. Your governors are saying they will use it against us. If all local governments are functioning, for instance, and all local governments in Nigeria have at least 2 tractors, and people are farming, and they have something to clear the farm for them. This is the system we were running before now. Awolowo did not plant the cocoa beans, the cocoa farms by himself. It was down to the local that was doing these things.
So we need. Who killed the local government? Which government?
It is the governors. It is the governors, and the local government has been dead since when? So if we want to go back to proper things, let's set it right. If this if the federal government goes into farming again, for God's sake, everything in Nigeria, it is the federal that wants to be taken over. You talk security, it is federal. Governors will fold their hands. They are having insecurity in their state, and they will fold their hands, and they will be expecting president to come and settle it for them. President to double your allocation. We are not seeing what you are doing. Your routes in your state are bad. We are not seeing what you are doing. You sit down on allocation for local government. We are not seeing anything. The truth of the matter is we need to first get our system right. Let them take that power away from the governors. Give it to the local government. This local government, there will be competition, because local government, you have like 10 local government. Every local government chairman wants to perform very well so that he has a shot at the governorship. That is how they do now. Before,
yeah, and
the
local
right
government tenure is just 3 years. It's not 4 years.
exactly. So that is what we are talking about. If we really want to do it, let's go back to the normal system that we're doing it. Nobody can tell me that Awolowo was the one coming to control cocoa farms, or Awolowo was the one coming to do palm kernel farm.
Actually, I understand where Patuski is coming from. And if
I also understand him too.
If I'm going to judge Tinubu, I cannot judge him more than 50% of his performance for 1 year. Because it's just
In fact, I will judge Tinubu 30%, because I feel he's just setting all the things in motion and it has not even started picking up. So that 30%, I'm even being magnanimous.
The reason why I gave him 50% is because he has improved the allocation to the state, and he has started some massive projects already that we can see. And he is doing a lot of reform to bring back the country back. I'm not saying the Labour should not ask for more money, but this should be reasonable enough to ask for what the government can pay, because the committee they have is a tripartite committee. It's not only federal government and Labour. And when you look at Nigeria itself, how many people, civil servants, what is the percentage of them compared to the overall generality of Nigeria? And you have to also look at the private manufacturing sector and even informal sector. Tell me, people like that have shop in the market, in big markets in Nigeria, that they have 2 or 3 assistants working for them. Are you going to force those people to pay minimum wage? Let's say they are paying them 100,000. Even so many things is wrong, and you have to look at the organized private sector. How much are they going to pay their factory worker? Are you telling them to pay them 200,000 or 250,000? How much is the profit? What about the logistic problem? So many things is happening with that country that we have not solved, and the generality of the job are happening in the states. What are the states doing? Look at the initiative of that Niger State governor. How many of them copied that initiative from the South? And the South, you are the one that we are so loud, we can condemn everything. We don't want to till the land, but we want the best of things in life every time. We don't want to work, but we want the best of things. We want our country to turn to Eldorado like America overnight. Even people that are living in America, if you look at American history, you discover the Chinese and the Africans and the black people that helped them build America. They brought them from somewhere. And we in Nigeria, we have a population where we have a lot of young people who are not ready to till the land, or who are not ready to break their sweat. Everybody wants an AC room. I remember when I graduated from the university, we were all looking for a job in the bank and the rest. When we couldn't get it, we found another job that has to do with a white collar job, but at the same time, you also have to bend down to your boss finally. So many things that you have to check if you really want to make it in life. So all these things you are castigating him that, okay, he promised you all this. Is it 4 years? It's only just 1 year. What is on ground? Everybody knows the truth. That country was messed up. Even before Buhari get there, it's already messed up. And after Buhari, it's totally messed up. And then you just wanting to be there, and after 1 or 2 months, that magic should happen. When you are castigating him, you also look at it in a thorough lens. Tell yourself
after Buhari, it was messed down.
Tell yourself the truth, be objective in your analysis. And when we talk about the minimum wage, the government has started deliberating with Labour. This is not their first meeting, second meeting. They did another one overnight yesterday. And who, for God's sake, in Nigeria will say that the labor should ask for 400,000 or even 200,000?
I do.
The
So
one they did last night is the eighth time they are meeting. The eighth
I
time.
think at the end of the day,
speak for
I think
yourself,
at the end
right?
of the, let me conclude. At the end of the day,
I know, but
at
what
the
I'm
end-
saying, and I'll just exit. What I'm saying to you is that you could speak for yourself, right? We're beyond all
you can
that.
also speak for yourself too. It's
We are
opinion
beyond.
here.
No, but what I'm saying, I want to bring it to where we are now. Labor is
Let me
doing.
conclude
I know.
myself.
Let me just interject and then you continue. I'm saying they're in their strike right now. So you live with it, okay? That Nigeria, I know that we all come here sometime we want to be patriotic. Of course, all Nigerians are patriotic. Some of us are complaining, it's true, but it's still our country. We love our country. So you could sit there castigating our people there who are sacrificing, right? And they're engaging their government. So people like you who carry this patriotism on your head, and you think you could talk to Nigerians anyhow you like, right? So you're gonna find out that we're beyond that. So you continue, and then I'll get my turn at some point. But just be careful though when you talk to Nigerians, how you address them. All right? Be careful.
Thank you. Don't tell me be careful. This is just an opinion. You are free to express your opinion. I am not saying that labor cannot go on strike. I am telling you that the money they are asking for is too ridiculous. How can you, even a country that has a huge inflation like that, and then you want? I don't just understand. For me personally, I know it's not easy, but at least they give them something between the range of 70 to 100,000, and then they have to cushion some effect, especially transportation, maybe free health something, and education for children, free education. Maybe like I think the parameter is being set. If I am a parent in Nigeria and I am a low income earner, and maybe I have a kid in the university, I will encourage my son or daughter to go for the student loan, and I think they're also giving them stipend to even make it. I will encourage him, and then if the government can fix, but it's not only the federal government. What are the states doing? When we are growing up, we used to go to state hospital in Ajaero. It's free. They will give you medicine. Doctor will attend to you. Nurse will do everything to you. Everybody that lives in Ibadan knows this one. It's not a matter of life. What are the state doing? We have a state hospital that when you are sick, you go to them. It's free. They don't collect a dime from your hand. They will give you enough medicine and they will treat you. But all those things is gone. So we are not. Let us look at the root cause of everything. But you are coming here telling us, let them pay them $500,000. Are they the only one living in Nigeria? What about the generality of the populace? Where would they get money to survive? When you pay 10% of people $500,000, what about the rest? What about that Mama Shukura that is frying bonbons or akara on the road?
Remy, they are not up to 10% too. They are not up to 10%.
The total stock is not up to 10,000 naira.
The government said 1.2 million workers. 1.2 million.
Civil servant handing 1 million, $500,000, oppressing her every time. So we are not looking at the root cause. We just think that how many of them, and even the private sector, how many people are even working in the factory compared to the generation of people that does not have nothing to do. So I want us to look at it holistically, not just the workers alone. Are they the only Nigerians? But for me, I would think the range of 70 to 100,000 will be fine. While we go back, make our health institution to work very well. Free education. Let's say free education. Give them books.
Remy, what the government is even pushing to them is even a reduction in their, they have NHIS, which functions, because while I was young, I enjoyed NHIS because my mom is an Air Force personnel. I enjoyed NHIS. What I'm trying to say is that the government has even reduced the charges, as in what they remove from their salary to pay NHIS. Those are some of the things that the government is putting on the table. But for me, I just feel like begging for like 100,000, put the government on toes on, okay, Mr. Governor and Mr. President, we will give you 4 months, 3 months. food inflation has to come down. How do you get food inflation to come down? Sit down on the table, let them tell you their plans, give them plans to, and tell them that if you don't do this thing in the next 3 months, if we don't see results, if we don't see action, we don't see
We go back
motion,
to strike.
we are going to go to strike. So after
Yeah.
3 months again, you
I
come
want
back
to ask
again,
a question.
review it. That is what you should be doing.
It's a tripartite committee. I want to ask you a question. What about some states as of today? They are still paying 18,000. Do you think those people can pay 100,000?
Remy, I understand that some states will still not pay that 100,000. Even some private sector will not pay it. Some private sector will not pay it. But there are some private sectors that are unionized. Do you understand? And these are the sectors that will have problem. Majority of them will shut down if that money goes beyond what they can bear. Okay,
They will
these are the
fire a
people
lot
that
of people. If it's above
because
100,000, they will fire a lot of people. Like
exactly those ones will lay off
So
people. They will have one person to job.
They shouldn't increase unemployment to abeg, please.
That is the problem.
They shouldn't.
That is the I also work in a company that has union, and I know what it means. I work in a company that has union. You know, there was a time there was price war between my company and the biggest shareholder in the cement business, and Dangote then said he was going to bring cement down to 1,000 naira. That was what Dangote said then, and then he brought it down to 1,300. I don't know how they intervened in it. Do you know my company was already, on the verge of laying people off just because Dangote brought down the price of cement to 1,000 naira for like, I think 3 or 4 months. They were already saying it's not paying them. It's not paying them because they also had to force their price to sell at that price. So now the truth is, once you say 100,000 naira, it is easy to say. They would say yes, they will pay it. But if it is the ones that don't have union, they can go back and pay whatever to their people. If you don't want, go away. Somebody will replace you the next morning. But those ones that have union, and their union is paying dues to the national union. You understand?
Jide, on your state, my sister is very close to be a principal now. Do you know the way they downsize them year in, year out? The civil servant. They have reduced their size a lot, paying some people off, retiring some people. And that is the reality. They are in the system. The reality, I don't think some of them, even when they are calling for, West Supreme Court call for all states in Nigeria to give a response to that local government case that federal government took to the civil. Your state have not filed their response because they know it will affect them. That is why they are laud in their state, because they control the local government money and they use it as they like. But setting it in the right perspective according to the Nigerian Constitution, that money should go directly to the local government. I hope the Supreme Court should speed up that case so that local government should start having their own money. And we should see that local government development in Nigeria. That is the bane of that country for more than 20 years now. That since Obasanjo came there in 2003, and then they started talking about
we are just giving Obasanjo a lot of credit. When people come
credit.
No. I've listened to people give Obasanjo credit on this platform. That man created a lot of systemic problems. A lot. Today, I would never forget that he traded off autonomy to the house, all on the basis of third-time agenda. Now that autonomy is what is making those people just demand millions and billions of naira, write their own budget, pad it, and the president cannot do anything about it.
During his time, is he not the one that's removing Senate president like anything?
Sorry, Remy.
He removed them like anything. If
Sorry,
they don't like
can I interject very quickly?
That is one of those things Obasanjo accused Atiku of. He even wrote in his book that Atiku was the reason that you have now to bribe the legislator for them to do their job. While he was the president in the first term, he was busy traveling on diplomatic duties, moving around. And instead for Atiku to fully concentrate on the economy, he was busy on how to hijack the power from his boss in 2003. So it was under him that all these governor forum, they were able to form some kind of alliance because he was the one sharing the Federal Executive Council while his boss was away. So before Obasanjo could realize what was happening, this guy almost dethroned Obasanjo already. So we have to get it right. So because how was he doing that? He was bribing these guys. That was what led to so many removal of Senate president. So it's the other way around. It's just because of desperation of Atiku. Obasanjo wrote a lot of these things. So Atiku has not come out to even counter some of those things that Obasanjo wrote.
That is just part of the story, Ola. That is not the total.
Now, third time agenda. Well, you know, I can't defend any human.
Even the third time agenda, not even the third time agenda. Obasanjo was the president. Obasanjo was egoistic. He's a man that with power and he likes power. And the way he was
Remy, mother, say Ola, are you talking or you are dreaming? What you are talking about
now, I don't talk now, you talk. See, the question is this: you hate someone doesn't mean that you have to mislead the history. That we just
it's not the history now. You are the president. You are telling me that okay, because you are going on diplomatic mission, you left everything for your vice president, and your president was not doing everything like the way he wanted, and then you now call you. What is the meaning of that?
Thank you very much. It shows that the man is not capable.
Get this thing right. Get this thing right. Obasanjo might have made mistake in his duty. It's one thing. But someone that started bribing the National Assembly for doing their duty is another. You will see that Obasanjo remained in the office in the second term, and he was able to achieve some other things. But his first term, in Nigeria was in bad shape that it started moving on diplomatic mission. So we have to get this right. So because you don't like Obasanjo does not mean that what he did not do now, just because, okay, just like you are a boss in the department.
When he noticed that, why can't he corrected it when he realized?
About now, that's what we are saying. Because we want to blame now, we won't know what happened. What he did not like to give Atiku. Why is Atiku still?
Ola, please give me 10 seconds.
Let him correct. Let him finish now. Let him finish what he's saying.
It's not. See. Look at it. Look at it. What did he do? I said the guy went, and before he could realize, this guy almost destroyed him.
He was sleeping.
Go ahead if you don't want me to talk.
No, I'm just saying something now.
You want to believe? I don't even need to convince anybody. Go ahead.
Okay. I think what transpired during his time was easy. Like he said, Atiku was the one managing the economic team. But unfortunately, Obasanjo see himself as the semi-god. Most of the governors, they don't like him because he controls them like a boy. It is either you listen to me or I remove you. It's so easy. And he removes some governors. Go and ask Fayose and the rest. So during his first term, although Nigeria was in a mess, he even traveled more than who is Tinubu. Obasanjo nearly stay abroad more than whatever in that 4 years. Every time he's off on the plane, asking for one debt relief for the rest, until you pay all those guys a huge sum of money to World Bank to settle our debt. And then, luckily for him, the price of crude continued to increase, but he does not know how to play the politics very well.
Remy, it's only that we normally forget history. The issue, in fact, apart from this local government autonomy that he traded, during that time, he was not even giving local government allocation during that first time. That was when they coined the word zero allocation. Zero.
Simba. He also traded off National Assembly autonomy. That's why National Assembly are doing their budget now. And that's why everybody now will say National Assembly went to buy 2 billion naira.
You are just stretching the truth too far. We were all alive during this time. I don't know how active you were in the politics that time. For those of us
I think it's major problem.
What I'm trying to say is that Ola, I'm not arguing with you. That could be the politics that went underneath. It could be Atiku. But what I'm saying is that it was Obasanjo's regime.
went to announce that he got to state that Obasanjo had to prostrate for Atiku.
Yes, that was
that time.
that was when they were doing
Know how to play politics very well.
that was when they were doing two rallies simultaneously in Ibadan.
Remy, you won't let someone speak now. You understand? At least you'll be speaking and I say, let me just talk for 2 minutes, but you won't even let me land. So the thing is this. As a result of that, that was why Obasanjo, because the only thing that I never agree with Obasanjo was this. Yar'Adua will never have become the president of that country. But that was the only thing that he needed to do because he needed to break that Yar'Adua senior PDM. Just to break, because he knew that was what the article depended on. And he went to that place and he brought a prince out of them that, okay, at least this is your picking. So choose within the two. And politics has its own sentiment. That is where Obasanjo got it wrong because he knew that Yar'Adua was a sick man. You understand? Or if you article, you won't get to that place, I will break your backbone. That's what he did. But those people that started bribing legislator, go and read Obasanjo. Since Obasanjo accused Atiku.
Is it not Atiku under Obasanjo now? And you continue to say it is Atiku bribing them. Is it not under him? Is it not the president?
Remy, you can have a staff under you, and your staff can be corrupt.
Where does Atiku get the money to bribe them? Is it not the federal government?
You can have a staff under you, and your staff can be corrupt. The best you can do.
Is it not the federal government money is using to bribe all those
Remy, as at that time, going into that election, Atiku was far richer than Obasanjo. You know, Atiku was a custom officer. Atiku was far richer than Obasanjo. That's number one. Atiku had more political ground than Obasanjo. You know, Obasanjo was more of a consolatory whatever to the southwest because of MKO, whatever. You understand? So basically, Atiku held so much grip over Obasanjo. Remember that they did a campaign simultaneously in Ibadan, Liberty Stadium and Adamasigba Stadium. That Atiku was.
Which election are you talking about?
I'm talking of the second.
No, Ola was talking about Obasanjo first time, 1999.
I'm only using that to give you the premise that Atiku is a strong man.
The question I'm asking Ola is simple. Ola is saying Atiku is bribing all those legislators during the first time of Obasanjo because Obasanjo was not around. So I'm asking Ola, where does Atiku get the money to bribe all those legislators from 1999 to 2003? Is it Atiku personal money? Or
is that not why Obasanjo said in the corruption that Atiku perpetrated that he just made that?
You can't blame
Remy, you are forgetting the we hosted World Cup during that period. That was when we hosted all African game. All African game. And Atiku was
which one you want to say there? Koja want to go Waja.
But that's what I'm saying. No, we hosted on the 20 World Cup.
17 World Cup. Is it not 2000? I don't know. I forgot it. We hosted.
And then we also hosted all African games. That was when they built that Abuja Stadium.
It was 2001 that we hosted the under 20 World Cup, I guess.
Under 20, not under 20.
So, and Atiku was the one directly involved in all those projects. As at that time, I could remember that Abuja Stadium, they built it, the cost was about 35 billion. You understand? And all of us, let me tell you, he was doing all these things. He left Atiku to be doing all this just to appease the guy, to allow him to continue as the president. He was just allowing the guy to do all this shenanigans just because of his selfish interest.
Simba, that's not true. That's not true. You see, those people, let me tell you, like one man will say, if you don't know the class of 1966, I want to become the president of that country, you better not to dream. You understand? You know those people. When you know the like of IBB, Absalam Abubakar, Danjuma, when those people, if they tell you that you are not going to become the president of that country, oh yeah, go ahead and try now. Because when people are saying Atiku has grant more than Obasanjo, you can't but wonder and laugh. That he has grant. So why didn't he use that grant above Obasanjo? Why did Obasanjo destroy his political career and he has not even recovered from it? Even when they wanted to bring Buhari out, they went to Obasanjo and say, okay, among these your two boys, between these of your two boys, who will you recommend? And he still recommend. So when you look at those endorsements, you will see that when people are saying Atiku is stronger than Obasanjo, you will know that's a joke, because Obasanjo is not the only one acting. When you see Obasanjo, you see IBB, you see Absalam Abubakar, you see Danjuma. What are you talking about?
Ola, I will ask you a question. You are right. Obasanjo said Atiku was a thief. Come 1999, the same thief that you say is a thief, you now backing against Buhari in 1999 after collecting $50,000. That is what is speculation.
I hear you. I told you something.
The same person, you said it's a thief.
I told you something. I said if you want to become the president of that country and you don't know the class of 1966, you are joking. And I told you that Obasanjo is just their boss. And even despite being their boss, he cannot still go against all those others. The fact that he declared Atiku, you understand, he declared Atiku and Atiku lost. Well, did that mean anything? He declared Atiku and Absalam Abubakar, they are still not there. Danjuma is not there. IBB is not there. Are you kidding me? No, go there, all those people, you will know. Not until all those people buy for that country. And you still see all these things you are thinking of, that you want the balance the political situation of that country. Just continue and they look now. So the thing is,
sorry, let me just me, I know they like to talk about all these people who don't do their own parcel. But the thing with me I for like to talk now be say, upon all this problem where if they face us for this Nigeria, so where they face the government, they face the masses everywhere, don't scatter. This man, Chetima, wetin they do, that's anytime we Tinubu travel, in they try, I beg, who know about this man? Because me, I know they hear about him. Thank you. Anybody can.
Who are you talking about?
Shetima
is do for us.
See, Shetima is doing enough to earn him a shot at the presidency. You understand? And if you look at what's it called? Channels came out with a sample opinion on the performance of Tinubu this past 1 year. You will be surprised that Tinubu still holds ground in Shetima's zone. Seriously, those people are still giving him. In fact, he got the highest rating from that zone, even higher than Southwest. Okay, so see, Shetima is doing enough just to get him that Kanuri slot and that Karuni shot at presidency. And that is what the other side that don't want to relinquish power, the Fulani side, are not really happy about Tinubu. Do you understand what is happening? And if you look at it politically, that's what I'm saying. In the next election, there will be no argument of 25% in the FTC, because FTC as it stands now is already taken. Is taken, and Wike will still take that place more for Tinubu.
No, my brother, I'm not really talking about.
I'm trying to
understand me. I'm not really talking about. I know they talk about say the election way they come or the way it don't pass. If election happen now, anybody will like make it win. He no concern me. If now be one win or make it win. If not one win, make it win. But make them do this work. And they ask this Chetima, because we they pay them. I mean, I know they pay them.
Shetima is the one, by virtue of the constitution, that you head the economic council. You understand? But if you look at it very well, Tinubu has always been present in every of those economic meetings. Okay, so for me, I feel Shetima is just being there, being loyal to Tinubu, and doing what his boss asks him to do for now. Maybe when Tinubu is not around, Shetima can at least show some level of
Standing.
his standing, but it will still be based on whatever the boss tells him. And the reason why he's doing so, because if you look at Shetima very well, Shetima is also somebody that likes power. If from his charisma, you will know that if that man handles power, it will be tough. You understand? So, but he's doing everything to get the to get the nodding of his boss, and that is what Shetima is doing. For me, presently, I don't really see his direct contribution in terms of whatever, but he's
He
only
wants Tinubu to endorse him.
obviously, and I'm
That's
sure
what he's
that
working towards.
I'm sure that must have been in their agreement for the the alliance, and that is where South and Southeast comes into it. Because if you look at it now, if Shetima is going in the next election, you will now be looking at who can be the vice. Now you can now see that there's a lot of candidates jostling to be vice from the way they are positioning themselves. That is what is just happening. So Shetima is just being loyal to his boss, and Tinubu has to be good to Shetima, because it is only with Shetima's support by his side that he can reclaim the whole of that zone that Shetima comes from to himself. Do you understand? So it's a symbiotic relationship, and the people of this zone.
And the position of vice presidency it's not a position that actually gives you any power whatsoever. It will always depend on the kind of relationship that you have with your boss as the president.
No. By virtue of the constitution, he should be sitting on he should be chairing the economic council. By virtue of what the constitution says, he should be chairing the economic council. And that is where Obasanjo was talking about Atiku. He called him a vagabond. Because all the privatization that Atiku sat on, it was Atiku that sat on the privatization. He was the one in charge of almost all this economic whatever. It was second time that Obasanjo now started seeing the real deal. Then he started like removing his hand, and that was why the man too started revolting against Mr. President. Do you understand? So
okay, you can see what you are saying now. Okay, during the first tenure, he gave him at least all the power. Let me tell you, whatever you achieve as vice president still depends on the relationship that you have with the president. You understand? And you cannot be working against the vision of the president. Whatever you are doing must be aligned with what the vision of your boss. You understand? It's only that if you look at it, somebody that work against you during your first tenure, I'm talking about Obasanjo this time around, but it did not even have the political will to say, okay, I'm not even taking you again as my vice president, courtesy of what you have done during my first time.
You don't know what happened. You know that, you see, Obasanjo was also using Atiku to get some votes from the north. See, this thing is calculation. It's always a game of mathematics. You understand? You get what I'm trying to say? So it's just like now, if Tinubu goes for the next election, see, and that's what I was trying to say. Wike is winning FCT. The question of 25% will not come into it, FCC. Now, he's doing Lagos Calabar Coast Highway. He will continue to do it. He will change some people from that south side. He will get his 25%. Southwest, he will work on it. Now, he needs.
I don't think we need to be talking about what we should be talking about. There is a problem now. How can we solve
we are not.
We have in the country?
No, what I'm trying to tell you.
We should forget about the election, who wins or whoever wins.
You were the one that brought it up. You were the one that I was just giving you an analogy. You brought it up that why did Obasanjo not drop it? So it is because of the vote. Do you understand? It is just because of the vote from the north. That is why if Obasanjo had dropped him, I'm
And
telling
he could
you,
have taken another person from the north now.
Obasanjo might not have been president. Second time, I'm telling you.
So who would have been president then?
If Obasanjo had to go and prostrate to Atiku, you know what it means.
No, well,
Even in
that
the
is what
structure,
you can see now. Why was he prostrating when Ola was talking about class of self-efficacy, that okay, those people that the one that determines the power? Then why was he prostrating when he knew the people that are supposed to go and prostrate for? Why was he prostrating to Atiku?
let me now explain something to you. Even in the structure of the party they are running on, you know, Obasanjo was not a strong person in the PDP. Atiku was a core member of PDP, more like a founding member of PDP.
Obasanjo was not a politician.
That is the point.
He wasn't part
He
of the
was
party. He just used him as a base.
Exactly. He was using Atiku as the means of canvassing for votes in the north. So Atiku was a necessary evil that he had to carry along. Do you understand? And because of that, that was one of the reasons why Atiku even had all the free hand, because somebody that you know can shank you, you cannot antagonize him.
Let me quickly come in here. It's not only that Atiku is very strong in the north. Yaradua movement, that senior, the one that died in the prison during Abacha, that one control a very good machine, the best in Nigeria, everywhere in Nigeria. Tinubu and the rest, they belong to his camp. Atiku was also there. When that guy died, Atiku inherited that thing. They have structure all over Nigeria. If you remember People's Front, PF or whatever they call them that time. So because of that, and they knew when Obasanjo became the president, Obasanjo is a military man. He still believed in the military way. He wanted to tell everybody, the governor, do this, you must do it. If you don't do it, I remove you. That is the mentality he brought him. But the governor run under Atiku, and Atiku played the politics better, knows the policy well. And because of that, he knew that their primaries, if he does not dobale for Atiku, is gone. That is
what was the reason behind this thing? You know, Atiku was a governor in Adamawa State then. He had already won the governorship election before Obasanjo now choose him as the vice president. I think he relinquished that position.
Obasanjo did not choose him. Obasanjo did not choose him. The Yaradua's faction chose him for Obasanjo. Obasanjo was a candidate to appease the Southwest. Let's get that straight. Obasanjo was not a political person to any length.
Saying the same thing because the Yaradua movement have roots all over Nigeria, and they knew that machine can win him the election. So the
issue, what you are saying, I understand is that I knew that was what happened. But for them to choose Atiku, they were preparing him for something. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Obviously.
They were preparing him for something. It wasn't as if they just say, okay, just be the vice president, and after the vice presidency, you go. They were preparing him to become the president of Nigeria.
Obviously. You are right.
Obasanjo said it openly. It's even on YouTube. He said, when I pick Atiku, he said, why did I pick him? He said, because I was expecting him to succeed me. He said, but his corruption is the only reason that is moving against him. So he said it. He said he picked him. It's on YouTube if you search. So that's why I'm saying that sometimes when we say something, let us just make sure we get the fact and figure right. You know, Obasanjo is aware of his former deputy, Yadra, because even when they pie Mutalai Muhammad, when they wanted to run away that time, when Obasanjo wanted to run away, it was the like of, because if Obasanjo had run away, then the like of Yadua would have become the the head of state. The like of Danjuma say, Oga, you cannot run. Because I think those who maybe they have some kind of yawa between, they say, Oga, you have to be there. This one is like by force now. You have to be there. And those two people, Yar'Adua Senior and Obasanjo, they did government together. And
where did you get information that Obasanjo was trying to run?
Hey, should be all of them wrote book now. All of them,
which book? Let's go and read it.
Go and buy the book that Theophilus Danjuma wrote.
He said Obasanjo was trying to run in the book.
They asked Obasanjo didn't want to take that position. They forced him to take it. Danjuma. I'm saying it all publicly now. Google it and go and read it.
Google it. Read it from who? From.
You mean I told you now, use your Google and search it. I'll come and tell me, say, okay, I lie.
Who said it now? Whose book? That's what I'm asking you. Who
I said
it?
Danjuma.
Danjuma said it. Okay.
Danjuma. So.
Hold on. Let me see who's not here. Because somebody's trying to come. Someone is in the background. He's been in the background forever. Kandu has been in the background. But you like Pansad is not here. Pansad, are you still here? Pansad is not here. So let me put him in the back and bring Kandu on. Kandu has been in the back for so long. Okay, I'll continue. Yeah.
So I think from that time, Yar'Adua and Obasanjo, they had a very good bonding. So I think that relationship just was there for them just to use, right? And that's the politics anyway that Obasanjo played for Atiku, because the truth is this: Atiku for use PDM to just throw Obasanjo away. But then they said IBB. This one that they said though, because so don't quote me for this one. They said IBB, Abubakar, and there's one other guy, Danjuma. They call Atiku to order because Atiku was already going to deal with. We wanted to just throw Obasanjo in Obasanjo to revenge. That was why I said, okay, I'm going to lead this your camp. So that's why he brought that guy. Because otherwise, all delay and all those, that's why he was throwing them away. They say, okay, Atiku, Yar'Adua was not okay. He said, he now said, okay, he was now saying, no, there's nothing wrong with Yar'Adua, that he has saw the medical report, because he knew that everybody that would stand against Atiku that time, those people were wasting their time. That's how Obasanjo just finished Atiku.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
We don't hear a bunch of different stories everywhere. Well.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Lots of very good stuff has been gone through. Is Mr. What's his name? Pataski? Is that the name? Is it Potaski or Pataski?
Patoski.
Oh, I was gonna say up as beefy, up no beefy to him, because my dad was the general secretary of as beefy for many years. Anyway.
Okay. No, just add it that
Kò tí bàjẹ́ ńgbà yẹn rárá àtọ̀, kò tí bàjẹ́. Yeah.
But what are we talking about?
No, well, he said his Papa, you don't know how old his Papa will be.
It's 82.
So if you want to tell me when Nigeria started started rotting, you want to tell me that it's now our problem has started immediately after the independence. That was when the problem has started. So what are you talking about?
I'm not saying that there was.
That's what we are saying.
No, I'm not saying there was no corruption. I think I even said it here a few days ago that after Babangida and Diagmo came in, they arrested a bunch of bank managers, and my dad was one of them. Needless to say that he was released 4 hours later, because one of the things people were doing was this changing money. I think 20 naira was the highest money at that time, if I remember correctly. And a lot of these bank managers were doing some wayo things, changing money, collecting money, this, that, and that. So that was really a big thing then. But I mean, when did my dad retire from the bank, sir? Anyway, it was a part of New Bifi and Las Bifi for ages. Anyway, I lived in Bodija for like a year and a half, and I remember very well we had water. We had running water at our apartment. I was staying with my uncle in Bodija. And definitely when I were living in Surulere, we had water. And I don't actually know when the water went away. It just did. And I remember in Lagos at Masha, we had families at one of those Onile place. I remember when you get there, you see a bunch of taps right there in front of the 4-story building. So there was water. But I think one of the things that we don't go into when we talk about all these different things, be it power, be it water, be it different things that were being provided by the local government, is the population as well. Our population has ballooned from, I think, 80 million or so in 1970 something. We went from 80, quickly we got to 120 something. Very quickly, they're talking about 180, and then before you know it, it's 200 or 200 plus. And a lot of those things, when I sit there and look back at them, is that a lot of those, be it water, be it power, there has not been an increase in the availability and production.
Andu, just 1 second. Ola, did Obasanjo support Buhari at any point in time in history? Because I wonder why one Chuku saying this. I thought Obasanjo always hated Buhari.
Yes, it's supported. When in 2014 when they took this Tinubu and
against Jonathan.
Yeah, they
went to he actually tore up his PDP. Yeah, he tore up his card that day. He tore up the card.
Oh, but that's not more of it. I don't think that was support for. Well, people always count anyone that was against Jonathan. People always counting as if he has
No. There's a whole story behind that. It wasn't just being against Jonathan. It was because of the way the economy was going. It wasn't
that's
because,
what I'm saying. People always think everyone that didn't like Jonathan.
No, I remember that. I remember he had a small lecture about that. The reason why he was going to support Buhari.
Oh, he
openly supported Buhari. I remember it very, very well. So, but again, like I was saying, a lot of these things, you see, you cannot have an 80 million or 120 million population with 4,000 megawatts and still think you're going to be able to supply electricity to 200 million people with 4,000 megawatts. You cannot have water production for 80 million and think that you'll be able to sustain that to 200 million. So we have not done the needful all along the way. We have not done the needful, and that's part of the reason we are where we are today.
Can do.
Yes, sir.
If you remember, in the 70s when we have the oil boom,
yes,
especially during Gowon regime.
Yes, sir.
What you see that if you have visionary leaders, we have not been having visionary leaders. Those people that ruled us, where everybody, when you look at the past, you always judge the past as being better than the present. I grew up, my father was telling me in the 70s that Nigeria at spoiled, as at that time, sir. You understand? He would be busy telling me that, okay, when he was in Ghana in the 40s, in the 50s, this is the amount of money that it was. In fact, he told me how much he spent to build his house in the 50s. When you compare economy of those 50s with the 70s, it was like you see, it was as if the whole thing was in a mess. You understand?
Yes.
That 70s now. In the 80s, people were referring to the 70s. Things were good in the 70s, in the 80s. You understand? And that has been the culture. That has been the tradition. You
Yes.
understand? When we had that oil boom, when we're supposed to plan for the future, we saw a
Exactly.
good leader
We
should know
did
that
not.
this is the growth rate. I mean, the population growth rate. You plan here in Saudi Arabia,
There was
they were
no
planning
plan.
for the people that have not been born. You go into the
Mhm.
desert, you see electric pipe already laid, electricity already in the desert where there is nobody. You understand? That is the way you
Yes.
prepare. But when you have a leader like Gowon that time that said that they don't even know what to use money for, they started sponsoring other countries like the Gambias and all those other spending money lavishly.
Yeah,
Even you remember, even in the late 70s, that was when even Dubai came to Nigeria to come and ask Obasanjo for money. He said you could not invest. How can he invest?
Everybody came to Nigeria to ask for money.
You understand? So
They were
that
all
was,
coming to
you
our
know, the
hospital.
problem we have is that we always look at things acutely. Look at
Yes.
as if the present people are the problem.
You know, they say black man cannot think beyond 1 year. You can't see far
Yeah,
beyond his
so to buttress what you just said right now, this is not they told me. I was there in 1982 when my mom was building her first apartment building. I used to go with her. A bag of cement was 7 naira a bag. This is not they told me. I was there. I
Even
witnessed it.
can do.
Yes, sir.
I don't think you remember vividly. It was not up to that because as at that time, my father was a cement distributor. He has a cement distributorship. You understand? Cement was not up to 7 naira in the early 80s.
Well, at the
Believe
time I'm
me.
talking about, I believe it was because I remember going with her. I remember going with her, but either here nor there. So, but like you rightly said, and like I'm kind of alluding to, is that we have not had people who thought ahead, who planned ahead, who thought about, okay, when this population grows by 50%, how many megawatts of electricity should we have? You know, I hate to use Los Angeles as an example. The county of Los Angeles has what is the population? I think it's about 9 million, and they utilize 30,000 megawatts of electricity. India 6 years ago added 1 I think it was 1.8 megawatts of 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 solar in 9 month period. 9 months took them to add 1 point something. So just solar, aside from the other things that they continue to add. So again, our issue is having visionary leaders who were able to plan. Just like you said, go to Dubai, go to China, go to all these places. People are planning ahead. And instead of being serious people and seriously planning for what matters, we sit there and be discussing national anthem and all this foolishness. I don't talk about stupid stuff like that. But I think a couple of people rightly mentioned, you see, you cannot pay people 400,000 or a million. The hyperinflation that will affect your country, you'll be using wheelbarrow to go and buy. You'll be using wheelbarrow full of naira to go and buy bread. It's not going to work. There has to be a medium somewhere, and like everyone has rightly said, the population of I think it's Mr. Remy that said it. The population of all these government workers, okay, pata, even if they're 3 million, even though nobody thinks they're even up to that, maybe they're 1 point something. And if you pay those people, what about the majority of people in the private sector? How are you going to get Chinedu or Mama Bilikisu to be paying her employees 100,000 or 200,000? So it's not going to work. What we needed and need is to have an economic group, serious people, serious people that will sit there, whether it's going to take them 2 years or 3 years to figure out the way forward. Somebody, there was all this discussion of, oh, these people are trying now, they're not trying. I remember the day they said, the court said Tinubu was the president. I was on this panel, and I said, in my opinion, what they need to do is to go to the bread right away, go to the bread basket of Nigeria and go and get thousands and thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of farmland. Employ, I don't care how many number of all these youths that don't have a job. Put in some little put together house. They sleep, they go to work. In 9 months or so, you will see the result of those things right away. And I know some people like to say, well, it's only been 1 year. And my tax to those people is this. This Tinubu and the gang were part of this APC. And I think if I'm correct, he was the national chairman at some point. So how these people did not see this? I've said this many times on this panel and at the other house. 8 years ago, I was screaming to everybody that will listen. This naira is going to go to 1,000 to 1. At that time, it was 187. How these people didn't see this baffles me. When I was in Nigeria a couple of months ago, and the naira came to hold on, real quickly. I will let you come in a second. And the naira got to 1,200. I was in Nigeria. I called. I said this thing is going to go to 2,500. Not because I hate Nigeria. I'm looking at the metrics. We're at 1,500 right now, 1,485. The thing that is going
Mike,
to make
if you are
this
there,
thing come
they want to
down is
come in.
not
It's asking
there.
you.
Oh, sorry. The thing that is going to make this thing come down is not there. How it's going to be there, honestly, I don't know. If anybody understands what's happening in Niger, is this Black American guy that brought in conjunction in working with the Niger state government that brought all these tractors over there. Niger, that area, Benue or Borno, as one of the biggest bed baskets of Nigeria. So whether they are starting now, in my opinion, they should have started. They should have landed ready to go. So this is not this is a new government. I don't buy that. To me, that's just not acceptable. Yeah, it's a new government, but this, at least the upper echelon of the current party, were part of Buhari's administration. I'm not saying that they should have locked him up in a room and make him do anything, but they should have been able to figure this out. But this is where we're at. Whatever they're doing now is what they're doing. And the other thing too, I hear a lot of people talking about all these governors are getting double allocation. You see, the problem is this. When you look at when the Naira was 600, 700, 800, if you double that allocation, you're actually below where you were 2 years ago. So you're getting quote unquote more money, but the buying power, and I'm not talking in terms of dollars, in Naira, because the person that is going to bake bread, the person that is going to do puff, the person that is going to do this, do that, they have to buy a lot of those items that are imported from other countries at a higher price. So that price is not going to be translated to the market.
Let
Yes,
them
sir.
pay. Let them pay. If they, let's say they are earning 1 billion 2 years ago at the rate, I mean the dollar rate then. If they have doubled it because yes, the value, let them even give them that cash. You understand what I'm saying? You cannot remain paying the same amount you are paying 2 years ago. Pay what you have now. Pay it because at least you are, whether in terms of quantity, not value this time around, you are earning more than what you are earning. Let them increase it that way also.
Yeah, Simba, in addition, they are also generating.
You understand my mathematics can do.
Yes, sir.
Let them do. It's only when they want to do capital project that you can be saying, okay, the value, but let them pay.
Let them pay.
Oh, I totally agree.
Look at some states. They pay
can
to today. Why? For
Yes,
God's
sir.
sake. Why are they paying 18,000
Okay,
to today? They are
can do.
generating
If if I may come in this way,
Yes,
you
sir.
see, you said something earlier that I've always been stressing on this platform. Nigeria didn't get to this point today. It was a ticking time
Absolutely.
bomb. We've just gotten to a point where there's no way out again. It's now tight. Okay,
Yes.
and this is what I was trying to say. Now, only to help Mandela during the time of apartheid and or whatever, Nigeria alone contributed like $61 billion
Jesus.
in that time's money.
I found out that thing is actually not like I used to say that stuff to. I later found out that stuff's not true.
No. There was a point where civil servants were contributing money. Even Julius Malema himself said it with his own mouth
$1
that
billion.
Nigeria
A
contributed
South
money
African guy
to
doing the monkeys.
just,
Soon as I went to present it.
let's even
It's them South
let's
Africa today that are putting out Nigeria. They just elect their
very you see, that's my point.
This black people, we need to.
Well, Remy, I'm not
No.
against them putting out Nigerians these days. I'm sorry. You can't say because
Apart from that, I'm see what happened in their country now. They decided that Malema and go and put white man.
Remy, that's not even where I'm going to. I'm not going to how they are treating us. See, where I'm going to is when the money was there.
We didn't spend it wisely.
You were busy going around Africa trying to solidify the name Giant of Africa.
Yes.
For nothing sake.
Yes. Giant with place.
Do you know that there are so many military in Nigeria, that, in West Africa, that are being trained by Nigerian government?
Especially during the 80s and 90s. Yes. Yes.
Do you know that?
Which other one?
You said?
Which
other?
Liberia.
Liberia, Sierra Leone. Yeah, name it. You name it.
Guinea-Bissau. Nigeria even have a military base there. They are conducting training for those people there. See, what I'm trying to say is that our wasteful spending is too much.
And it has caught up to us now. It has caught up to us now.
You understand what I'm trying to say? See, all these governors now, yes, they don't have money. Why can't they borrow? They can borrow to do overhead bridge, borrow to start a big farm, borrow. When your people have food to eat, you have solved a big problem.
Yeah.
But they will not. Yeah. They would rather borrow to go and build international airport that nobody is going to fly through. Just in the name of embezzling money that they even borrow, not new. Because you know when you look at it, when they say it is so billion, you will not be able to quantify it. But if somebody says he planted 2,000 hectares of yam with so billion, you will say that is why they are doing all these elephant projects. The truth is our wasteful spending is too much. Nigeria is so wasteful that some African countries are even owing us and we are not even asking for our money. Ghana is owing us gas and you are not asking for your money. And these people are so comfortable. You know, I never knew that Ghana was owing us until when they started Nigeria Must Go and they were locking Nigerian shops and you know, Buhari visited Ghana.
What goes around comes around. No, she been not only in the early 80s. You forgot Ghana Must Go.
You know, I want
now. They were the one that sent us back in 1969 now.
In the
80s? 1969. Wait, can do. Ghana was forced to send Nigeria away from their country.
Okay.
They were correct.
In 1969, Busia, that was the name of their president then, Busia.
Yes.
Nigeria Must Go came before Ghana Must Go.
I stand corrected.
So you understand when they were locking the shop of Igbo people in their country, saying that they are stealing their business, they are doing this. You know, Buhari visited them, and the man only reminded them that they are owing us. I think then $180 million or so for gas. And you are not collecting your money, and you are doing nonsense, big brother. And these people are reading left, right, and center.
It was not the same thing South Africa is doing to us.
But you know, is even the average Nigerian is the mentality. I want to do big boy to other people without having a solid foundation. Like we said now, the likes of Gowon going around telling people that you have so much money that you don't even know, is your problem is how to spend it. While the Saudi Arabias and all the Emirates of the world that didn't even have money then, look at how well they've done when the money
No,
came
it
to
was
them.
the same time. It was the same time that all the. In fact, it was even in 1871 that Qatar got the gas that made them
Yeah.
what they are, the best country today in the whole world. Is the richest
So
country in the whole world today.
yeah, so you see, one person will have an opportunity, and yes, sir.
It can do. The problem now. The whole thing now has spread even from the head to toe. An average Nigerian
Absolutely.
is corrupt now. Earlier on you
Absolutely.
were talking about government employing you to put them to farm. Let me tell you that Nigerian government cannot do any business. It will just be another channel of wasting money. Let them get that land and nothing will come out. They will steal everything. The boss there will not put the money they're supposed to put there. The little that you planted, the people working there will steal it, and nothing will happen.
And they will tell you it's my country that owns it. Just be
nothing will happen.
As of last week.
I think if Nigerian government want to improve agricultural production, the only thing they can do, one, they have to establish that commodity board. Two, you understand? Let me tell you, our problem in Nigeria, though we can say production, but it's not even majorly production. It's storage.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So if then the other thing is, let me say this. The other thing is, if you farm in Nigeria, can do.
Yes,
you
sir.
discover that if you look at the capital that you are putting, and when you are now harvesting, the price, because Nigerian purchasing power is so low that Nigerians want to buy your goods, it will not make, in fact, you cannot even recoup your capital, talk less of the profit.
Yeah.
So what is happening now is that people will look for where they will get higher price for their goods, for whatever they produce.
They are exporting it now to all these neighboring countries.
So I would rather produce and export to where I will make my profit. I cannot sell to another Nigeria that is weak.
No.
Simba,
But
please,
this is
let me quickly put this, please. What if we loan money to maybe other nations, at least to help us do the farming? Then when they finish the product, they now bring a percentage of it to us.
Wait, so you're going to loan out?
Which money do we even have the money?
You're going to go and loan money that you're borrowing.
Exactly.
Since we cannot do the farming now, our people
we can do the farming. It's not what you are saying. You didn't get it. We can do the farming, but it's not government that will do the farming. It's Nigerians that will do the farming. I think the only thing that they need to do is just incentives.
Simba,
you understand?
Simba,
But at the same time, the government. This is where the government has to come in. We are at a place now where the government needs to come in and make it a law. You are not allowed to export certain food products, and if you
no. Let can do is you cannot do that. Oh, okay. So how will you encourage people to even do the farming? So everybody will leave it because it's not profitable.
No, you cannot, because if you're exporting it, you're creating jobs.
I'm a farmer. If I produce, you understand? So you want me to go bankrupt?
No, I didn't say everything. Basic things.
Yes, sir. See, we are already in a big crossroad, because the major problem that is not helping this whole matter is the value of the naira. Okay.
Yes.
So since the cedis, the francs, or the CFA that they are spending in Benin Republic is stronger than Nigerian naira, all the food produced in Nigeria will find its way to Benin Republic rather than stay in Nigeria. Okay.
And then
So
what
this is
happens? Hold on. What happens to the cost of produce for the common person in Nigeria in that respect?
then you see now it now becomes, you see, if SEFA from Benin Republic becomes for FX to Nigeria, you know what it means?
Yes,
I think to me,
see that is the problem. You see, but what I'm trying to say,
the cost of food in Nigeria will go sky high. Yeah, you're getting forex.
Relatively can do what is a relative is a relative high. Is it relative? It's not absolute.
Yes.
Okay.
I think what the federal state
You understand what I'm saying? The price of food in Nigeria, as we will talk about it, if you look at it and put in a benchmark in dollar, do you understand what I'm saying? It's still far cheaper. It's still far cheaper than other neighboring countries, and that is why other because they have higher purchasing power than us, they can purchase our food, and they will still see it as being cheap.
But right now, the average person is crying on the street about the current price of everything. So if you even if you increase again, you cannot increase pay.
No, let me let's can do finish so I can make your point.
The only solution that is a relative amount compared to other places. But what I'm saying is the average person right now on the ground in Nigeria, when they go to the market, there is food, but the food is expensive. Okay, how do you solve that problem? You cannot solve it by increasing wages, because the percentage of people that you can increase wages for, even if you say you agree, is very, very minute. You can't.
No. The way, let me tell you, the way it goes is this: if you increase it, let me tell you, I could remember vividly when Obasanjo increases wages during his tenure. What will happen is that you increase the purchasing power of people, because Nigeria is a civil servant country. Whatever money you see in any other sector is what the government put out there, maybe by doing some construction project and pay salary. So everything still resided around government. You understand?
No.
So
I disagree with you.
Simba, I disagree with you. I disagree.
Okay, you say you disagree. Okay, how will an artisan, somebody who's a bricklayer, you understand, bricklayer, how will he get money if you discover that people will say, during the at the beginning of the month, the goods and services people used to sell, and then people used to get job. By the time it's getting to the middle and the end of the month, everything will just remain silent.
Simba,
so what do you think happened?
Simba, let me explain it. Sorry, Remy. Sorry. Let me explain it in one word. If they increase the salary of workers, you are not increasing the purchasing power of the worker. Okay, because
inflation.
Because one, the value of the naira is down already, and then people also, the price of goods will also go up, and there will be hyperinflation. See, the only thing you can do.
Let me tell you, the inflation is already there. What we need, let me tell you,
let me tell you what the government can do. What the government can do is to create a situation of saturation, food saturation.
Yes.
By so doing, forcing down the price.
Well, you can't do that. You can't do that by exporting food.
Yes.
Exactly.
Let me tell you what is happening now. You know, we have this grain storage.
Simba is a farmer. I think it's coming up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, let me tell you what is happening.
I'm on the President's Association.
What I'm saying is, you know, presently, there was a time they were selling maize. And what they wanted to do that time is to reduce the price of poultry produce, all these the meat and egg, and then some other, because you know that if maize, we use maize for a lot of things, but you discover that let me give you an example. Government was selling that maybe around 400 naira per kilogram of maize, but at the end of the day, how much is the grain? People will come and ask me, like me that I'm even here. I'm not even in Nigeria that, okay, they have the privilege of getting it, but they have to sell it at 600 naira. You understand? There's no way government can say you want to flood our country. Our boundary is so porous. People will go and sell it somewhere else.
Simba, let me tell you how they can do it.
Then how do you say, okay, if you want to, how can you even flood the market with what you don't produce?
What the government can do is to buy.
We should be talking about how can we produce before we even say we want to flood. How can we produce more?
Wait, let Remy put his submission, so I will follow him.
My own submission is simple. All the state, local government, state and federal government should build more silos and buy all these farm products from the farmers. Whether you are small scale or big scale farmer, everybody sells to the government. The government can have with their commodity board to control the price. That is the only way. But if you still take
absolutely. That's what we do in America.
Simba will just take it to Benin Republic now, or take it.
No. That's what we do in America. You actually sell. There are corporations that are set up by the government to buy. You even know what you're going to get, even as you are planting, or even before you plant.
Can do. Let me add to what Simba said. Simba, let me add to what you have said. See, I think a proactive approach should be, now let the government open a portal. Let people that are interested in farming apply. If you apply, in each state, the government has, let's say, hectares and hectares of land. They give you, they allot land to you. You plant, in the sense that they give you all what you need to use to plant. They give even the machinery to clear it and prepare it. You plant, you monitor, and the government tells you. They will bring the one to bring the harvester to harvest for you. But the government tells you, we are buying from you.
I hope they're not going to give them money.
No. After the harvest is when they're going to give them the
harvest, they will pay you. After the harvest, they will pay you. In that case now, the government has control over food that they can sell to the local market. But you see, if the government says it wants to be with this present situation, people will buy food. Do you know that people will even buy food, seasonal food, and
hoard it? Sorry, and go and hoard it, and then they will now sell.
Please, what is the bank rate in Nigeria right now?
Do you know that we have one media company that uses food to get their forex? You understand? Because they cannot get forex that is trapped. There's no forex. They will change the money in naira to buy food, store it up to when it is expensive, and go and sell it outside Nigeria, export to get their forex.
Well, if the government is coming, and that has to be illegal. You are an enemy of the state.
Yes.
I understand you're trying to
is already on that Indian company. I read of it
somewhere. You're an enemy of the state at that point.
Apart from that, Jide and Kanjo, do you know that how many containers are leaving Nigeria? Containers of yam to China, because they are using it for starch in their factory. They are importing a lot of yam from Nigeria since that almost about 8 years ago now, because they can get a lot of stuff from yam. So they are importing a lot. And not only that, look at that. If you go to Nigeria, seaport, come and see the quantity of container. Even here in Finland, container just coming. I was just asking myself, where are they getting all this food? Yam, plantain, everything from Nigeria, all over Europe, all over America, Canada, Mexico, all over the world. And you are telling us that unless the government is buying it up from them, and then they will close our border very well, and we manage our border very well.
I mean, we're at a critical point. It's some serious decision needs to be made.
You know what they did yesterday? What do you think they did yesterday with the neighbor? They called them for a meeting with the Secretary to the Federal Government. Immediately, soldiers surrounded them. Today, we must find solution to it. That is why at the end of the day, they were able to come out that, okay, we are going to pay you more than 60,000. 1 week, go and finalize it. That is the way it should be. Well, if you want to play politics or play prank, we also use our might. You are the federal government. You cannot just be holding your hand and be telling us that stupid democracy anywhere that human rights or something like that. Come on.
I know we've had this conversation a few times here. They need to, I would think they need to pour serious money into the Agricultural Development Bank so that rate, it will only be for the agricultural sector, maybe even extend it to food processing and storage.
I think to me, even they pour more money to that, they should not give an added Nigeria cash, direct cash.
No cash. Machinery, whatever. Yeah.
You want something, we give you.
How would they pay back? How would they pay back?
By the government will buy the product from them when it is harvested.
No can do. When you
Yes,
mention
sir.
government, I don't want government to even get themselves involved in any type of business, whether they are buying or they are selling.
But in Europe, the European Union set prices on commodities in Europe. In America,
If you look at our own peculiarity, can do.
I
Can
know,
it
sir.
work?
I know.
Let me tell you, in Nigeria, they will buy, let's say they will buy 10 tons and claim that it's 20 tons that they buy. Then at the end of the day, the 10 tons even disappear.
Build more prison. You don't even need prison. You go and put them in Zaria under the sun. You go and put them in Zaria under the sun. If other people can do it, are we so special? In America, most of the farmers sell to boards that are created by the government. They sell to those
I
boards.
agree with you. Let me tell you, as a farmer, you should know
Yes,
that if
sir.
I produce 10 tons of maize, this is how much I'm going to make. So even before, you understand, in Nigeria, you can't predict what you will see.
Exactly, and that's why we're suggesting this agricultural development bank. It will be very low interest loan. We'll have to shore
If they
up the
can make
borders.
it a private, if they can create something like a PPP or private company that can be doing that, I think it will be better rather than government getting
If
involved.
they have a commodity board, Simba, during the whole time, the commodity board will negotiate with the farmers, and they already have that this is how much we are going to buy your product, your farm produce after harvesting. I think it's fair game.
That is how it is done. That is what the European Union does. That is what America does. The farmers, everybody,
you have a ready-made buyer for your farm
everybody knows what the per ton world market price of maize is. Everybody knows. So you already have an idea of what they're going to pay you. Even with that, what farmers do here is they take that to banks to go and get loans.
I remember
Because everybody understand what the output is going to be.
Can do. I remember one old man, not very old that time. He has like a 4 plot of land. And what does he plant at that time? Only cabbage and lettuce for salad and carrots. That's the product that guy. And every time this man is driving a very good car and have a house, and I was with this just little farm, 4 plots. When he has a ready-made buyer. I think he sell to and the rest during those times. All those white GRA area in Ibadan. He just sell to directly. No middleman, nothing. So through that way, no trouble at all. It was able to do whatever he could.
We need to get. They need to get serious. So the time, the time for playing has been over since the 70s. We have to color more forward or whatever. And if you do anyhow, you go and put you in the middle of this Zaria somewhere in a tent. We're not even going to build a jail. Tent, no, we are at critical mass. You see, this is one of the things I look at. Based on the numbers, we're going to be about 400 million by 2050. 400 million people. How are you going to feed this people?
Can do. When we talk about look at Nigeria now as of today.
Yes,
let's just ask ourselves a good question. who are those people that are tilling the land, that are producing food in large quantity? Is it not the Hausa at the northern part of Nigeria?
Yes, yes,
And then
yes, they are.
when you look at the south, how many of us are even working in white collar job? Most Yoruba land is like if they work for as a civil servant, they have a small shop. They still have 2 or 3 other people.
Yes.
If that is those Yoruba that are really surviving very well in Nigeria in their own
Yes.
locality. And we have a lot of Nigerians that what they know is to complain every day. It's the government, they will complain tired. Even if you give them opportunity, they want to make more than the owner immediately. The mentality is so terrible that everybody thinks, I just want to blow. Any available opportunity, I just want to cash out. So what? There is nothing like dignity anymore.
Yeah, and that's part of our peculiarities as well. We believe that we invest 1 million, we must make 2 million in a year. That's not how it's done anywhere in the world that I know of. Because we want to be able to go and spend money and let everybody
At least
see
the
us.
best thing we can do for now, at least a country that can feed its population, at least the thinking will be less, the trouble will be less. At least I have food to eat. It's not about food anymore. So we
But
need
like I said, they need, maybe you see, this is part of what I've been saying, that whether it is this government or the next one, they need to be carrying people along. This is what we're doing. This is where we're doing it. This is how many people are involved. So that even if people don't see it today, they know it 6 months from now, 9 months from now, a year from now, this is what you're doing.
Can do. Look at that Niger State government. Use the state, the biggest land in Nigeria. They bought a lot of and everything. What are our people in the southwest? What are we doing? I think we also have
Remy, let me tell you. How many people listen to the only social media that government has NTA. I stumbled on YouTube NTA something, and I just listened to it for like 1 hour. That time they were talking about the rail. You understand? They were that they are now saying that maybe by June, by this June or so, that we have train running from Lagos to Kano. They have already test run it with both the passenger and cargo. You understand? There are so many things that is going on, but just wait. What I'm saying is the issue is I agree with you that the people working with them, the media people there, they're supposed to work more to let people know what the government is doing. They are not doing enough.
Is it from Abuja to Kano or Kaduna to Kano?
From Lagos to Kano. From Lagos to Kano.
They started taking container from Lagos to Ibadan already.
There is an existing narrow gauge. There is an existing narrow gauge that has been there since the time of colonial. They have already repaired that one. They have tested it. You understand?
Okay, but what I'm saying is, you narrated now that NTA. Should be all of these people have media people. I'm not talking about these TV stations or the newspaper. They have media heads. What does it take for those media hate people to be buying up slots on YouTube or whatever?
Media people, they are not trying at all. They are not doing anything.
I'm talking about the media age, not the TV people, not the stations.
No, I'm talking. That's what I'm saying. They are just there. They are not doing anything. Those guys are not just doing anything.
I'm sorry to say this. I like
the only time you hear about them when there is occasionally when they come out is controversy that they throw around.
And that's what they should be doing. Taking pictures of those things, putting them out there. Sorry, I'm sorry.
The beauty of it now is that apart from that narrow gateway that we said they have already finished repairing, I think they are also looking at to start the standard gauge from Ibadan to all the way to Abuja. I don't know. And there's going to be a supplementary appropriation to the National Assembly soon. They will start also from the Calabar end of the highway in July. They want to start that one too. and there's going to be another super highway from all the way from Badagry to Shoko. Because when you do road construction, you are creating thousands of jobs for people to do, and then we have artisans that will work with them. It's only another way to create employment, and I think the National Assembly should, at a matter of urgency, should speed up the state police so that it will create more opportunity for people to find jobs. Because at least, because I'm also pleading. I don't know. I hope that Tinubu should also come up with, if you graduated 2 years ago and you don't find a job, we should also give you a kind of stipend, even if it's 15,000 every month for the next 2 years until you find something. So at least that one will also prepare some people to do.
Then if he does that, he's gonna win the next election for sure.
You know that the portal they open for that student loan, first week already, they already have 60,000 people and 30,000 already successful applicants. And by next week, they will join state university to it. So there's no story about say, okay, my father cannot pay my school fees, so I become Olusho, I become Yahoo. No more story like that. So go and get the loan, go to school and face your studies. So you can see the lecturer in the Nigerian university, they don't like that student loan. I just wonder, what concern you? You are a teacher there. Just lecture, teach the student. What concern you are to pay their school fees? Why you don't like it? I don't get it. So at the end of the day, yeah, continue.
No, go ahead.
So I just want to say, if there is more avenue of government being responsible to pay people stipend or benefit, even I'm also suggesting in my head, if you are over 65 years old and through your BVN and AIN that you don't have any support, government should also support old people, like what they used to do, Fayemi did in Ekiti. Even if it's 20,000 you are giving them, at least it will go a long way to also solve their problem. So if there's so many government is doing, the level of corruption will also reduce. Because God, man.
Yeah, we need to wake up. We need to wake up, honestly.
Fighting among ourselves, doing something. People should come out with different ideas, different solutions. They also listen to all this platform. They listen to most of the platform on social media. They also pick idea from people, and they can fine tune it better. So instead of you castigating, the worst thing you can do.
A great number of things have been a great number of very good ideas have been put on the last many hours on here, and something tells me that these people are not daft.
Yes.
Something tells me that they're not daft. They're not stupid.
I think that minimum wage, they want to put it around 70 or 75,000. The federal government is also willing to pay up to 100,000, but the state refused because they will.
But again, like we said, I don't know how that is going to work, because that's even if all the states and the federal, they all agree to be paying whatever the number is. How does that translate to the private sector, which is the primary employer of labor?
Let the sleeping dog lie, or what the first say. At least we solve that problem. Private sector, they cannot afford. Some of them are paying 70,000, but some of them say no, they will never pay more than 70,000. So that's why federal government says 60,000. So give or take, no matter what happens, within 60 to 100,000, within that range, something will come out.
Yeah.
So you talking about 400,000 is unrealizable at all. It's too ridiculous.
No, that number you can't even do that. Your economy is going to crash. That's not even an option.
They
It should crash the economy.
They should
I just want to quickly say this. For the beauty of it, we just discovered that let Ogun State have a huge abundance of natural gas again. Sooner or later, if they start exploring, Ogun State will also become oil-producing state.
I mean, Europe is begging everybody for natural gas. If you have it, there's no reason why you should not be extracting it.
I will advise you to go to YouTube and punch in that inside. They are already constructing the pipeline. It's going to ready by the end of this year or early next year. So Nigerian gas, from Nigerian gas all the way, passing through Morocco, Algeria, all the way to Europe. Nigeria was not another 2 African country. They also want to benefit from that gas.
Are they really building it? Are they
What
building it right now?
they're about to finish it, not even build
They're
it.
about to finish it.
Yes, about to
Pipeline
finish.
from south all across Nigeria
Yes,
through
all
the
the
north.
way from Nigeria. They started during Buhari regime. This is a Nigeria and African Development Bank project. So they
Is
have
there a
their
picture or a video that shows that they are?
no. This is not picture. You go to YouTube. You can type in the gas pipeline from Nigeria to Europe. There's a video about it. There's a documentary about it. You will see everything by yourself. I think by early next year, we should start shipping our gas from Nigeria all the way to Europe. That is one of the reasons that Nigeria is playing like in the middle between the BRICS nation and the Western nation. And that is why South Africa and the rest, they are blocking Nigeria not to really partake in that thing, okay? That is why they don't want Nigeria to be a member of a BRICS nation. So at the end of the day, if we started exporting our gas to all these countries, to Europe, that is additional income for that country. Because Nigeria is more of gas, or more of gas than.
Yeah, we're more a gas nation than crude oil.
And I think another thing, this government, you might say whatever you are saying, but they're also trying their best. There's now more alternative stations where you can convert your vehicle to use CNG gases, CNG gas. So you can go to some. They want to put in more petrol stations. You can go there, get a cylinder at your trunk of your car, and the government is subsidizing by 50% of the cost of using that. So you have alternative of using gas or petrol. So if I'm in Nigeria and I have the power, I will do that. At least it will save me a lot of money. I don't care about petrol anymore. And this is not energy. In China,
please, Remy.
Yeah?
Remy, please, I'm about to take a bow. Please, I think the last thing I will have to drop here is any way we can be able to influence others, especially those of us that go to other platforms to at least give our opinion. It's that time we begin to plead with our fellow citizen to at least, I know that when we criticize the government, it's a good thing, but I think at least this time we should all try and begin to, talk positivity to these people also. I think they need it. They are human beings. All that. Sometimes I sit down, I begin to reason this Buhari. I think most of the things Buhari did to Nigeria, he did it on purpose. Especially these insults. He has died. He's a crow. These people, they're also human beings. We should, these social media things, anywhere we go, please, if you go.
They will abuse the hell out of you. I don't go to any pastor. I only go to
what type of people sit around and be talking about this is not the real Buhari? I can't even have a conversation with anybody like that. It's not. Where do you even start?
This Tinubu you see there, he is the president of the country, and he's holding in his arm more than 2-point-something million people. So just insulting him, I don't think is enough. Insulting him is enough. Or coming to social media to come and put a lot of lies there.
Who is speaking? I beg.
Isaac Black.
Okay, Mr. Isaac. Why do you care who insults anybody? What these people need to do is do their job. Why do I care if you insult whoever? They should go there, do their job, where this is a critical time. Whether you insult Microsoft, they will still do their job. Whether you cost NVIDIA, they will still put out their product. I mean, all this foolishness that who cares who insult people? I mean, me, I don't really, it's.
Can do. I think I may agree with you to some extent. That, hey, if you sign up, hey, they insult someone. Of course, insult people, going to insult people. But what about when people are saying things like the president is a drug dealer, things like that?
Well, you see, Mr. Mike, let me answer you something real quickly. You see, nobody can call me a drug dealer. Me. Nobody can call
It's
my
not
father a
about you.
drug
I
dealer.
don't think you
But
get it.
hold on. Hold on.
You're talking about the president of the country.
I don't care whether you are the president of the Catholic Church. I've never dealt in the drug area. My father has never dealt in the drug area. My mother has never been an Ajaero.
Okay, let me put a question this way. Hold on, let me put a question this way. What do you think about somebody going on a platform, an international platform, and trying to convincing the whole world that the president of Nigeria is a drug lord? Like actually presenting fake facts and trying to convince people that the president is a drug lord. When the president, what do you think about that?
Okay, you see, that's why I was answering the question the way I did. I've never peddled in such places.
Why are you always saying you? It's not about you. I'm just saying, what do you think about the point?
I'm going somewhere real quickly. You see, the reason I answered your question like that is because if I have never been in that type of a space, Tinubu has been in that type of a space. Whether he did it himself, or whether whatever, it's even irrelevant to me at this point.
What do you think about the image of the country?
No,
Look, there is no image of the country.
What do you mean there's no image?
No, let me tell you.
Wait. Hold on. You have to travel. People that have to travel with a green passport, and people are telling the whole world. People that will be, including people that will be, that will be checking your passport when you are coming to their country, and somebody is painting the image of a country that the president. Hold on now. Wait. Let me see you. We've been talking all day. I've been quiet. Calm down. Somebody is going out there painting a country, telling the world, a country that people are already giving some bad reputation as a country of people that sell drugs and things like that. And somebody is not going to convince the world that the president is a drug lord, knowing that many of us, we have to travel with that passport of that country and the image of a country where people will actually believe that what kind of country is it that the president of the country is a drug lord? That means these people are drug people. And you and I have to travel through airports of different countries, and we have to deal with the consequence. And you're telling me it doesn't matter what somebody says. Really? When you and I have to pay the price?
Are you done? Let me tell you something. If I've always said this. Hold on. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I just want you to add this to what you want to talk before you continue. Do you know there is a proposal in the European Union as from 2025, America will have to seek for visa to come to Europe? Do you know that? And it's going to come to reality because they have started castigating America. They are not looking at you like the way before. They are preparing in the event of Trump winning. They are also forming together. Because so many things that. And another thing I want to ask is before you say your father was a banker and was arrested.
Yes.
Now people now go online and they just press you peddling rumor about your father. Your father is let's assume your father is a rich man. And then I said, where does he get the money? Is it not the money stolen from the bank? And before you know it, all Nigeria are saying your father is a thief. So,
actually, a lot of my friends, because there was this image in the 80s, 90s that bankers steal money and do this and that. Even a lot of my own personal friends thought that my father's money came from the bank. And my father or anybody else that knows will tell you that he was fortunate enough to be involved in a car dealership business. That the thing was, I'm talking about 84, 85. The guy that was running that thing will bring 80,000 naira here, give it to daddy. 65,000, give it to daddy. That thing was so profitable, it was ridiculous. I don't care if it's my father. If he's a thief, I would disown him. Me. I don't care about what anybody else does. But Mr.
Sorry,
hold on.
You have to care about every time you come on the platform, you say you don't care, you don't care. You cannot exist in isolation.
I'm not existing.
You have to. Let me tell you. You are here now. You are the only one. He gave you an example of your father. You understand what I'm saying? If your father want to go into politics now, do you know what they can say and do and even manufacture, even things that he has done and things that he has never done in his life? They will paint it. They will paint it black.
I hear you. Number one, my father will never go into such a field because he understands.
Don't always say you don't care. You don't care. People, you have to care about what people say.
I have my reasons. Is this Mr. Simba?
Yes.
I can't see the word. Okay. If somebody calls you a drug dealer now, what will you say? Mr. Simba, if somebody calls you a drug dealer,
I would say I'm not.
Okay.
But it doesn't.
Okay.
Let me tell you, it doesn't.
Hold on. But you see, this is the thing. Like me, you see, in America, I have dealt with the IRS. I've had to surrender almost $1 million to them because I was doing the business I was doing and I was not paying taxes. If I was doing the things I was supposed to do, paying the taxes that I was supposed to be paying at that time, there's no way they could have come to my door. But because my hands were not fully clean. So if somebody says, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a drug dealer, you see, you don't forfeit for whatever reason, convenience, I don't want to deal with this headache. You don't forfeit $495,000 to the Drug Enforcement Agency for no reason. Whether you're directly involved,
let's even assume that it was a drug dealer. Let's assume that. Does it make sense for a Nigerian to now go and be telling or go on a platform such as, you know who George Galloway is?
No.
Oh my God.
No.
George Galloway is basically is a British big media guy. Has a platform, millions. Like he's international, the whole world, people all over the world watching. And this obedient guy went there and literally to tell him and tell the world and started convincing everybody, convincing that the president of Nigeria is a drug lord. And I'm like, even if your president is a drug lord, what relevant is it for you to go there? I don't mind him saying it among Nigerians or maybe whatever, talk shit. But why would you go there to go and say, what is he trying to achieve? Wait, can do. Let me land now. There's no way, you can't even see and defend that or even say it doesn't matter. It does matter because that alone affects you and I. That affects you and I. When a Nigerian,
it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me. If you like,
maybe you don't carry Nigerian passport anymore.
No, it's not. Everything is not about you. Everything is about you. You look at the common people. You look at everybody. Everything doesn't.
As long as it doesn't affect can do doesn't care. The rest of Nigerians can go to hell. Everyone there that will go to. Every Nigerian will be treated like crap in Indian airports, in Pakistan, in Malaysia airport. Every Nigerian will be rough and do. You don't care because it doesn't because you are not going there.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What I said because it doesn't affect you. You don't care.
Let me expatiate. I asked somebody. I said, if somebody called him a drug dealer, what will he do? He said he's not a drug dealer.
No. It's not about somebody calling him alone. The person went to an international platform to be pushing it.
They can go to heaven platform.
Oh my God! So it's okay. It's okay, right? It's okay, right? That's what you're saying.
I didn't say it's okay.
So what is your argument then?
If Mr. Simba has never dealt in such an area,
So it's okay for them
If
to say
somebody
it then.
calls, no, I didn't say whether
But
it's
that's what you're
look,
saying now.
you
Saying
can't stop
it's okay for them to be saying it. That's what you're
no,
saying.
I did look,
Okay, okay,
Mr. Mike,
let's put it this way,
Mr.
so
Mike.
we don't just argue blindly. What do you think about the guy that did it?
I don't think anything, and this is the
Okay,
reason.
so it's okay then. It's okay for him to do it. It's okay.
You cannot stop
How
what
can you
people
not
are
think anything
going to
about that? Are you
do.
kidding me?
You cannot stop what I can.
I'm not saying we can stop him, but you should at least condemn it. Like what he did is wrong and it's terrible, and the guy is terrible.
Me condemning it, is it going to stop the guy from saying it again?
It doesn't matter what I stop it, but your
That's a
opinion should
waste
be
of
that
my time.
what the guy did is
No,
horrible and he shouldn't do
that is a
it.
waste of my time.
How is that a waste of your time? Are you kidding me? Somebody doing something to destroy the lives of millions of Nigerians, the image and the livelihood of people, where potentially the country will ban Nigerians from coming to their country because of that.
If that person has never done anything that anybody could even associate them to that,
look
then
at
it
this,
wouldn't
look at
matter.
this again. Look at this example.
Yes, sir.
Let's say you have a farm or you have a
Yes,
company and you produce an item, and you know that your image of your product is very important.
Excuse me.
Yeah, the image of your product is very important. Let's
Yes,
not
sir.
say people like Mike or Simba, they went online and started marketing your product.
Yes,
and they
sir.
demarket to the extent that it's continuing to have a negative effect on that product. So
Yes,
you
sir.
also show no concern. So when you look at it, when you demarket a country, you are not only demarketing the country, you are also demarketing the citizen or non-citizen who are not interested in politics, who just want to go their own way in a more simpler way, who wanted to get their things done, not thinking that because they are demarcated. So I just want you to look at it in that perspective. You are looking at it, you might not be concerned because you are just minute, you are one out of millions. So that one.
No,
but when you
No, Remy, he's thinking that it's Tinubu that thing affects. And he's not understanding that me, I'm not, it's not really, it's only Tinubu that is in effect. I won't really care.
Again,
Just like he doesn't care. But he doesn't understand how that thing affects the people that affect the
I
most.
heard it.
Are regular
But
Nigerians
I
that
think
travel all the time.
some people might not be understanding me is this. You see, I don't stand for any injustice of any kind, any place. I don't care if I fly into Heathrow, nobody can talk to me anyhow. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the president of the European Union. I carry myself with the dignity of a human being. You're not going to talk down to me. If I'm coming to your country, I mean, obviously, maybe it's because, I'm in the position that I'm in. But if I'm coming to your country, I conduct myself very well. When I get to Muratala
They don't care.
it's
not your conduct that look, it's your
get in
passport.
line.
Can do. Stop being disingenuous.
I don't
you know
go
when you
against
get
the
to people's
line
airports, wait
just
now,
because
wait.
I'm in Lagos.
Can do, hold on.
Because I won't do that in Los
But
Angeles.
Mike, we are
And I won't
not
do
going
that
to
in
see
New York.
we are
So
not going to
that's
see
how
this.
I carry myself.
Let's have about
If the 200 and whatever other Nigerians carry themselves in a different way, that's your problem. I used to tell people when they used to do a lot of this Nigerian scam, and I would meet people, they'd be like, "Oh, are you a Nigerian?" I say, "Yes." Because even at that time, I didn't even want to be a U.S. citizen. I just became a U.S. citizen 12 years ago after 36 years in this country. Because I tell people I am a Nigerian.
Let's have about Jolly Gogoreke. You wanted to say something.
Oh, so you're the people that are doing that Nigerian scam. And I tell them, look, I don't care if 99.99999% of Nigerians are criminals. It's got nothing to do with me.
Okay, that's fine. It got nothing to do with you. Okay,
that's
fine.
What other people do.
The reason I made this statement, this is not about, I don't care if it doesn't affect me. The reason I posed the question the way I posed it, so I think it was Mr. Simba, is if you, Mr. Simba, you gotta let other people talk now.
Can do. Just allow Baba Jali Koko to, because his voice came up.
Mike, look, I think
was it me that muted myself? That if
no, I'm the one that muted you because we keep trying to get your attention. It's like you're not hearing us.
What difference does it make?
Okay,
so in the example of the
please let me moderate.
If I'm manufacturing a product,
he couldn't hear you guys
saying something bad about my product, obviously it's going to cost.
He's not hearing us.
He's not hearing. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear now?
Maybe you bring it back, Mike.
Okay, let me bring him back.
all this big
He's still talking.
roundabout is
Can
because
you hear?
he knows that
Let's
has
give him
never
time.
had to forfeit any
Give him
money
some time. Give him some
to the
time.
Drug Enforcement Agency in America.
Can you
If
hear us?
people go out there and say he's a drug dealer,
He's got to go out and
other
come back,
people
man.
will
I
be
mean,
like,
we can't sit down here
show
watch
me
story that
where.
we don't even understand, man. He's going
No,
to have to
Mike,
go out and come back.
let him land.
But he's been going forever now.
There
Where
are
is he
some
landing
phones.
now? We don't. He's
There
even
are
just
some.
driving us all over the place, man. We don't
But
even
it
know
should
what.
indicate if he's hearing or not.
He's not hearing us now, so he's got to go back and come back now.
Ajaero could continue. We want to
Okay.
hear.
You see what I'm trying to say here is that, you see, what that guy did on Galloway show, the way you sees it, and the atrocity that you think, and the bad image he has given us as a country. A lot of people will not see that. A lot of people will just see that, well, he went there to rubbish the image of the president. That's it. Some people will look it like that.
Yeah, so we're not saying everybody of Ajale Coco now. Some people look at that, but what we are saying of Ajale Coco is some countries, like for example, people were saying in Malaysia, for example, they ban Nigerians from coming there. They ban us, you understand? And they don't care. They don't even try to know whether you're good.
Why
I'm
they ban
serious.
us? You know why? You know what Nigeria have been doing.
That's what
A
I'm
lot of
saying now,
Nigeria have been
Babajale Coco.
lost.
So, Babajale Coco, we already have that bad reputation, right? To some extent, we already have it. Like, okay, some Nigerians are doing this thing because of that. Of course, some countries know that. Okay, some Nigerians are doing this, but how bad are they? How bad is it? They can't really conclude that. Okay, who's doing it? To what level are they doing it? To what hierarchy is involved in this thing? But now, for somebody to not go out and tell them that Babajale Coco, wait. For somebody to now say is at the level of presidential. The drug dealing is on the level of the presidential. He just killed us completely. He just nailed the coffin. Because Malaysia is already saying, okay, these Nigerians are doing this, but to what level are they doing it? But now, if those Malaysians are now hearing that it's to the level of the president,
I agree with
It's
you.
another way
that's what
to
we are
say
telling
that
you
the
now.
president. It's another way to say that the president has boys that he sent out.
Yeah, now they
agree
will think it's
with
the
you.
president that's sending them to Malaysia to go and be selling those drugs,
I agree with you that, a lot of ordinary people listening to that guy doesn't know anything about Nigeria or have, that sense of knowledge of Nigerian politics. They will quickly, believe that guy that, oh, he's a voice of opposition, he's a Nigerian, he's a journalist, and he's telling the country, he's telling the world the truth of what is going on in Nigeria. The president's a drug lord and stuff like that. Yes, I agree with you. Surely have a negative, image of us as people and the country. But yeah, I agree with you. But at the same time, some people we just don't see. They won't see it that way. They won't say, "Well, I don't care." But just like Kandu was saying, some people will not think that whatever he did on Galloway will affect Nigeria in any way. They just feel, well, Nigeria has an image already. Whether you say it's a drug leader, is our president, it's not going to have anything against us, particularly the people at the diplomatic circle, the people at the head of affairs of each country. They know what is really going on in Nigeria, and they are not going to use his interview. Oh yeah, the people at diplomatic foreign offices of different countries. Yes, they have ambassador in Nigeria now.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think not every country have embassy in Nigeria? Not every country, trust me. There are many countries that have embassy in Nigeria. And I'm telling you, not every country have embassy in every country. Like for example, Nigeria doesn't have embassy in every country. And you can't tell me that Nigeria know everything about every country, or say Nigerian officials know everything about every country. They don't. So there's so many
Every
countries.
country that we have,
There are many countries that don't know shit about us. I'm telling you, they don't even
No,
give a fuck.
no,
no,
not
hold on. Let me land. You see, every countries that have ambassador in Nigeria knows what is going on in Nigeria, because their ambassador is, I mean, their part of responsibility is to furnish their home country about the true position of things of what is going on in the country that they are working as an ambassador. So our own ambassador in other parts of the world, in every country that they are representing Nigeria, they furnish Nigeria government about what is really going on in Nigeria. And the issue of Tinubu that went through court in United States, that defeated them in the United States, went through court in Nigeria, defeated them with all these atrocities, all these charges and all this lie against him. They will report back home to their home countries, and they won't believe all this noise that this guy is making on George Galloway. But ordinary people that doesn't know anything about Nigeria, listening to him as a journalist and reporting that, oh, they are after him, he has to run away, they will think that he's telling them the truth. So you are partially right, but on the other side, people that don't believe that it's going to hurt us in any way, they are right too. So
how are they right to believe that it's not going to hurt us in any way?
Well, some people will not see it that way. You are
How
saying
can you be right in thinking it's not going to hurt us in any way?
I just explained to you the ambassadors of this country in Nigeria.
George Galloway was the reason why I started disliking UK.
Let me tell you, George Galloway. George Galloway himself will have done his research. George Galloway will not join him in saying that thing on his show.
He joined him
Galloway
now.
will not do it.
Even George Galloway
Galloway will not do it.
The guy was very enlightened.
Baba Ajaero.
Yeah, Galloway is just selling his show, marketing his show, making money on his show, bringing that guy to spill some lie and so. But Galloway himself, you will never hear Galloway calling Nigeria president a drug addict, a drug trafficker, or baron. Did they call it? What did they call them? Drug baron. Or so. George Galloway will never say nothing like that, because George Galloway speak on fact. He does his own research before he comes to speak on his show, and I believe he will have done his research on Nigeria. I mean, he's a British parliamentarian. He's well-read guy. He's well-versed in many, topics and current affairs, political affairs around the world. And John Galloway will never call President Tinubu a drug baron, because he knows much about Nigerian politics and what is going on in Nigeria.
Baba Ajaero, let me add to what you said. You see, what I was trying to say at the end of the day is, you see, a lot of these countries, especially the European Union countries, America, they get security reports. They get security reports about other presidents of other countries, prime ministers of other countries. These people are not stupid. They have dossiers.
If Tinubu enters price like somebody going to Igbo every time, you think they don't know what
they have dossier? They know what he eats for breakfast.
Yes.
They know his activities in Chicago. They know what school he went to. This is not news to these people. This is information that they use to make determinations about what they do. Do they give you a loan? Do they give your country a loan? Do their bank of whatever provide loans for their companies that will operate in your country? This is a different level. So
do you think people that are ministers of those countries, that let's say the people that work at the airports, a president is hired as a minister to work in the airport and things like that, as create policy in the airport, do you think those ones go and dig into to go and dig facts about that president or that country and things like that. Why do you think some of these people country they literally ban Nigerians from coming to their countries because of wait now wait.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Hold on. So those people, if they are so digging so deep into Nigeria, studying the fact about Nigeria, would they not have known that the percentage of Nigerians doing these things is just a tiny few people? But to them, wow, these people are a bunch of freaking criminals. They say you go there. People, Nigeria went to Malaysia. Say even there wasn't a Thomas came here and said, dude, him and his wife just trying to take vacation to that country, and they said, no, you Nigerians are a bunch of freaking criminals. We can't let you in. You're drug law. You're bringing drugs. Once they flip green passport. So are you saying, oh, they done some diplomatic this thing, they study everything about Nigeria?
People are not stupid. Whether it's Malaysia, whether it's Heathrow Airport, you see, the people that work at the airport, they're not stupid people either. They have meetings in the morning. They have meetings.
So why would they ban all Nigerians?
Hold on.
Anybody that will ban Thomas.
When somebody is coming from Jamaica to Heathrow, I've seen numerous videos of these things. They have meetings. They already know that people coming from Taiwan or coming from whatever Asian country, they bring opium into Heathrow. So they tell their people, look out for this, look out for that. At the time, when Nigerians used to be one of the people that import cocaine and swallow cocaine in their tummy. So it's not even the president of Nigeria, it's the image that your people, any people anywhere. If an American is going from US to France, they're not going to be looking for that person to be bringing drugs from America to France because it's not what they do. But if you're coming from Jamaica into France, whether it is fair or not, that's what some of those people do. So you have to bring more resources to that. This is not about being against Nigeria or Nigerians. If you carry yourself a certain way, that's how people are going to carry you. I have been stopped in this America several times by police, many times, especially when I had a brand new car that I refused to put a license plate on. And the area that I live was 99.99% white people. They will stop me, brand new Mercedes-Benz, 24, 26-year-old guy. Good evening, officer. How you guys doing tonight? The way I conduct myself. Does that mean that there cannot be one racist one that will beat my black behind up? No. But all things being equal, I'm not paying fuck the police on my system. I'm respectful. I have my driver's license, I have my insurance, everything. The only thing I don't have is a plate. So you see, your attitude will determine your altitude in life. How you
at the end of the day, whatever that boy did, I had to be on a panel full of non-Nigerians telling me that the president of our country is a drug dealer, and I had to let them know that listen, there's no fact that's a drug dealer, and it's not true. They say, oh, he was convicted of drug dealing. So at the end of the day, I had to at the end of the day, millions of people heard it. And
that was why I gave the example by asking Mr. Simba that in him, if he has never been in anything like that, and if somebody called him a bomo, and he has never bomoed anybody's bomo, what difference does it make? I'll tell you, I'm not a bomo.
The difference makes is it affect your. It may affect your potential opportunity to do business with some people. Some people don't trust you.
Okay, I agree.
The image matter. No matter how you talk here tonight.
I agree.
The image of your country will affect the citizens of that country.
But you see, I agree. But you see, again, what you continue to miss is if somebody calls Obama, if somebody says to an American or goes on a British or Asian whatever newscast and say your president Obama used to be a drug dealer, They will just laugh at you.
Of course, they will laugh because everybody know Obama, everybody know America.
No,
So everybody follow America.
Okay,
How many people follow
forget.
Nigeria enough for them to know that what this guy saying is not true? They don't
If
know.
somebody said the president, what's that man's name? Ruru Kenyatta was a drug dealer, people will laugh at you because he has never been.
That's for those that know Kenya. You understand?
No,
Hold on. You
choose
can't
any
say it's the same
country.
reaction when. Hold on now. You can't say it's going to be the same reaction if somebody say president of United States is a drug dealer, and when somebody say president of Nicaragua is a drug dealer. The one for the United States, we're all going to laugh at you, but the one with Nicaragua, I'll be like, eh? Smart people like me have to go and look and dig because I won't just say you're lying. I can't just laugh at you because I don't know Nicaragua like that. Nicaragua is not as popular as United States, so it's different. So Nigeria is not as popular as United States, so you can't use that comparison. Like, oh, if somebody say Obama, come on, man.
You keep missing my point. Choose the president of whether it's a popular country or an unknown country. Take your pick. All I'm telling you is, if Mr. Tinubu had never been in a situation where he had to forfeit 495,000 to the drug, not to the IRS, not to the construction court, not
Okay,
to
I
the
get it. You don't
food.
like Tinubu. Okay, that's why.
He's not a man. Like, what difference? Look, me, I don't care. I don't. Why? What does Tinubu doesn't
And
do
that's the
anything
problem we
for
have in
me?
Nigeria.
Obasanjo
You know, we
doesn't
throw
do
the baby
anything
out with
for
the
me.
bathwater because you don't like Tinubu now. You
No.
support.
Hold on.
Obi doesn't do anything for me. I don't care to lie for the tribal people.
Let's hear from other voices, man.
Yeah,
I think I have been talking too long.
let me just chime in for 1 second, and I'm gonna.
No, Simba, Pastor, hold on. Some people are being.
Hold on.
No, I just want to chime in. I've been here for 2 hours.
It's just a short thing I want to say.
Pastor, I think Isaac Black wanted to speak
Very
first.
short,
Let him go first.
Very short. It's very short, please. I think we should all go ahead insulting the president. That's all I want to say.
Okay, that was shorter than I thought.
I don't insult anybody. It does nothing for me. There's nothing for me to gain from insulting anybody.
No, you said it's cool.
It's
cool to insult me. That's what you said.
Hold
you said
on.
it's cool.
Please, let's be.
Let's
be organized here. So what I'm saying is that, I'm on your side, right? And
of course, now.
Here's the mistake you're making, right? If somebody go past standard 6, they go university, become doctor. You they call him the name for standard 6. Yeah, you standard 6 guy. Tinubu is now more than a drug lord. He's a ruiner of our economy. Right? He's a ruiner of the economy. That's bigger than a drug dealer. Right? So you calling him a drug lord, that's like campaign. Right now, he was asked to put up or shut up, and he couldn't put up, and he did shut up. At least he did that. You can't hear him talking anywhere. He built Lagos, he did this. All these are fellow citizens here who are still mired in the election thing that caused strife between Yorubas and Igbos and Northerners. We're way, way beyond that. All of us are Nigerians and we love our country. So it's come down to calling him a drug lord. It's a waste of time. We know he had drug issues, but right now he's ruined our economy. Inflation is over 30%. He has no empathy. He doesn't have a heart. Look, I'd rather be a drug dealer than be somebody who doesn't have a heart. No heart whatsoever. Now, today I came on this platform with the spirit of saying, let's get some work done now. It's time. These people don't think that we're dumb and we're stupid because we're divided. Because what they've succeeded in doing, I'm gonna use this to close what I'm saying, because I'm having a beautiful dinner here. Awesome dinner. And I wanna finish it. So what I'm saying is that right now, there is a link between Showore, Nnamdi Kanu, Igboho, all of us. So a lot of Nigerians don't like revolutionary stuff. So they don't want anybody being revolutionary like Nnamdi Kanu or even Showore. But at some point, if you unite us, we're going to be united. And we're going to kick some ass. Let them have some respect, negotiating good faith here. Quickly bring that country to where the economy is at least working. If they don't do that, they're gonna be out of there. I can assure you that. So please don't refer to him as a drug dealer. He is worse than that. He ruined the country. Thank you.
Progressive or Yakub, you guys want to say something?
Pansat, I don't know if Pansat have been on the shows because I just came in now. I think Pansat have come back is coming with his trash talk again this morning. He's talking nonsense all the time as usual. I making comment about Nnamdi. Listen, I don't support Nnamdi Kanu being locked up. I wish they can release him whichever way. But please, it's not that we all forgot his incident when he was out there. Okay, so to be comparing him with the works that Showore is doing, I think it's almost like I don't know what language to use because I wouldn't want to be that rude. Showore, with all his activism, still he knew that the way to go is to be involved in the political system and try to change the system using the legal means. Compared to somebody who has been calling for other cities to be to be yanked off, calling for people to buy and stuff like that, calling the nation a zoo and stuff like that. Look, for me, those things he did for me, if I was the government, I would not arrest him. But you cannot compare his actions with that of what Showore is doing. Is there light? I think that is just.
I was not doing a comparative analysis. Maybe you didn't hear what I said, right?
Yeah, but
And
you're
let me
putting
tell
them.
you
You're
something.
putting them on the same platform.
Let's know what I'm saying now. This is going to offend some others, but it's directed at you, and it's not because of what you just said here. It's the spirit that you come online, right? Listen to me very carefully. I want you to wax your ears. In that Nigeria, we have what we call Wazobia, right? Hausas, very close to Fulanis up there, Yorubas, and Igbos, right? And everybody else come under those three. As a contrast, Nigeria, when we're not being clannish, we're looking at national issues. We've got an issue to handle now. That includes our Wazobia. A small guy like you from a small state, Edo State, maybe electorally about 300,000 or 400,000 people that's divided among 2 or 3 or 4 major parties. So the lion's share, probably somebody get 100 or something thousand. Are you what the trouble? I've argued, and there are a lot of
Mike, good morning, Mike. Good morning.
A lot of people they get mad at me when I make that argument. You're not what the trouble. We're gonna move on. We don't want somebody pitting the Yorubas against the Igbos. These minorities, that's the habit you have. You want the Igbos to be fighting the Yorubas and the Hausas while you sit on the side pointing fingers. Since the inception of that country, it's been you minorities that are the problem.
Mike.
When we went to Aburi here, we had a deal.
Mike, good morning.
Came home. Mike,
Good morning, Yakub.
Could you mute?
Yeah, I was trying to get your attention
Please
earlier.
don't let us hear from our POV member, man.
So what I'm saying to you,
Pansat, land your point, man, so we can hear from new voices. People haven't said anything.
Let me conclude by saying that. I want to conclude by saying that Progressive. Let me watch you tonight. I'm gonna watch you. I'm not gonna engage you in any further debate, right? Let me see if you're going to be using your people. Use your people and fight the Igbos when you want to talk. Leave the Yorubas alone. Or you fight the Yorubas, leave the Igbos alone. Stand on your own feet.
All of a sudden, Pansat like Yoruba people.
No, I'm saying talk for yourself. I hate somebody coming in and trying to put a fight between the Yorubas and the Igbos when we have a national issue.
This is my section, please.
We have
Pansat, mute yourself and let other people talk.
I want you to keep an eye on this.
Pansat, 10 more seconds, man. Land your point, 10 seconds. So we can hear from Yakub. He hasn't said anything.
I'm done. Let him go ahead.
Okay, let's hear from Yakub.
So, Pansat, first of all,
Yakub, hold on, Progressive. Yakub, do you have something to say?
Yeah. I just want to respond to Pansat quickly.
Okay,
First of all, one, I've stated clearly my origin and background on this platform before. That's one. Secondly,
Anambra State, right? It's only just over 4,000 square kilometers. It's like a pin inside Nigeria. The whole of Southeast that you come here and say Wazobia is 29,000 kilometers. Or your state, if you want to know, is over 28,000 square kilometers. Okay, so if you see the same narrative that you just come and spill here now. The day Buhari, you remember the day Buhari made a statement and say the Southeast is like a dot in Nigeria. All of you guys went berserk, you went mental. But you are doing exactly the same thing, even though Edo State is only less than 10, is around 10,000 square kilometers, smaller than the whole of Southeast. You're talking about people. If you go to your place now, you go and live in the village because you cannot afford to live in the city anymore because you don't have land. And you come here, you try to marginalize,
you
try
called
to put other people down.
Right? You're not doing what we agreed on. Compare your place with anybody you want to compare your place with. But leave the Buharis out. Talk about your own people.
Passat.
And
it's like you are there.
Let me just say this finally.
It's like you are there. You don't listen.
In that Edo State,
I just told you,
our people.
Edo State is nearly 20,000. Edo State is nearly 20,000 square kilometers.
Hold on. But listen.
You name a single state. You name a single state in the Southeast. In fact, combine 3 states together.
Let me get a word.
Combine 3 states together in the Southeast. That is that big.
Itself. Now, what you are maybe from Akoko Edo, the northern, the north. You're Muslim for crying out loud. A lot of Edo are still our people.
You cannot assume what religion I am. I'm not religious. I'm not a religious person.
You're Muslim, admit it. I'm a Christian.
I'm not a religious person. You don't feed me, so I have no reason to lie.
Are you a Muslim?
I'm not a religious person.
All right, so you're hiding yourself. I'm a proud Christian.
That's good for you.
That's me.
That's good. That's good for you.
Come here and you want to hide under the Yorubas. You stick out like a sore thumb because you're Muslim.
Are you dumb or something? Are you dumb? Do you even listen to me?
A lot of 80% of Edo is our people. But you have this Muslim Edo that try to pit fights among the Wazobia, right? And you wanna be running your mouth on the Igbos that could take you over in hours. So you keep your mouth shut and let's talk about national stuff.
The people who took your property in River State,
Mike, I'm done.
The people who took your property in River State, you haven't taken them over. Okay.
Don't worry now. Okay. Just talk for your people. Forget about all that. Talk about Edo.
Pastor, how come you haven't collect your property back, man? What's going on?
The ones that took your property in River State,
bullying you, took your property.
The one that bullied you and took your property in River State, you haven't taken them over.
Kando, I'm really sorry that I have
you guys are full of cowards, man. Cowards everywhere.
No, nothing to be sorry about, though. I'm just listening.
Yeah, no.
You're full of cowards. You're full of cowards everywhere, man. You only fight your war from outside Nigeria.
Right?
You take over Nigeria from outside Nigeria.
Joining forces to make the country good. They want to pit fights between the Igbos and the Yorubas and the Hausas.
Who is picking fights? You are the one. You are the one who came here this morning. Right? You are the one who came here this morning. You were talking about Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore as if they were fighting the same cause.
If you're coming to highlight our differences, God damn it, identify yours so we could know. You're from Akoko Edo, you're a Muslim.
When did I identify any differences? When did I identify differences between the Igbos or any other tribe? I talked about Nnamdi Kanu and Sowore, how you compare both of their struggles.
Oyo is bigger than the South. It's Oyo, your grandfather.
That is after you make your stupid. That is after you made your stupid comment.
Business,
that was after you made your stupid comment. I have to let you know. I have to let you know that you came from a place where you don't have land.
Is that much smarter than progressive? They're one and the same.
Listen, which state are you from in the southeast? Because I told you, no, there is not a single state in the southeast that is more than 9,000 square kilometers. Not a single one.
Look, Einstein. There's only one Einstein from a small minority group in Germany, right? But he ended up.
Now we are going to Einstein.
More than everybody else. You understand? So
I just told you. I think. Well, you're from Anambra State. Anambra State is less than. It's just over 4,000 square kilometers. That's Anambra State. It's a
We don't measure humanity by land mass. Do something.
What do you
right?
measure it by what?
Produce some Einstein from your land. Since you
guys, you keep saying you want to relocate to. You keep asking your people to relocate to Southeast. Where are you going to stay? You have no land. Where are you going to live?
Those are Lagos Igbos like Ekene.
Where are you going to live? Where are they going to live? You have no land. You have no land.
There are more Igbos than the other entire tribes combined, and I can prove it, right? So I want you to know that. That's how big. Okay. When you come running your mouth at Igbos, you have to know how awesome that tribe is, right? A lot of us were in diaspora, and we're doing our thing. But when we come down there, somebody like you, I'm gonna whack you with the butt of a gun that you can't even look at my eyes even now. I'm 6'4". Right? Let me tell you something. As a minority, right? I don't want to saw the rest of the do because of you. You're like a Muslim.
Pastor, you talk trash too much, okay?
If I own this platform, I won't let you in, right? Because you come here to cause trouble all the time, even though you
Pastor,
do it.
If you own a platform, do you think I will go to that platform? Am I that? Do you think I just came out of the psychiatric hospital?
No, I don't think so. You're still
so why do you think I will come to your own platform?
Listen to what I'm saying. By the way,
why do you think I will come to a platform that you own?
The progressive. Here's what I want to tell you. Whenever you see me, when I run to me, as if you're gonna match weights with me, you can't match weights with me. You know what I'm saying? You can't.
Who the hell are you, man? Who the hell are you?
Listen, look at. Let me tell you something. Finally, we're in a different gear now. The election is over. I made some speeches here on this program earlier, and the spirit is that we have to have our people get paid, right? That's what we're talking about. We're not fighting the Yorubas. The Yorubas are not fighting the Igbos. In that labor, right, NLC, there are Nigerians from all hues, from all tribes, from all religion. And in that government, there are people from all tribes, all hues, all religion. So we want to do the right thing. That's the spirit. Nobody here today has promoted or downgraded Tinubu for any other reason than
what are you talking about now, Pastor? What are you talking about? Who say you promoted Obi? Nobody. I never made any conversation regarding Obi.
I know, but you just have that aura, right? You have that aura. Maybe you should change that logo. Once you come in with that logo, we know what you're gonna say, right?
What logo? What logo? You were talking about. You were comparing the struggles of Showore with that of Nnamdi Kanu, and I'm trying to say to you,
I said they joined together now. In essence,
no, they're not joined together.
Hold on. Let me tell you. If you don't listen, you're not gonna get it. Yeah, what I said, in probably a higher grammar that you're used to, what I was saying is that we are now Nigerians, and the Nigerian people want demand stuff from the government. You understand?
Are you a Nigerian?
Are you saying Nnamdi Kanu is a Nigerian now?
Of course, it's a Nigerian. Of course, it's Nigerian. And then if they reject,
who's calling me?
If they reject Showore, they're gonna get Nnamdi Kanu, right?
Is that Yaku? Do you want to say something?
If they reject the labor, they're gonna get Showore. If they reject Showore, they're gonna get Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah. Go ahead. I don't think this guy's in Nigeria. His audio is not gonna be any good. I know that. Yakubu is in Nigeria. Mute the guy. Let him go and protest. Remove the son of a gun from the platform. Go and protest. Don't come here without a visa. Rubbing shoulders with the United States. What did you say? What did you say?
What's wrong with you, man? Are you just stupid? Are you stupid? What's the problem, man?
Go and get a visa. Go and get a visa. If you want to talk to me, you have to go get a visa. Right? Go and get a visa. Mike, take it over. Give somebody a chance.
Keep your fucking mouth shut, man.
Oh, Canada, you live off of us, and Prince Charles is your head of state. So get the hell out of here.
Gentlemen, we cannot be gentlemen. Hold on, gentlemen. You cannot be talking to each other like this. This is not appropriate, honestly. I mean, this is. Come on now. Why are we talking to each other like this?
I thought you said it's good that we should be salty.
No, I said I never said that. No, I never said that. I said I don't care.
Be insulting, it doesn't mean anything.
Look, I don't look. I don't. There's nothing. I don't insult people. My mama didn't train me like that. I don't. What am I going to gain from insulting anybody?
What can do? You say if somebody insult you, you don't care.
But when you
No,
are,
I
when
don't
you see
care. I'm
somebody,
just saying. No, I'm just saying that people, individuals, should not be talking to each other. Fuck
see,
your this.
when
I
you see
mean, it's just,
somebody, when you see somebody insulting another fellow, and you refuse to stop him, one day he will turn to you.
Sir, what I said is me talking about somebody on the TV. These people, I'm on the panel with these people. Me talking about somebody on the TV somewhere. What difference does it make what I say? That person is probably sleeping right now. Why am I going to be giving? Why am I going to let that person be renting space in my head for
Let
free?
me remind you what Tinubu said during the campaign. He said, "I no more listen to social media."
Yes.
Because you think it doesn't get to him. He said, "I no more listen to." Brother Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can't remember exactly.
I know what he said. He said he gets his people or his children to read them because it gives him hypertension. I remember what he said.
So you might have you might have the what do you call it, to be able to handle that pressure. You understand?
I do, and let me tell you the reason why I do. But listen. You see, this is the thing. I'm not saying I'm comparing myself to others, but this is the conclusion I came to a long time ago in my 20s. That the same people who said Jesus Christ was the Son of God, the same people said crucify him. So whether you say you like me or you say I'm the worst thing since sliced bread, I know who I am. What you say is so irrelevant to me, good or bad. I don't need your approval or disapproval.
That's you.
Hey, I can't talk for my father. I can only speak for me.
Can do. Listen, you see,
Yes, sir.
it get to there's amount of time someone can come and insult your parents that you let them slide.
Okay. I beg, insult my parents. I beg, I give you permission to this morning. Insult my parents. Whichever insult you want, I give you permission.
I'm just making an analogy in a way.
And
So
I know, I get it.
Fansat has make it an habit where he feel like he can just say anything, anytime, to anybody, to any tribe, to any as if he's a child, as if he is a child. So sometimes
I've been listening to, I know Mr. Pansat. I've been listening to him for a year and a half. I know him. Let me tell you something. You see, if something doesn't concern me, I mean, I've said to Mr. Pansat a few times, especially in the beginning, please don't talk to people like that. He's a grown man. What I say is not going to stop him. So why am I wasting my breath? Why am I allowing somebody to take space in my head and not pay rent? I'm a serious person. I got other things to do. What I do, if somebody is saying something and I don't agree with it, I block them out of my brain. Like they don't even exist. They can stand right in front of me.
yeah, but
I won't even see you.
That's your own way of responding to issues like that. But in my own case, I would not let him go.
But look, this is not about whether it's me. Yeah, whether it's Mr. Pansat, but
fine.
my brother, whether it's Mr. Pansat or somebody at your job or somebody in your neighborhood, you see, people, if you allow people to get to you, they will get to you. I've used that. I've made that statement here when I used to play fullback. If we have a striker on the other team that is so good, that is so difficult to stop, I will start telling him about how I slept with his mama last night to get in his head. I've been punched so many times in games. And if you make the mistake of even touching me a little bit, I go fall down. They will give you red card. Because I'm on a mission. I know how to get to you. If you allow people to get to you, they will distract you from your mission. And that's what I've taught my children and my nieces and nephews. If you in America, if somebody calls a black guy, and if a white man calls the black guy a nigger, Even some of my nephews, before they came to understand this, they'd be like, "Oh, I will punch him in the face." You punch him in the face, the police are gonna come, they arrest you, you go and get a bail, or you stay in jail for some stupid human being. Why am I gonna let somebody else distract me from what I'm trying to do? And if somebody knows that you're that type of a person, just to get you out of the way, they will come and get you where they know you're gonna fall. So people have to be smarter than that.
Oh no. Okay, so I'm not going to say. Yeah, I'm not going to advise my children to walk away when somebody called them the N-word. I'm not going to advise them. I'm not going to advise them to be
So your child goes to jail. Your child goes to jail for what?
Hold on one second.
Progressive, you have something to add, I beg.
Yeah, I'm not going to advise them as well to be physically aggressive towards that person, but I'm going to teach them to the point whereby that person will also realize that he made a mistake talking to the wrong person that day.
How are they? How are you gonna? What are you gonna teach them to do if somebody calls them that?
Oh, I will teach them to have mouth, to talk back, to know what to say, to know how to put that person where they belong. Look, talk your own.
And
talk
you
my
see
own.
that it's an eye for an eye. He's a Muslim, right? He comes here.
I don't have. It's a waste of my. Number one, anybody that calls you a nigger is an ignorant person. I don't talk to ignorant people. I don't waste my time with ignorant people. I don't waste my time.
Yeah, hold on. I wanted to listen. So two of you will go at it. You try to give
No, me, I'm done. There's nothing to go about. I mean, I've said my piece.
Pastor, you don't need to listen. Man. Just take your meds. Go take your meds.
You just finished trying to admonish him as an elderly brother to tell him that, look, don't pay attention to this or that. Turn the other cheek. But he's saying, hey, look, I believe in an eye for an eye.
What are you talking about turning the other cheek?
You be quiet. Let me land, right? So I'll listen to two of you. Even though you didn't take time to find out if his substantive claim is true. First of all, you were here when I came in. I agreed with you, and I was talking about how you fight. You might be on this, right? So you know what he does? He tried to separate Nnamdi Kanu from the Nigerians. He tried to separate the Southeasterners from Nigerians. His whole thing is about the Southeast. Every time you listen to that guy, right?
Pastor,
take a question. Take a question.
What is the question?
No, Mike.
Okay, it's me. Hold on.
Mike,
I have a question for you.
Mike, please. You were here, Mike. You was here when I came in, right? I came in and I responded to Pansat when he made comparison with the struggle that Sowore is making. He compared it to what Nnamdi Kanu is also doing, and I tried to separate.
There was a choice.
No, that was what you did. And I tried to separate the struggle. And I said, no, what Sowore was doing is totally different from what Nnamdi Kanu was doing.
Okay,
and then you came in. That was when you came in, and then you start talking about those states. You start talking about tribe. You start talking about Yoruba, Igbo, and this and that.
I did not make a comparative analysis. I was saying that we Nigerians now against the government, they have to respect our people because all of us, when we're activists fighting for Nigeria, so they come in different styles, but all of us want a progressive Nigeria, just like your name is a progressive Nigerian, right? So
Nnamdi Kanu doesn't want a progressive Nigeria.
Let me land now. I'm almost done.
Nnamdi Kanu doesn't want a progressive Nigeria.
Sowore goes to court more than I do on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu. Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu understand that we're in one country. They may not have exactly the same approach, but they're fighting the same monster, right? So Sowore that you're speaking for, Sowore has not said that, look, I disclaim Nnamdi Kanu, I hate Nnamdi Kanu, he's not doing what I'm doing. Sowore is his friend. He goes to court.
Did I say that I hate Nnamdi? Even in my opening comment, you need to clean your ears.
I'm not a punch on your jaw.
You need to clean your ears. No, you need to clean your ears. You didn't listen to me.
Let me bust your jaw right now. What I'm saying is
you didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me. I said to you this morning. I said this morning. I did not support him being locked up.
I could be your father,
and I
and you're
said,
here
look,
insulting
Pastor,
me.
listen.
Let me land.
I
Let me
said I
land.
did not support it. No, you're not going to land. Stay in the sky.
It's not that
I
you're
said,
from
I said I did not support him being locked up. I said if I was the government, I would not have him locked up. Okay.
You're from
You did not. For some reason, your ears filtered those parts out of it.
You told you to turn
did
the other
not listen
cheek,
to that
right?
part of it. You decided to come and start being your tribal bigot that you are.
And then he
Okay.
asked, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna teach your son if you're not gonna turn the other cheek? What are you gonna? You know what you said? You want to gouge people's eyes out. You want to cut off their hands and their fingers because
you see. When did I say that again? You're an idiot, man. Get the hell out of here.
That's just metaphorical, right? Because he asked you. I was listening. I said, okay, let me see how he answers that. He says, look, turn the other cheek. Don't worry. Don't let somebody.
No, because I don't believe in turning the other cheek to bullies.
He asked you the major question. He says,
I don't believe in turning the other cheek to bullies.
Okay.
People like yourself, I'm not going to turn my other cheek for you.
Okay. Gentlemen, real quickly, I'm going to bid you all good morning because this has gotten away from issues and turned into insults. So I wish you all a very wonderful day. I wish you everything I wish myself. Good night. Good morning, everyone.
Listen, first, you are a bully, and I'm not going to turn my other cheek to you as a bully. No, anybody that's a bully, it have to be put in their place.
If you don't turn, because I'm not one of those who I have no tolerance for somebody who doesn't turn the other cheek. So
no, you are a bully, and being a bully that you are, you have to be put in your place. Okay, you have to be put where you belong.
Here's what I ask of you. Do not cause a fight between the Yorubas and the Igbos.
When did that cause a fight between anybody?
Let me land. You could deny
it. You're landing nonsense.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that if you stand on your own feet, let your Edo people fight the Igbos or fight the Yorubas or fight the Hausas. Don't do what minorities have been doing in Nigeria for a long time, which is to pit these Wazobia against one another while you
so when did you become? I thought are you not an Ipobian? When did you become a fan of Wazobia?
That's a different thing. I mean,
it's not different. So you're no longer in a zoo. Now you're fighting. You're Nigerian, right?
The mistake. You think that when Nnamdi Kanu is speaking, right? He's speaking for himself. As far as I'm concerned,
he speaks for you,
right? We brought the country. Nnamdi Azikiwe did like other West African, African giants did. We brought that independence, and I'm not gonna let you keep an inch of it. Right, I want the whole thing. So get your head out of your ass.
Yeah, I know you don't have enough
who is the original Nigerian. When we had independence in that country, the Igbos were in charge of the whole country, right? And you have to remember that. So just because they waited and let you develop some brain and they pull back a little bit, make no mistake about it. That's our country. I don't know where
they pull back a little bit. Where?
Number one.
A little bit. Why?
What we're doing is that a lot of us went abroad, a lot of us went into engineering, doctors, but we can also come home and don our AK, put on a helmet, and come and kick some ass over there. I want you to know that
you're not coming home to kick any ass.
There, right? So, a tiny minority with one state that's divided into maybe 8. Right?
You're kicking
no
ass.
You're talking about Igbos as if we're your mates.
I don't speak about Igbos. I don't speak about tribe. That's your job.
Take care of your whole tribe. Just say Enugu.
I don't speak about tribe. That is your job. That is
your state in a day. Enugu alone can capture you in a day. So now, when you run in your mouth about the Igbos as if you have no sense, not only that, you're a Muslim.
So
so you have a lot of knobs. You have your elder brother here telling you, turn the other cheek. And
Pastor,
you say
I've told you I'm not a religious person. Right? I'm not a religious person, okay?
You're teach your son how to be a terrorist.
Pastor, I've told you I'm not a religious person. And you being that stupid that you are, you don't listen, do you? I've told you several times I'm not a religious person. When are you going to listen? Do you have ears?
If you're Muslim, you're a Muslim. I don't care now. It's a culture. We're not talking about the tenets of Islam. Maybe Islam is... I guess it's good. I don't know anything about the tenants. I don't know what they believe in. It's none of my business.
But so it's none of your business. So I've told you.
Go and enjoy your dinner, Passat. Answer, go and enjoy your dinner, man.
But I'm watching though. I don't want. Don't let him get out of line.
Leave us. Bye.
Don't let him talk about me when I'm.
Okay, thank you, Pastor. Thank you.
Who is going to talk? Look at you. What do you think you're that special? Why would I be talking about you? Come on, man. Who are you? Why would I be speaking about you, Pastor? I only come here to answer to your assertion when you talked about yeah.
Hakim.
Yeah.
Hakim. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
You see, this is the consequence of what you guys did in that election. That's why Pansat is abusing the good people now. You guys support them during the election. You abuse everybody for them. Now look at what Pansat is talking about you people. About the
look,
people.
I think you're getting all of this wrong. I think you're getting all of this wrong. In a democratic society, right? People have the free will to support anybody they want to support. And if people from Edo State majority supported Peter Obi, they did not support an Igbo man. Okay, they support a candidate that they feel in their own way would be a better person. Yeah.
Hakim, that's your own belief. That's you.
No, it's not. It's not my belief.
I'm
it
telling
is
you.
what
Hold
I
on
know
now.
that
Hold
happened.
on, Hakim. Hold on. That is for your own side. You are not thinking the way they are thinking. So don't worry. I don't want to go that. I just bring your attention to that.
No, I know, but the way you put it, it looks as if they supported the Igbos. That is not. It was not a tribal support. It was a personal support for Mr. Peter.
Oh, what? Okay, Hakim.
Yeah.
Hakim.
See, I changed Hakim now. He's a good guy.
Hold on.
He's right now. He come to his senses.
Oh, Pastor, just go away, man. Just go away.
So what are you talking about?
Other guy in Nigeria, right? You don't have a visa to be here. Did you know that, Yakub? You don't belong on this platform. You're in Nigeria. You go and protest. Get the hell out of here and go protest. Go and protest.
Can you keep quiet?
Right? Hakim is telling you the truth. Hakim is telling you something that is true, and you're over there running your mouth. Get the hell out of here. Go protest. You don't have lights.
I thought you were gone already.
I said I'm gonna be keeping my eye on you, right?
Mike,
but listen to what I'm saying.
Mike,
look, this boy here, this Yakub guy is in Nigeria. He doesn't have food to eat. He doesn't have electricity, right?
Pastor, you have to let other people talk, man.
I know,
Yakub hasn't said anything, but you just mean give me a chance to say something too.
Guys,
I
don't have electricity. This is my own personal house, as you can see.
Your work.
This is my own personal house.
You're a house boy. Nobody shows up with their house unless you're a house boy.
No, it's because of what you are saying now. Look, this is my own personal house. So I just want to.
Did you know here that we are in the United States? Something like that's like a shack. That doesn't mean anything. So you don't know that because you're Nigerian.
You know that house is bigger than your house in US.
What is so special about your United States, Passat?
Yeah, okay, Mike, tell him. Go ahead.
I used to live in New Jersey before now, so you can't tell me anything special. Yeah, I live in Newark. I work in New York City.
Okay, then I'll give you a little break.
These are all shithole city. It's shithole.
Yeah,
I can't even sleep there for one day.
But
I can't sleep in Brooklyn for one day.
Here's what I don't understand. You were there, right? You say you're enlightened. Yeah. Hold on now.
For over 1 year, and I'm enjoying my life, man.
Okay, hold on. I gave you credit for that already. I said okay.
Paycheck to paycheck, man.
Okay, I give you Yakub. Right, here's what's gonna show that you live in New Jersey. You're gonna let somebody talk after you talk. Show that you're saver. Okay, let me say something. I'll land. Then you continue. Here's what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. When that boy was trying to tell you, Hakim, right? He's a Obi hater. He hates Igbos. He hates Obi, but he made a comment that is true. He's saying that his people. Do not he himself, but his people voted for the best candidate, right? Yeah. So that's a correction. I want to make that correction.
Hold on. Wait right there. Can you tell me? Hold on. Can you tell me that 2023 election is not a tribal election? Can you tell me that it's not a tribal?
Can I answer? Let me tell you. Let me
go
answer
ahead.
you what happened. Okay, what happened in that election? Just like pretty much in any election, you're not going to have 100% of the votes here and there, but there it was
No,
tribal affair. Now, let me land. Now, let me give you the answer.
Hold
Now,
on.
let me tell you. You see, you
Oh,
are.
I don't want you to go on and on. It's yes or no.
I know, but you are in Nigeria, so some things I said 2 minutes ago, you're gonna hear it 10 minutes from now. So if you hear my voice, be quiet for 10 minutes and see if I stop talking, because you're all the way back.
You keep quiet. You keep quiet. Don't tell me to keep quiet, Pastor. You keep quiet, okay?
You know, I could be your father. I could be your father, right? I'm not your mate. Maybe you don't know that. I'm not your mate.
That means yeah. Great, man. Great.
You know, say if I curse you, as a young boy insulting a grandpa like me, if I curse you, your old don't finish. Make I tell you, but I no go do it. I no go do it because I want kids to. I want kids.
Pastor, remember you are a pastor.
I know be pastor. Me, I know be pastor. I'm a sinner.
It's not a pastor. Pastor is an IPOB member, man.
Not only that I'm a sinner, right? I'm a
Don't
sinner.
curse, so you are a pastor. Don't curse.
But anyway, I'm gonna mute myself and I want to listen. But keep talk on topics, man. We have people who are on strike. Talk about that. Leave me alone. All right. Bye.
Mike, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, my brother.
Good morning. You know, I've been looking. I don't know what happened to one Facebook account now. I've been just waiting for him to come online. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I just say let me try YouTube this morning. You know, I've been waiting for the section for like 2 days. I said, what is going on now? My man is not coming online. I don't know, does his Facebook account have problem? Because that's where I usually get alerts when it comes online. Anyway, good morning. Good morning, Baba Gali. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Be like, say, Mike, don't sleep.
Yeah.
Mike, you disappoint me this morning. Why you allow Pastor to come to our section now? You should have left him with one man now. You should have not allowed him to come to our own section. You know, this is our own section now. We don't want.
No, what happened is that the session all through the night has been so interesting. So that's why Passat has been there, you know, enjoying the conversation. That he just came in out.
I know now, but I know now. Passat, I'll be talking about America, like Americans and heaven or so. We'll be telling that to those people that have never stayed in the States. Also special about United States. Also special there. In the state that you can just wake up in the morning in front of your house, somebody will shoot you and you die. And nothing will happen.
Now true now, some problem they here, no be lie.
Don't make that your US as a hold on, Passat. Me, I live in the state for many years before moving out of the state. And I'm telling you that. So don't make Americans so special and heaven or this. It's not even take your kids.
Okay, but in Nigeria, hold on. In America, they have light, right? When you lived in America, did they have light?
Forget about that. Pastor,
no, but answer me now. I have more questions. I will ask you.
Hold on now. Me, hold on. I generate my own light myself. I don't wait for Nigeria government to give me light. I will show you now.
Okay.
I generate.
Okay. Hold on now. I agree. I believe you. Hold on now. I believe you. You generate your own power, but that's the difference between America and you over there in Nigeria.
I'll show you. Can you see?
Yeah, I see. But listen to what I'm.
This is my hybrid father. He works 24/7. This is like 20 kVA. He carry all my utilities in the house. I don't have to wait for Nigeria government to give me light.
Okay, good. But listen to my point now. The point I'm making is that in Nigeria, you have to generate your own power. Here in the United States, you can generate your own power, but you don't have to, right? There are a lot of people who generate their own power here as well.
Okay,
but hold on. Yakub, let's do it turn by turn. You have an echo and you have a lag. So when I talk, when I say go ahead, then you go ahead.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that
Because
when we say in America, right, you have freedom. You can criticize the government. You can. I mean, you have basic stuff. You can make money. You can make millions of dollars, right? You could buy home. Okay, it's
Hello,
on your side. Whatever problem you have is over there.
We can hear you.
You're generating your own power. You're generating your own palaver over there. So what I'm saying to you is that there is something special about the United States, right? It's an awesome power in the world. It's the best country in the world. So when you say that, people are going to be laughing at you.
To
everybody,
because you come from village now. You come from one village in Olu in Anambra. That's why I just special to you now. You are not a city boy like me. You are not a Lagosian like me.
I'm not a Lagosian.
So
let me tell you. And now, if you see Nigeria, if I say I own Lagos, you go get mad. I don't disclaim. I say I don't want Lagos. I never been there. I don't care about Lagos. So you should like me now.
You're easy. Which kind Lagos you want?
I say I don't want it.
Lagos. You're a bushman now. You're a bushman. You. If not for United States, you should have been in your village killing, hunting for bushmeat. Or you be Babalawo.
No, be bad thing. What's wrong with hunting bushmeat now? You know, when I was in the village, I used to come to the city here. They chop. When I come from the village to the city in Nigeria, this case, they chop comes bread. They chop. They drink tea. Me, where we they eat real. I didn't say Faba and all that, Enugu, all that, Fomoaya, all those cities where we have.
That's your own plot.
They chop bread, they drink tea, spoiled fat kids. Well, we'll come from village, and so we'll beat them tired. You hear me? So all this way you say people live for village, they knock Nigerians will live for village. You never meet a real. If you make a tell you, any day where you go meet an Igbo man who come from village, you go beat the hell out of you till you retire. You hear me? You grow up, they drink tea, they drink.
Hold on now. That's why they make mouth. Hold on, Ansat. Now showing how they make mouth. You remember that essay of Ajaero? Where they say, bring out Lagos. I will bring out to you. Where is that guy now? In fact, don't come here and be making mouth.
No. You say government. Look, Yakub, government they tough now. When government go after you, normally make a land. Government is a tough animal. It's a necessary evil. Nobody wants government palaver. Nobody, even all those people waiting for jail now, for Nigeria, people that are fighting government. Government is a necessary evil. No, not one person will beat government now.
If you don't know, it's Dunumbo. So I'm government too. I can arrest you in your United States right now if you abuse me much.
Okay? I go shoot you if you say you don't know America now. America not be Nigeria. You cannot come from Nigeria. Come
what about if I
somebody.
shoot you before you shoot me now? Okay, Pastor, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you one question. Okay.
What?
We are talking about Igbo and Shoe in Yoruba land. Can you tell me how many percentage of followers these guys have in Yoruba land? Do you know?
I don't know, and I don't care. It doesn't matter. I do things by true or false. Listen, I give you the answer. Hold on. Make I answer it well. No. Okay, don't spoon feed me. Let me answer your question properly. Okay. It's a good question, right? It's irrelevant, but it's a good one. Here's what I'm saying to you. You don't judge things by popularity, notoriety. You do things by true or false. That's it. True or false. A little ray of light can conquer a whole lot of darkness. From your voice, I could tell you with your hubris about government. Anytime you cannot hear me, it's your problem. You're generating your own palaver, your own electricity. I don't know if you are.
I'm using Elon. I know. I'm using Elon Musk's internet, so it's not me. I'm using the same speed of internet you are using in America. I'm using 5G. Probably I'm using 3G.
That's a wolf you take it from our country, the chop, they come here, they run your mouth. You go get yourself in trouble now because obviously now wolf will take the chop, right? What you did there? You run home from New Jersey, go home, go to Chopper Wolf. You come here.
No, I don't live in New Jersey. I live in Toronto. I live in Canada now. I used to live in New Jersey. That was like 25 years back.
Where do you say you live now? You live where? You live where now?
I live in
Okay, I gotta go. Gotta go.
Where do you live?
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Are you in Canada? You said. Did you say you're in Canada?
Pardon? What you say?
You say you live in Toronto. Where you live?
Yeah, that's where I live.
Where do you live now?
5 minutes to the airport.
In Nigeria?
Yeah,
where do you live now?
I'm in Nigeria.
In Nigeria.
I'm in Nigeria right now.
All right, no problem.
Nigeria right now. Yeah, I'm in Nigeria. I'm in Lagos.
You hear me. Every time I talk, you hear me like 2 or 3 minutes after I talk. So I don't know how I go converse with you now. When you come back to Toronto,
you are dipping. You are dipping.
I'm not dipping, right?
Mike,
I'm in the United States.
Yeah.
So that's all you have to know. Whenever I have a
stop
problem,
talking about United States. United States is shit up. United States is shit up, man.
Look, I tell you, you see this platform where you did this YouTube. Now YouTube you did now. Do you know who owns that YouTube?
Go ahead.
Not be one man country. They don't have anything. Anytime where you want to go on social media, it's an American social media. That's how America is. It's number one. Somebody like Simba right here is in Saudi Arabia. They don't have a social media.
Hold on. Pansad, hold on right there. Elon Musk internet. Is that an American?
Now our own too. Now America
Elon Musk an American man.
It's an American man. Just because one I'm for South Africa, now why born for South Africa?
Can you hold on right there?
When he was in Canada, he didn't have a dime. He didn't have a dime in Canada. Just like Canadians live off of us here in America. And why you did they take chop from us? Canada. Now the wolf, what did he do us? 419. Go and check it out now. They have a king, right? You know who's their head of state? King Charles. You hear me? That's their king. They don't elect their own head of state.
Yes.
Their population, what they do for one state here is bigger. One city here is bigger than their whole country.
Same as Australia.
Same too. That's what I'm saying now. So America is number one. Yeah. You hear me?
Canada,
Australia,
what you are talking about.
Canada,
is bigger than the whole United States. What are you talking about?
King Charles is their head of state. King. For this 21st century.
I know.
Okay, so shut up then. If you know that, shut your mouth.
Hold on.
Over here with democracy.
Hold on now.
We elect our own head of state.
Hold on now. Don't tell me to shut up.
I beat you for the debate now. What do you want?
No,
are you
surrendering?
You want to surrender?
No way. Why will I surrender for an IPOB member? Like
that's why I'm pommeling you. You don't say wait. Me, I don't want wait. I pommel you. First of all, your internet no reach. Your internet no reach to do a live chat with me. How can you debate with me when you are 2 or 3 minutes behind me? I'm sorry to pommel you now. By the time I hear this one where they talk, I don't talk another one. You see, you never hear the last one I talk. So now let me put some more. As you hear. Oh, boy, I can tell you something. I no go hold.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
You're 2 minutes behind me. So when you
you're
hear
not making sense. You're not making sense.
Let me say I no go hold again. You can answer that one. I no go hold.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see? I no go hold. You go hear this one again in 2 minutes. That's why I could just take bitter. But anyway, Mike, make I go before this guy catch up on the time. When they come back, you tell him say I don't come out.
Assad, I'm here. I'm listening to you. Go ahead. I'm here. Go ahead. Hello, Mike. Hello. Mike.